Good morning. Friday morning is that. Good or afternoon, actually. It's 1 o'clock. I don't know why I said good morning. Um Man, this was rough trying to go live today. I had this stream set up. I did all this work and all this stuff together. I leave, I go get ready, I come back, and somehow my laptop turns off, lost because I didn't save the stream that I set up. I had to reset the whole thing up for the second time. My least favorite thing to do. I don't mind the research. I don't mind anything. I just hate setting up the streams. It's my least favorite thing to do. But I'm here. I got it set up. I almost said F it, but I decided I'm going to get this off because tomorrow the Buckeyes play. I know I won't be on tomorrow. I know I won't be on Sunday. So it could be a few days before I'm on again. So I might as well get this going on. So, anyways, if you guys haven't seen in the news, there is a lot going on as far as the J6 pipe bomb case. Like from what I understand, there was a something placed in the DC, the RNC, and the DNC. I'm not 1,000% sure what has to do with J6. So I'm kind of interested to see what happens, to see what's going on. But that being said, I have like a compilation kind of put together. It kind of like starts off telling you what's going on, and then it goes into the press conference where they announce the arrest and kind of goes in that timeline. So we're going to take that timeline and move it on down, and then we'll go from there as far as what we're going to do from there. So let's get down, let's get ready, and let's go. Hold on. Sheesh. That was a pain in the butt trying to get all that set up. Lord. All right, guys, let's see what's going on. I hope everybody's having a beautiful day. God bless, and let's go. Oops, I didn't even hit freaking play for that matter. Bam. Let's go.
Well, Brian, this is a big one. This is almost 5 years in the making. You remember this happened on January 5th, 2021, the night before the Capitol was under attack on January 6, 2021. A person who was completely covered in clothes, in a sweatshirt, a hoodie, mask, gloves, you name it, placed pipe bombs outside both the DNC, Democratic National Committee headquarters, and the RNC, Republican National Committee headquarters. We don't know the suspect's name or anything else about the person at this time. We're told that will likely change as the day moves on, but we can say this was a male that was living in the Northern Virginia area.
Kind of like this. This is really going to take us down the rabbit hole. I like this.
Outside of Washington, D.C., and this arrest was made by the FBI and other federal authorities here within the last hour or 90 minutes or so. Just this past October, the FBI put out enhanced video of this masked suspect planting these pipe bombs on this
I hit the wrong button.
the RNC and then the DNC. Now, this was again the night before the Capitol attack. Now, according to authorities, the suspect they believe was 5'7", using some technology where they could measure based on the video. The person wore a hooded sweatshirt, glasses, and gloves. We'll see if that rings true once we get an identity. Agents say that these bombs, Brian, were placed between 7:30 and 8:30 at night. It's important to note the bombs did not detonate, but they were viable and discovered the next day. Over the past almost 5 years, agents visited 1,200 homes, businesses, conducted more than 1,000 interviews, reviewed approximately 39,000 video files, going through 600 tips or so. And there was a reward, everyone, for $500,000 leading to this arrest. Of course, that'll be a question we're expecting to hear from authorities later today involved in this investigation to see if someone did indeed tip off authorities and may be eligible for that $500,000 reward. So a lot of questions. We want to know the name. We want to know much more about this. But this is something that's been plaguing Washington, D.C. and many across the country for almost 5 years now, guys.
With AI, you can create any character you want.
Real life, fantasy, sci-fi, even animation. I'm looking at FBI.gov, and just one other fact about this individual. He was wearing Nike Air Max Speed Turf shoes. They're black and gray with yellow Nike logos. There are fewer than 25,000 pairs of these shoes that were sold over a 3-year period. So it's these little details that can make the breakthrough in a case. Unclear if that was the details, but those are the kinds of things these investigators were looking at.
That's exactly right. And the FBI did put some video. It was a computer image of a 360-degree view of those Nikes on their website. And we've done countless stories over the last almost 5 years showing those. And that, yes, that was a rare shoe, but it was difficult for authorities. And we're obviously going to learn a lot more. And I think there was some frustration. This is something that spanned the FBI under Christopher Wray, now Kash Patel, when Director Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino came on board.
Do you think they were kids' shoes? I mean, he was 5'6". They were rare shoes, right? They were probably tiny.
Earlier this year, they talked about this case openly and said that they wanted to find out who this person was. Bongino, in fact, said when he was a private citizen on his podcast before he came into the FBI, he believed that it was an inside job.
Who
We
is?
want to see who this person is. We want to know what the connections are. We just know this was a male that was living in Northern Virginia, taken into custody in the last hour or so. And we're going to be getting some of those updates from authorities a little bit later today. And we suspect we'll hear from Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, maybe the Deputy FBI Director Bongino, and others. Kaylee.
So, David, Brian and I had a source from this back that told us that they were they released. There's really not much in the image that they released. Do you have any idea from your sources what turned this investigation to an arrest?
We want to know the answer to that. We don't know specifically, but you're right. We've heard the same thing with our sources, Lawrence, that they have been slowly closing in over time on somebody. The question is, could it have been the $500,000 reward money? We know that via sources that this person had been watched for several days, which is typical from, the FBI or other agents, marshals, to watch someone before they go in and make an arrest, and they made their arrest. And it's so important that these members of law enforcement can do what they need to do, and these arrests don't get botched at all in any way. So this was very, very close hold, as we call it here in Washington. But now this person is in custody. But we'll find out more about the circumstances.
Do we know when the presser is?
We don't have an exact time yet. We're told we're likely going to hear this afternoon from these principals.
Planning to publish your
Presser's coming up.
Reach 3 billion more readers. If you've written a
very big news.
Yeah. Thanks so much, David.
Thanks,
for
David.
hopping on.
People have been asking
guys.
questions about this for a long time, and we're told.
So what does the DNC, I know this is going to sound ignorant, but what does because I really didn't pay too much attention to this stuff, to like the person that said in the chat, oh, he's this or that. No, I really didn't pay attention to any of this J6 shit. I watched it. I don't really care. I watched exactly what happened. I know that it was a setup. I watched the police let the people in. I watched the police guide the people around. I watched them literally let this happen. What is there to know? I watched Trump ask everybody to come. He set everybody up as well. I watched it all go down. Anybody that showed up there was going to be set up into a honey trap on both sides. So any asshole that comes in here in the next hour and a half and acts like this or this or this, just save it, bro.
They were closed. The Trump administration comes in. It takes 10 months, and they find the guy.
Well, it was also rumored to be a conspiracy as well. There's been so much stuff online.
Nice, Mimsy.
Who was a part of this? Hopefully, we're going to get some closure now that we got somebody in custody.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Chris?
About January 6th again. It always brings us back to that time. There's still some questions that had to be answered.
Exactly.
So we'll continue to follow that breaking news story, but it is notable that this FBI solves a lot of cases.
Right.
Absolutely.
All the criticism. They hunt people down, and then they tell you what they're doing.
Stay tuned for that press conference later today.
Hey, check us out on radio. Kaylee's going to join me.
I will be there. See ya.
Breaking news as we start outnumbered right now. We are looking at Woodbridge, Virginia, and this happened just moments ago. We're going to.
By the way, Mimsy, it's always smoky time. I just poured my coffee. I haven't even smoked yet, so it's time.
pick up our coverage here. There was there were pipe bombs that were planted almost 5 years ago now outside the RNC and DNC headquarters near the U.S. Capitol complex. At the time, no one knew what that was about. Both political parties. So would that be political? Who knew at this point? Now, all these years later, it'll be 5 years next month. They have picked up a suspect in this, and the house that you see.
Okay, my question is, I hope the chat can help me with this, because some of y'all pay attention more than me to this part of it. They keep saying there was pipe bombs placed outside of J6 or outside of the RNC and the DNC. What does this have to do with J6? Can somebody tell me in the chat what that has to do with J6? Thank you. Hold on. Also, I'm just gonna put this up for now. It won't let me keep my shit up, bro. It's taking it down. It's annoying as shit. Anyways, all right, guys. Sorry. Keeps taking down my headline.
See at the center of your screen, and maybe just a little bit to the right is a car that they're also looking at. These are the federal authorities who are in that cul-de-sac in Woodbridge, Virginia, looking for evidence. And they've been coming and going from the car that we could see with stuff that they're bringing out to that sort of collection zone that they've made. Don't know yet what the evacuation order would be for the neighborhood. Haven't been able to gather that kind of information. It's worth getting, as they will. And my guest last hour, Paul Morrow, of course, former NYPD and attorney, Fox News contributor, was saying, look, they may want to talk with other people right there, but right now they're focused on this house. One of the things that we know that they may be looking at or looking for are further evidences or devices, pipe bomb making devices, materials, that sort of thing, making sure that the house is not booby-trapped. So this is a huge job, and we don't have control over this live aerial picture right now, but if you pull out, you'll see how big the federal agency response has been to this and law enforcement. There are many, many people there. The suspect, Brian Cole Jr., early 30s. We don't know a lot. But in the next little while, we've been told to expect the first live news conference that we will have gotten on this case in quite some time. We also know from reporting last hour with Clay Travis, who was on with me, saying that he had recently talked to the FBI director, Kash Patel, and there were a couple of things that would pop in the next few days. This popped today. We're going to dig in and watch this live scene. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-host, Kayleigh McEnany. Also joining us today, Carly Shimkus, Fox and Friends first co-host, Lisa Booth, Fox News political analyst, and Ari Fleischer, former White House press secretary and Fox News contributor. Kayleigh, I come to you first as we gather more information on this. So far, again, we don't know exactly what they've gathered so far, but we know the goals are to keep that area safe, looking for booby traps, any sort of devices in the house and in the vehicle.
That's right. And Brian Cole is the name a source texted me as well, confirming the Fox News reporting we have, early 30s, as you noted. This is interesting, and it's long awaited, because for years, people have been wanting details of this case. And it confounded a lot of people why we weren't getting details, because it is very difficult to evade authorities. You think about the killer of Charlie Kirk, alleged assassin Tyler Robinson, and it took just a few days. It is very rare for someone to get away for years and years and years. But they think they found this guy. And I wonder if it had anything to do with his shoes. We don't yet know. But the FBI put out a memo, and they said that he had distinctive Nike Air Max Speed turf shoes, which are black and gray with yellow Nike logos. There are fewer than 25,000 pairs of these shoes that were sold over a 3-year period. So it's these little granular details in the video they're looking at. Maybe one of these details was the breakthrough. Maybe it was a tip.
Yeah, well, and the tip was worth $500,000. That was the reward in this case. And again, we don't want to speculate on how they got to this point. But the fact about the shoes, that's a fact in the case, potentially evidence in that. Let's watch now, if we can, in the center of your screen, and we might even pull it out live. You can see where they are now going up to this house. So they've left the car at the curb, they've gone to that, and now, and they've got the dogs out. So that makes sense for them to want to make sure that there are no devices or anything there. Now, here's also, Ari, what we don't know. Is there anybody in the house? Is there anybody who may have known that this was coming? A lot that we don't know. That news conference is going to tie up so much. Your thoughts?
Well, the first thing I want to know that we don't know is what was his motive and who was he connected to, if anybody? How far does this go? How deep does this go? Is he a deranged lone attacker that tried to set off these pipe bombs and he failed because he didn't have the technical background? Or was he acting on behalf of somebody, a foreign country, a cause inside the United States? All of this is what we have to look forward to when the FBI speaks to that.
Ooh, they're
We're
setting
going to
us
know
up
those
for
facts to be able
something,
to speak
brother.
to them. But as always with the shooter of President Trump, what's the motive and are they connected to anybody?
Well said, Alfonso. It seems like they just want to bring up shit from 5 years ago, left and right, man. Every 3 months, it's a new one. Russia, Russia, Russia. Jeffrey. Now we got J6. Okay, we get it.
Is essential because that tells us if there's a lot more to it than just a crazed lone person acting violently.
You know, as we watch the scene, one of the things we also don't have right now is sound. Because of the distance, obviously, the cameras. So, you know, if they are evacuating this neighborhood, what that would look like, because now they've surrounded this house and we're able to see this from our aerial capture of this live. So, you know, Carly, many times when we're covering breaking news like this, well, the dog is showing some activity, but again, we don't want to speculate.
Yeah, we certainly don't. It is really interesting to see this home that we're looking at right now. Woodbridge is a suburb of Washington, D.C., about 20 miles outside the city. It looks like a beautiful home. And you do not know what the political motive was here, considering the fact that these pipe bombs were placed outside both RNC and DNC headquarters. This was a huge deal at the time of this taking place. And it led to a lot of speculation in the aftermath of January 6th over whether or not this was a conspiracy. But I remember Kamala Harris at the time had to be evacuated from the location that she was in. And now we're learning that he is in his early 30s right now, which would have put him at around, mid-20s 5 years ago when this took place, an age where oftentimes you get young males who are deep into the resources or the recesses of the internet. And could that have inspired something that would just be purely anti-government in nature? We don't know, but those...
I think he's a little Mexican named Ryan.
These are the details that everybody's going to want to find out when this press conference does happen. The fact that this reward for information was up to $500,000 proves how much of a priority this case was for Kash Patel. And this is a huge win for the FBI that this is taking place right now.
Yeah, it also may point to this.
Matthew, I'm not sure if it's true, but my theory is that Pelosi was 1,000% in the scheme this whole entire thing up. There's no doubt in my mind that whole 6 thing, when that woman got pew-pewed, that was on Pelosi in my book.
Paul Morrow told me last.
I mean, the fact that they even shit in her office says enough. Like, they even, that's what she wanted, bro.
Last hour, the specificity of whatever his skills were at pipe bomb making, he said that's not like a usual thing. He said, yeah, you can go on the internet and make some things. He said, but from what they found,
yes,
and we don't know all the details of what they found, but I think what you're saying, that $500,000 for reward money may also speak to how lethal potentially.
Yeah, and Harris, just really quickly on that, I was reading before, these pipe bombs were 1 by 8 inch pipes.
Only reason why I'm truly covering this, just like, look, dude, y'all fought me to cover Epstein. Like, I was like, bro, we done already covered it all. Go watch my old shit, But the reason why I'm covering this, because I just want to catch them in their lies, their inconsistencies, and see what the hell we had to deal with and what they're saying. And there's so much to see in between the lines. I don't know I can't tell you I believe any of this stuff, and I don't expect any of you guys to. That's why it's called a reaction. We're going to sit back and see what's right and what's wrong. I think we all know. If you don't know, hopefully you can learn.
Kitchen timers and homemade black powder. And I think that one of the reasons the FBI was so focused on this case is because they knew that this person who had the capability to make these bombs was still out there. Mm-hmm. So every single day that this person wasn't caught, could he do it again?
Well, hence, has he been in this house the whole time? We don't know. And was he there earlier? Is he there now? I mean, we would think that probably nobody would be in the house because we might see something like them pulling someone out at this point. But again, we don't know. What we do know now, though, is that they're treating that zone, that perimeter, with respect in terms of vetting and making sure there's no collateral damage from anything that may be there. I want to get this in. You know, over the years, we mentioned those nearly 5 years of conducting an investigation.
This is no more of a distraction than the fucking Epstein case that you're asking for, dummy. I'm just being honest. What's more of a distraction? They're the same thing. The Epstein case, dude, he's been dead for 6 years. Come on now, dude.
1,000 interviews, reviews of 40,000, nearly 40,000 video files. They looked at homes and businesses.
Piss off, you fucking weirdo.
All of those buildings, people that they talked with, all of that. That's a lot.
Exactly.
And again,
bro.
your question, a good one, Kaylee. Lisa, was it a tip? Was it one of those? Did they just get a break late in the case? Did they find something new?
Fucking, you're not American. Get out of here.
Nearly 5 years to
Nobody
find
says
this guy.
piss off.
Particularly when you look at the amount of resources that the Biden administration, the Biden DOJ, and the FBI put towards January 6th. I mean, they arrested and are charged.
Exactly. 5 years later. Yeah, all the information's just going to be chilling in evidence. Perfect. Yeah, right.
Over 1,500 people. They were able to find, you know, a grandmother or grandfather who spent 2 seconds inside of the Capitol, but you can't find the guy who laid the pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC. So that to me just raises questions about why they were not able to find that.
Let me just pause you for a second. Do you, the team in the booth, have the captures of him on video? And you can see he's completely covered from when this happened. I mean, part of the investigation, Lisa, at the very beginning is that they had nothing to work with.
Well, my question
in terms
is
of what they could see or trace. But go ahead.
But my question is,
there he is, bottom right.
Did the DOJ and the FBI under the Biden administration, did they put their priorities and the emphasis on the wrong things, right? Like finding people for political reasons, to drive up numbers, to exploit, to make January 6th a bigger deal. I mean, obviously it wasn't a great day. We'll all admit that. We've all said that it wasn't a good day. But did they drive up those numbers for political purposes, for a talking point, while missing the main person and one of the biggest people they should have been trying to find, which is the person who laid a pipe bomb, which was a viable pipe bomb, we've learned. So did they misplace their priorities and the time and the attention away from, you know, bigger issues and real things to go after, you know, grandmother and grandfather? Also, House Republicans put out a report in early 2025 laying out some of the issues with the way that investigators approached the pipe bomb investigation, not securing the perimeter, a variety of issues that took place there. So obviously we have a lot of questions. We need answers.
It's funny that it was never solved the 4 years Biden was president.
It's a great day to get this individual, but you know, we've got a lot to learn.
I guess 3 years if you want to consider it happened in 2020 or 2021 or whatever.
These are important questions, especially in the culture that we're in, that is including the assassination and assassination attempts, and I should say more than one assassination. That National Guardsman, Becky, or excuse me, Sarah Beckstrom. So as we look at this, we know that pipe bombs were planted outside both the RNC and DNC headquarters nearly 5 years ago. And this investigation now has been popped wide open. And the next short little while, we'll have a news conference. We'll get an update on all of this. And I think, Ari, you started us off with some fantastic questions that we'd have at this point.
You said the same thing more
you
than
can look
once.
at this and not mention the word terrorism. We don't know yet how it applies, but within a perimeter of Washington.
I swear to you, if I read your message the same fucking thing more than 3 times, I'm booting you.
Washington, D.C., 20 to 35 miles out, you've got this house. They're looking at this. The crime happened within the D.C. metro. That makes it federal. So I'm thinking what your thoughts are. You were stationed in the White House.
Well, by definition, this is terrorism. When you plant pipe bombs outside the 2 political parties, this is a terrorist act. You're trying to kill, destroy, depending on how strong those pipe bombs were, as many people as possible. But again, I go back to what's fundamentally on my mind is the connections. Was he acting alone? Was this supposed to be a diversion from other things that were happening on January 6th? Was this tied to the protest of January 6th? Or was it totally independent as a sole deranged person? That's what I want to hear at a news conference.
Yeah, at least I come back to you because that's almost a follow-up.
Yeah, and hopefully we get some answers too. I mean, look, the American people have been begging for transparency in all of this since January 6th. It was a huge talking point for the left.
heading into that midterm election, as well as even heading into the 2024 presidential election. Americans just deserve the truth, honesty, transparency. So I hope we get that in this press conference, laying out everything they know, telling the truth to the American people. But it's a good day that this individual, that he's been caught.
Well, I go back to what Clay Travis told me last hour, founder of Outkick and also an attorney. He had just interviewed in recent days the FBI director, Kash Patel. And he said that Kash Patel told him that there were going to be a few things popping off, opening up in terms of investigations. And this would appear to be one of those things. We are watching the breaking news in Woodbridge, Virginia, as federal agents have descended on a cul-de-sac, a very beautiful bucolic area outside of D.C.
Some stuff be happening in Virginia, man. Dang.
Where they say this is the home of the pipe bomb suspect, Brian Cole Jr. in his early 30s. Don't know how long he's been living in that home. Don't know if he's been there the entire time since the pipe bombings of nearly 5 years ago, or if this is a new residence for him. But they are treating it with forensic respect and making sure that there are no explosive devices or bomb-making materials that could be that. So as we watch this scene, we'll take a quick break and come back with the breaking news. Stay close.
Paul Morrow's a retired NYPD inspector and Fox News contributor. We're going to get to that news conference as soon as it's underway.
Almost.
But right now, what we have is that grainy surveillance
We're almost to the press conference. We're like a couple stories away.
footage, which is apparently what led them to this suspect. Your thoughts as we await a further update here?
So, Sandra, very often when there is so much time elapsed between the crime and the arrest, it does in fact come from a tip. Sometimes it's a situation where somebody gets arrested for something else and they bargain for a more lenient sentence.
Chat, didn't they say he was white? They said he was black. I heard he was multiple different colors. Did they? I mean, we're going to find out. But did you guys hear the original story? What color did they say he was? Chat.
And so they give somebody up, or because law enforcement has penetrated the comms, the communications. One of the things I think people don't realize is that because law enforcement, especially in the counterterrorism, disruption sort of world, one of the things law enforcement is constantly doing is churning intelligence, taking in leads and contextualizing that stuff to try to map the terrain. And a lot of it's very mundane. It's not very glamorous work. But what happens is you get a feel for where somebody who might do something like this could reside. And then what you do is you look for a way in. So if you have a group or something like that, that you know could have been responsible for something like this, you then look around the edges of it to see, is there a way we can pry this open and get to somebody who may be able to tell us what's going on in this group, no matter how secure the communications are. So that's the kind of thing I lean towards with 5 years having elapsed. If it is something like a physical,
that's what I thought.
Like they traced the sneakers or something like that.
Okay.
I'd be
Thank
surprised.
you, May.
And then you have to say to yourself, it is something like that.
Thank you, May. That's what I thought. I didn't want to speak out of line. I didn't want to go, and say what I thought and it be wrong. That's why I wanted to ask you guys first. You know, May, Father bless you, said it was a black guy, but CNN said he was a white man with his pickup as a black man. Huh, confusing. They don't know the difference between man, woman, black, white, right, wrong. These people are just disgusting. Hey, I'm down for accountability for all. Ryan, it's 10th time, and you got your DM for you to get your ass up here too when you're done. Check your shit. All right.
Why did it take 5 years?
Yeah, but apparently the sneakers are, I don't want to say they're rare, but they were sort of a limited edition like many Nike products. But apparently it was just going back over this. We'll get more of this in just a minute, but apparently it was just re-examining the evidence again and saying, oh, okay, what about this? So we don't know if they missed something in the initial go around or if they just, as you pointed out, decided, hey, well, maybe if we pull on this little piece of string, we'll find something else out. What about all of the conspiracy theories, Paul, that have surrounded this? The fact that, it was promised in the early going that the investigation wouldn't take very long, and that all got walked back, and it led to a lot of conspiracies on the far right that maybe the deep state was trying to suppress the investigation here.
Yeah, and one of the things that you can't ignore, John, and you're absolutely right, those things were legion online.
Is that better?
Was the fact that it was so adjacent to J6, and so those narratives sort of coincided And over the last 5 years, they've only grown. Now, we don't know.
Is that better, guys?
If this had anything to do with J6, and it could be coincidental. One of the things you often hear from people who want to make sort of dramatic statements is, I don't believe in coincidences and some things like that. And that's just the wrong take to go down. I mean, coincidences happen in law enforcement all the time. And you have to learn that sometimes they do matter and sometimes they don't. So let's see how this goes. The fact that it happened on the eve of J6 may, in fact, be a coincidence. It may have been a blind alley that held things up.
You know, Paul, going back to the fact that all we're working off of is that grainy surveillance footage, right, but it is enhanced video. I wonder sometimes when you talk about how long this took to play out, how much any technology where they were able to improve the way we can see in that video. Do you know of anything like that might have given them a better ability to identify this suspect?
So one of the things that has developed since then is the gate technology. Now, I saw the rudimentary sort of basics of that about 7-8 years ago when I was still working. It was demoed to me. The company actually wanted me to buy it for my for the unit and for NYPD writ large. And we ultimately didn't go with it. But my understanding is with the overlay of AI, that's come a long way. That said, you're not going to get probable cause just off of the gate. You're going to have to go down a lot of other lanes to build a case where you have probable cause to actually make an arrest. But look, it could have been a pointer or it could have been something else that allowed them to narrow the field. And they also...
I mean, this video is so busted. Is this the only video that they have or what?
Apparently we're able to, and the FBI does this very well. When it comes to tech,
because like they said, if this is the only video, if there's only little video, which there should be a lot more, it had to be a tip.
Stuff like this,
or the government, or it's all a psyop, which I think it's number 2.
They're very, very good, the best. What you can do is you can figure out things like height, weight, using comparisons to other physical constants that are in the video. And that's how reportedly they put the subject at about 5'7". They had a potential weight. Those are things that, again, can narrow things down. If you think you have a suspect that's back at 5'11", you know, okay, this is not our guy.
Yeah.
So all of those things put together. But I still lean, I got to say, towards some break that either off of the reward or somebody giving it up because they were in hot water, or they just penetrated the network somehow, which is something that the Bureau and intelligence agencies do all the time. And that does take a long time.
Paul, we should say that we're within a 2-minute warning of President Trump coming out with the presidents of the Republic of Congo and Rwanda as they're about to sign that peace agreement that the president brokered between them. But if we could, just in the few seconds as we're waiting for the president to come up, if you could go through, you know, because you've got through so many of these investigations, we're told that no new information came out from this review of the documents. So if you go back through all of the evidence and all of the investigation over the course of 4 years, give us an idea of how that can prompt a new lead.
Well, if that's the case, and that's new information to me, I had not heard that they didn't have anything new. So if that's the case, then, you know, look, sometimes fresh eyes really do matter. You go back to the case file, you got stuff all over the place. And you know what reminds me of a little bit of the Gilgo Beach case here in New York, where all it took was fresh eyes and some management. They went at that case and they just took all the same material, but they went at it with a fresh look and they made sure that all the pieces were synchronized and everybody was talking to each other. They were all on the same page and they began to put together a profile. That could be what happened here when they got all the disparate pieces together. They put everybody in one room. They checked their egos at the door. All of a sudden, they start to...
Honestly, you'll know when the Patriots start doing their thing, because they won't F everything up. These are all botched everythings. Trust me, you'll know.
Put things together that they hadn't seen previously. So if, in fact, there was nothing new and they were just going off the physical evidence that they had, you got to say, then, this is a real victory for this current FBI, because they had 5 years to put this thing together and they had not until they took this fresh look. More power to them.
This was obviously one of the first major breakthroughs of so many mysteries surrounding what was obviously a very chaotic day. Do you imagine they'll discover anything else along the way, or this will help to lead to anything else new?
Well, you know, that's a salient question, because the truth of the matter is that very, very rarely, does it happen? Sure, but very rarely do criminals, and especially something like this, do they act completely alone. And that's why I was talking about a network or a cell or a group. Very often they cajole themselves into doing these kinds of things. They cheerlead each other that they're on the side of the righteous and that what they're doing is justified. So there very well could be some other pieces here that are still left to be picked up.
All right, Paul, thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us on that breaking news. Zahler, Pam Bondi.
As you all know now, early this morning, Brian Cole Jr. was arrested and charged with placing the pipe bombs at the RNC and
So the person that said so Trump could release drug traffickers, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you Biden pardoned 39 drug traffickers in December of 2024. 39, just so you know. So keep your energy,
the DNC on January 5th, 2021. He has been charged with violating 18 USC 844, which is use of an explosive device. This investigation is ongoing. As we speak, search warrants are being executed, and there could be more charges to come. I'm going to let our U.S. attorney discuss that shortly. This was the work of multiple agencies working together. This morning's operation was carried out safely and successfully. We know that there are so many issues when you're issuing search warrants. Dangerous things can happen, and this was carried out safely and securely thanks to all of the people standing around me. They have worked tirelessly on this. Today's arrest happened because the Trump administration has made this case a priority. The total lack of movement on this case in our nation's capital undermined the public trust of our enforcement agencies. This cold case languished for 4 years until Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino came to the FBI. The FBI, along with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our prosecutors, have worked tirelessly for months, sifting through evidence that had been sitting at the FBI with the Biden administration for 4 long years. Let me be clear, there was no new tip, there was no new witness, just good, diligent police work and
Pam Bondi was part of the prosecuting side that gave Jeffrey Epstein the sweet deal in Florida. That's how little you guys know about this case.
prosecutorial work, working as a team along with ATF, Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and of course, the FBI. We are working every day to restore the public's trust. We hope that today is a significant step towards that progress. We'll share more information when we can and when it unfolds. I cannot stress enough how hard Director Patel and Director Bongino have worked for months.
No, she was. I'm not going to sit here in front. She definitely was. She gave him that sweet deal. For sure. Anybody that denies that shit, you're not telling, you don't want the truth. You don't want the truth.
To make our nation's capital safer and to make our country safer. I'd like to introduce now Director Patel.
Agree.
Thank you, General. When you attack American citizens, when you attack our institutions of legislation, when you attack our nation's capital, you attack the very being of our way of life. And this FBI and this Department of Justice stand here to tell you that we will always refute it and combat it. We will provide the safest country the nation has ever seen under President Trump's leadership here. And that's what we did here today with great resolve on a case of massive public importance, as it should be. An individual who is now alleged to have placed multiple explosive devices to blow up multiple people and multiple officials, innocent civilians, is now arrested thanks to the brave men and women of the FBI and the interagency. I want to take a moment to thank the Metropolitan Police Department, the United States Capitol Police, our brave prosecutors, the Department of Justice, and our leader, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, whose relentless work on this case made this possible. As the Attorney General said, we did not discover any new information. What we did, an investigation spearheaded by the Deputy Director and the ADIC of our Washington field office, brought in a new team of investigators and experts, re-examined every piece of evidence, sifted through all the data, something that the prior administration refused and failed to do. As a result of that, we generated numerous investigative leads, executed multiple legal process with our U.S. attorney partners, and came to this conclusion today. And that is why we were able to safely secure this individual into custody. Remember, we are dealing with an individual who is alleged to have made bombs. We cannot do this sort of takedown in haste because it endangers the lives of law enforcement. And this FBI will never allow the lives of law enforcement and our prosecutors to be put in jeopardy. This execution was flawless in terms of teamwork, resilience, and just a good old-fashioned way of police getting the job done. When you let good cops be cops, this is what happens. I'm eternally grateful to the team behind me, to the leadership at the FBI who made this possible. But I do want to highlight when I introduced the deputy, he made this case and so many others, including Summer Heat, his priority to come in here and solve it for the American people. And today, I'm proud to stand here before you and say, we solved it. He will have his day in court. The American public and the world will learn even more information through the legal process. As we have committed under this Attorney General, we are the most transparent law enforcement operation in U.S. history, but we are also going to make sure accountability is delivered to its fullest extent. And that happens in the courts of law with our U.S. attorneys and our prosecutors. So we will divulge information when it is prudent and constitutionally permissible while upholding the safeguards of this case to make sure that the people that this individual intended to victimize get the accountability they deserve. And most importantly, to deliver on President Trump's promise to secure our nation's capital and the rest.
If you wonder why you got deleted,
that Americans are allowed to go out free and securely in their neighborhoods, and that people around the world are allowed to visit our nation's capital, and they now have that trust thanks to the leadership of the FBI, the Washington Field Office, and I'm honored now to introduce to you Deputy Director Bongino, who spearheaded this investigation.
I'm just gonna say to the people that keep saying he pardoned a drug trafficker. I just told you Biden pardoned 39. I could go down every president, and I guarantee you every president has.
Thank you all for being here for this critical investigation we've been working on for a very long time. We deeply appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words, Attorney General and Director. I appreciate it. Folks, this is what it's like when you work for a president who tells you to go get the bad guys and stop focusing on other extraneous things not related to law enforcement. This is what happens. We had a great team. I know it's said a lot in this business. It was a team effort. It becomes cliche, but cliches are useful for a reason because they matter. And this was a team effort. The director and the attorney general emphasized that it was not a new public tip. This was our internal work at the FBI. And I want to just really express my sincere.
Well,
all right, so that news conference is now wrapping. Dan Bongino up at the microphone there. Pam Bondi making the announcement of this arrest of the D.C. pipe bomber. Gosh, 5 years later, John, just a remarkable development. It all came down to that very grainy video that they were able to enhance and determine who this was and make the arrest.
Yeah, clearly some sort of technical error going on with the news conference there. We'll get back to it if we can. Right now, let's bring in Paul Moore, a retired NYPD inspector, attorney and Fox News contributor. So as we suspected before, Paul, no new information, no new tips. They just brought in a fresh team with a fresh set of eyes, and they went through all of the evidence and developed, according to Kash Patel, multiple leads that finally led them to 30-year-old Brian Cole of Woodbridge, Virginia, who is now in custody in his home being examined by the authorities.
Yeah, John. So of the two possibilities that we posited, it looks like it was B, which is there was nothing new. It was just a set of fresh eyes, a new task force where everybody got on the same page. And, you know, look, you do have to say to yourself, after all of this time, what was it that they found that was so new that allowed them to get so far on this case relatively quickly? I mean, if you think about it, the administration here is what now, 10, 11 months old. They probably didn't get going on this until a few months into it, and yet they buttoned it up. And so you have to say, assuming that this guy is the right guy and he's innocent until proven guilty, you have to say that this was really yeoman's work. I go back to the example I used earlier about the Gilgo killings. That was a case where the possibility of a suspect was just laying there. You just had to put all the pieces together. And it looks like that's what they did here. They found some minutia that made all of this make sense. They corroborated it, and then they ran this operation to do the search warrants. I don't know what they did at the house. They keep alluding to how it was safely done. I'm wondering if maybe they sent in the robot because they weren't sure if there were going to be other bombs there. We have to get a little bit more context about who this guy was and what he was up to, because it looks like a pretty nice neighborhood, and yet there is this patina of him being an anarchist. Some of this doesn't quite track.
Okay, so the announcement is that this pipe bomb suspect has been charged with the use of an explosive device. And Paul, you just have to wonder if over 5 years, you just wonder what this investigation. Okay, all right. I believe we have the shot back. Let's head back to the news conference and the announcement. Listen.
To identifying the pipe bomber cannot be overstated. It is the resolve and determination of our investigators that ultimately led to the identification and the arrest of this suspect. We all know pipe bombs are dangerous, not because of the potential loss of life, damage to property, or injury that they can cause, but also because they are tools that terrorize our community. Fortunately, these bombs did not explode, although they certainly could have. But make no mistake, the alleged pipe bomber did terrorize our community. Today's actions underscore the long memory and the long reach of the FBI and our partners. I know some people had given up on finding the perpetrator, but not the FBI and not our partners. We do not forget, we do not give up, and we do not relent.
Hold on, Ryan.
Though it had been nearly 5 years, our team continued to churn through massive amounts of data and tips that we used to identify this suspect. I want to thank Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino for their leadership and for providing us the resources and the personnel to reevaluate all of the data that we had. We dove into more than 3 million lines of data to come up with this suspect. Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, thank you for your support. Thank you for your passion. And thank you for your investment in this investigation. From me, on behalf of the investigators, the Washington Field Office, and all of our partners, thank you. I'd also like to thank Judge Pirro. Judge, your team and you are absolutely amazing. You're the type of prosecutors and U.S. attorney that all of the investigators across the country want to work with. They're hard-nosed and they're aggressive. And thank you for that. I'd also like to thank the American public for providing tips and leads, not just on this case, but every day on cases across the country that are being solved by law enforcement. And finally, I want to commend all of the members of the Washington Field Office, and most specifically, the investigative team. Their diligence and persistence led to this arrest today. And they are absolutely, totally dedicated, not only to this case, but every case they work. So thank you, Washington Field Office. Last, I will say our work is not done. The FBI will continue to pursue every lead and use every resource that we have to ensure that the DC pipe bomber is brought to justice. Thank you.
Not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. President Trump responded and says Fox News polls can't be trusted. Now, Newsmax is conducting its own poll on President Trump's job performance. It takes just a minute to vote. So let us know what you think if President Trump is doing a good job. We at Newsmax want to know your opinion. So make sure you vote and your voice is heard. Vote today.
What the?
This video of me isn't really me. It's my AI clone, and it can make content 100
That's
times
scary
faster.
right there, you guys. It's seriously scary.
You keep hearing the words partnership and team. And that's what we are. And we could not do this without our U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro. Jeanine, from day one, has worked tirelessly for our country and for our nation's capital. It's my honor to introduce my friend, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro.
Thank you very much, Attorney General. And you have been listening to a lot of thank yous and a lot of gratitude. The reason that we're thanking each other to the extent that we are today is because we have seen in this case an incredible collaboration around the clock, in the middle of the night. It doesn't matter. We call each other, we make contact, they need a warrant, they need something, someone wants legal advice. These are the men and women who never give it up. You hear about government employees, but I don't know if you really realize what it is that they do. They are incredible, and this case is big. 4 years, 10 months, and 28 days ago, an individual placed a bomb in the vicinity of both the RNC and the DNC. And for that amount of time, that individual evaded accountability. Today, as a result of the cumulative efforts of the men and women in the FBI and the police department and the Department of Justice, we are finally able to make an arrest of an individual by the name of Brian Cole. As the Attorney General has indicated, he is arrested for transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce, as well as destruction by means of explosive materials. You know, folks, this case involved millions of pieces of data. And it is a huge win because it was like finding a needle in a haystack. So much of this evidence was very specific, but a lot of it was also very general. For example, there were 233,000 black end caps of the type that were used in this case. I want you to think about the fact that the FBI had to go through the sale of every one of them to try to find commonality with an individual, along with the purchase of the pipe itself, the cap ends, the wires, the steel, and the 9-volt batteries. Every one of those had to be mined and remined to the point where we were able to then connect. And make no mistake, it was this administration, it was this president who made the decision that we were going to use all of our efforts to get it done, and get it done they did. Finally, let me say this. Today begins the formal process of accountability, where this defendant will begin his journey through the criminal justice system. And I pledge to you that the United States Attorney's Office will take this case across the finish line. Again, thank you to the incredible work of the FBI, to the Attorney General, and to our local partners as well. This is a job that I think was well done.
The Ticket to Work program is a government-funded program providing very powerful incentives to Social Security disability.
Thank you. President Trump's directive to all of us was to not only make America safe again, but DC, and to make it safe and beautiful. We could not have done that without our partnership with Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith. It is my honor to introduce Metropolitan Police Department Chief Smith.
Good afternoon, and thank you, everyone. I am Chief Pamela Smith, Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, and FBI Director Patel for having me here today. For nearly 5 years, the agencies standing here today have worked together under the leadership of the FBI to locate our suspect who is responsible for the 2 pipe bombs that were placed around our city. MPD members assigned to the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force have supported this case from the beginning. That supports include looking, reviewing, and going through countless, probably thousands of hours of CCTV footage from around the DNC and RNC headquarters, and they followed up on hundreds and thousands of leads from members of our communities. What I will say today is that Washingtonians can rest easier today, knowing that the suspect responsible for this act is now in custody. This morning's arrest is yet another reminder that committing any act with the intention of harming the residents and visitors of the District of Columbia will result in your arrest. The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, the ATF, the U.S. Capitol Police, and certainly the prosecutors at our U.S. Attorney's Office will go to the furthest length. I heard somebody say to the end of the earth, but thank God we didn't have to go to the end of the earth today, that we were able to bring this subject into custody. I want to commend the men and women of the FBI and the members of the Metropolitan Police Department and all of the agencies who are standing behind me today on a job well done. I will turn it over now to Attorney General Bundy.
We're going to take some questions. Just remember, as I said in the beginning, this is ongoing. It's very active. The search warrants are still being executed. Many charges potentially to come. So just keep that in mind when asking your questions.
Jake, Fox News. So you said it had been nearly 5 years ago. You said there had been no new evidence. So can you say anything about the evidence that actually did lead to this arrest? And then secondarily, you're talking about additional charges possibly. Can you say what you're considering, or terrorism charges, or what?
We can't discuss new charges, of course, yet, ongoing. But what I will say is this is why this was so incredibly important, more than any other case, is this is in our nation's capital where this happened. And now, thanks to the FBI, we know that this defendant was living just miles away from here in Virginia. So as to the evidence in the case, I'm going to let Director Patel take that, but it's still very active and very ongoing.
Thank you, General. And as I stated earlier, and as the General has already reiterated, our job is to provide full accountability in the court of law with Judge Pirro's team. And in order to do that, we have to preserve the chain of custody and evidentiary value. What I will say generally is that when you go through 3 million lines of information, y'all can think about the amount of cell phone data that has to be ingested and triangulated and dumped and received. You also have to think of just sheer human ingenuity. We brought in a team of experts who are the best at what they do in their specific fields to reevaluate that evidence, to dive back in, and to not come back with a no for an answer until they had found the suspect. And when you develop evidence, you get a search warrant. And when you get a search warrant, you get an address. And when you get an address, you hit the house. And that's what we did.
Sadie, Wall Street Journal.
Hi there. So what can you tell us about this person's motivations and whether they were driven by politics or for any other reason why?
Right now it's ongoing. Again, we just executed the search warrant early this morning. It's ongoing, but America's safer, DC's safer because he's in custody.
Mary Margaret, Daily Wire.
Thank you so much. So any theory on why Kamala Harris has never mentioned coming within 20 feet of being assassinated, and any news on why her Secret Service team took so long to find this bomb at the DNC?
No, but what I will tell you is that evidence has been sitting there collecting dust. This wasn't a new tip. It wasn't some new evidence. It was the hard work of President Trump's administration, Deputy Director Bongino and Director Patel. I watched them from day one come in here and say, we are going to solve this crime. And they did, working hand in hand with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our great attorneys.
Pierre, ABC.
General Bondi, Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino. Can you describe, was there a particular moment where the evidence is coming in and it's starting to look like progress is being made? What was the moment that you knew that you were on the road to solving the case?
I was smiling at you because I certainly remember the moment. Darren remembers it too. He said, "Are you sitting down?" He called me on the phone. I said, "Oh boy, why? Is this bad news?" And he said, "I think we got him." What exactly that tip was, we're going to have to pass on that for right now while we're still, obviously we're in the prologue of a long book. This is just the beginning. This is not the end of the investigation, as you all well know, having reported on these for a long time. There's interviews to be conducted. The search warrant processing scene is not even done. So we're at the early stages. So that's the only reason I hesitate to tell you what the exact tip was. But yes, that was absolutely the moment. And it was due to the diligent and incredible work of a team in the Washington field office that came in and just scoured through this over and over and over and over again.
Forensic? Was it a phone call? Was it something about a vehicle?
We'll just leave it generally forensic evidence. Yeah, it's fair enough to say. Excuse me?
How long ago that was?
I'd rather not say because of the ongoing interview process, and I don't want to. Yeah.
I just want to add something to tell you how thorough this team was. That moment that was kind of like the aha moment, that wasn't the end. This team continued to work and work and work to get every bit of evidence that we could get. We didn't stop at that. And that's a testament to the fact.
Good morning, Kikis.
That the team wanted every possible piece of evidence that they could gather.
One more?
One more, Kelly O'Donnell.
Thank you, sir. Have you recovered the notable sneakers? Have you done surveillance of this suspect from that aha moment to when you exercised the search warrants today? And obviously this happened on January 5th into January 6th. How should the public look at this case separate from all of the cases related to what transpired on January 6th and the president's subsequent pardons?
I'm going to let Director Patel take the evidence part. We have to be careful again. You've asked very good investigative questions, but this is ongoing, very active. But America should feel safer today. We say a pipe bomb. These are bombs. These were live, active bombs that were placed in Washington, D.C. Director.
Thank you. This shows you how much detail you and the American public have paid attention to this case. Of course, we analyzed everything that you're seeing on this poster board and information that you will see.
Yes, nobody cares. Hold on.
Process. But we want to let.
Yes, Cash, we very little paid attention to this stupid PSYOP case. You're right. There was a lot of other things going on, especially in 2020. Everybody knows what happened in 2020 through 2023. Nobody gave a shit about something that failed. It was just another PSYOP that you losers always do.
That evidence speak for itself because, again, we do not want to disrupt the accountability that we owe the American public. Yes, you heard about the cell phone tower data. Yes, you heard about, of course, we surveil individuals who we think we're going to blow up American citizens. But how and when we do it and why we do it is not something we're ever going to reveal unless the Department of Justice deems it fit at trial. So we appreciate your attention to detail and your hardcore investigative work. But you can just imagine some of those same skills are being utilized by this FBI, this Department of Justice, our partners, the ATF, and everybody across the board. And this is an
Back to the news conference and the announcement. Listen.
To identifying the pipe bomber cannot be overstated. It is the resolve and determination of our investigators that ultimately led to the identification and the arrest of this suspect. We all know pipe bombs are dangerous. Not because of the potential loss of life, damage to property, or injury that they can cause, but also because they are tools that terrorize our community. Fortunately, these bombs did not explode, although they certainly could have. But make no mistake, the alleged pipe bomber did terrorize our community. Today's actions underscore the long memory and the long reach of the FBI and our partners. I know some people had given up on finding the perpetrator, but not the FBI and not our partners. We do not forget, We do not give up. We do not relent. Though it had been nearly 5 years.
I really just feel cap. The only one up there that has any type of gumption to her is fucking Judge Jeanine Pirro, bro. She's a gangster, bro. All the rest of these people, bro, go somewhere.
Team continued to churn through massive amounts of data and tips that we used to identify this suspect.
Is it doing that thing?
I want to thank Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino for their leadership and for providing us the resources and the personnel to reevaluate all of the data that we had. We dove into more than 3 million lines of data to come up with this suspect. Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, thank you for your support. Thank you for your passion. And thank you for your investment in this investigation. From me, on behalf of the investigators, the Washington Field Office, and all of our partners, thank you. I'd also like to thank Judge Pirro. Judge, your team and you are absolutely amazing. You're the type of prosecutors and U.S. attorney, that all of the investigators across the country want to work with. They're hard-nosed and they're aggressive. Thank you for that. I'd also like to thank the American public for providing tips and leads, not just on this case, but every day on cases across the country that are being solved by law enforcement. And finally, I want to commend all of the members of the Washington Field Office, and most specifically, the investigative team. Their diligence and persistence led to this arrest today. And they are absolutely, totally dedicated, not only to this case, but every case they work. So thank you, Washington Field Office. Last, I will say our work is not done. The FBI will continue to pursue every lead and use every resource that we have to ensure that the DC pipe bomber is brought to justice. Thank you.
To start a podcast with Riverside, all you need is a concept and a way to record it. Here's how it works. First, go to riverside.fm and open an account, and then you'll...
You keep hearing the words partnership and team, and that's what we are. And we could not do this without our U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro. Jeanine, from day one, has worked tirelessly for our country and for our nation's capital. It's my honor to introduce my friend, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro.
Thank you very much, Attorney General. And you have been listening to a lot of thank yous and a lot of gratitude. The reason that we're thanking each other to the extent that we are today is because we have seen in this case an incredible collaboration around the clock, in the middle of the night. It doesn't matter. We call each other, we make contact, they need a warrant, they need something, someone wants legal advice. These are the men and women who never give it up. You hear about government employees, but I don't know if you really realize what it is that they do. They are incredible, and this case is big. 4 years, 10 months, and 28 days ago, an individual placed a bomb in the vicinity of both the RNC and the DNC. And for that amount of time, that individual evaded accountability. Today, as a result of the cumulative efforts of the men and women in the FBI and the police department and the Department of Justice, we are finally able to make an arrest of an individual by the name of Brian Cole. As the Attorney General has indicated, he is arrested for transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce, as well as the attempted malicious destruction by means of explosive materials. You know, folks, this case involved millions of pieces of data. And it is a huge win because it was like finding a needle in a haystack. So much of this evidence was very specific, but a lot of it was also very general. For example, There were 233,000 black end caps of the type that were used in this case. I want you to think about the fact that the FBI had to go through the sale of every one of them to try to find commonality with an individual, along with the purchase of the pipe itself, the cap ends, the wires, the steel, and the 9-volt batteries. Every one of those had to be mined and remined to the point where we were able to then connect. And make no mistake, it was this administration, it was this president who made the decision that we were going to use all of our efforts to get it done, and get it done, they did. Finally, let me say this. Today begins the formal process of accountability, where this defendant will begin his journey through the criminal justice system. And I pledge to you that the United States Attorney's Office will take this case across the finish line. Again, thank you to the incredible work of the FBI, to the Attorney General, and to our local partners as well. This is a job that I think was well done.
Thank you. President Trump's directive to all of us was to not only make America safe again, but DC, and to make it safe and beautiful. We could not have done that without our partnership with Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith. It is my honor to introduce Metropolitan Police Department Chief Smith.
I would say it's like having another producer in the room that knows exactly what your song needs. This is co-producer, the fastest.
Good afternoon, and thank you, everyone. I am Chief Pamela Smith, Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro, and FBI Director Patel for having me here today. For nearly 5 years, the agencies standing here today have worked together under the leadership of the FBI to locate our suspect who is responsible for the 2 pipe bombs that were placed around our city. MPD members assigned to the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force have supported this case from the beginning. That supports include looking, reviewing, and going through countless, probably thousands of hours of CCTV footage from around the DNC and RNC headquarters, and they followed up on hundreds and thousands of leads from members of our communities. What I will say today is that Washingtonians can rest easier today, knowing that the suspect responsible for this act is now in custody. This morning's arrest is yet another reminder that committing any act with the intention of harming the residents and visitors of the District of Columbia will result in your arrest. The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, the ATF, the U.S. Capitol Police, and certainly the prosecutors at our U.S. Attorney's Office will go to the furthest length. I heard somebody say to the end of the earth, but thank God we didn't have to go to the end of the earth today, that we were able to bring this subject into custody. I want to commend the men and women of the FBI and the members of the Metropolitan Police Department and all of the agencies who are standing behind me today on a job well done. I will turn it over now to Attorney General Bondi.
We're going to take some questions. Just remember, as I said in the beginning, this is ongoing. It's very active. The search warrants are still being executed. Many charges potentially to come. So just keep that in mind when asking your questions.
Jake, Fox News.
So you said it had been nearly 5 years, we all know that, and that you said there had been no new evidence. So can you say anything about the evidence that actually did lead to this arrest? And then secondarily, you're talking about additional charges possibly. Can you say what those you might be considering, or terrorism charges, or what?
We can't discuss new charges, of course, yet, ongoing. But what I will say is this is why this was so incredibly important, more than any other case, is this is in our nation's capital where this happened. And now, thanks to the FBI, we know that this defendant was living just miles away from here in Virginia. So as to the evidence in the case, I'm going to let Director Patel take that, but it's still very active and very ongoing.
Thank you, General. And as I stated earlier, and as the General has already reiterated, our job is to provide full accountability in the court of law with Judge Pirro's team. And in order to do that, we have to preserve the chain of custody and evidentiary value. What I will say generally is that when you go through 3 million lines of information, y'all can think about the amount of cell phone data that has to be ingested and triangulated and dumped and received. You also have to think of just sheer human ingenuity. We brought in a team of experts who are the best at what they do in their specific fields to reevaluate that evidence, to dive back in, and to not come back with a no for an answer until they have found the suspect. And when you develop evidence, you get a search warrant. And when you get a search warrant, you get an address. And when you get an address, you hit the house. And that's what we did.
Sadie, Wall Street Journal.
Hi there. So what can you tell us about this person's motivations and whether they were driven by politics or for any other reason why?
Right now it's ongoing. Again, we just executed the search warrant early this morning. It's ongoing, but America is safer, DC is safer because he's in custody.
Mary Margaret, Daily Wire.
Thank you so much. So any theory on why Kamala Harris has never mentioned coming within 20 feet of being assassinated, and any news on why her Secret Service team took so long to find this bomb?
Did we hear this already? Or am I tripping?
What I will tell you is that evidence has been sitting there collecting dust. This wasn't a new tip. It wasn't some new evidence. It was the hard work of President Trump's administration, Deputy Director Bongino and Director Patel. I watched them from day one come in here and say, we are going to solve this crime. And they did, working hand in hand with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our great attorneys.
Pierre.
Why would I believe this? Why am I not buying this at all, bro?
Can you describe, was there a particular moment where the evidence is coming in and it's starting to look like progress is being made? What was the moment that you knew that you were on the road to solving the case?
Yeah, he is actually.
I was smiling at you because
Kinda is there, Jay.
With AI, you can create
any character you want.
real life,
Fantasy, sci-fi,
even animation.
certainly.
I mean, he kind of is. Dude, he's a beady little. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not feeling him today at all.
Remember the moment. Darren remembers it too. He said, "Are you sitting down?" He called me on the phone. I said, "Oh boy, why? Is this bad news?" And he said, "I think we got him." What exactly that tip was, we're going to have to pass on that for right now while we're still, obviously we're in the prologue of a long.
This whole thing just smells like a psyop to me, dude. It just does. It's just like the whole entire J6 date. It all. It just seems like bullshit.
Long book. This is just the beginning. This is not the end of the investigation, as you all well know, having reported on these for a long time. There's interviews to be conducted. The search warrant processing scene is not even done. So we're at the early stages. So that's the only reason I hesitate to tell you what the exact tip was. But yes, that was absolutely the moment. And it was due to the diligent and incredible work of a team in the Washington field office that came in and just scoured through this over and over and over and over again.
In general, was it forensic? Was it a phone call? Was it something about a vehicle?
I'd rather, we'll just leave it generally forensic evidence. Yeah, it's fair enough to say. Excuse me?
How long ago that was?
I'd rather not say because of the ongoing interview process, and I don't want to. Yeah.
I just want to add something to tell you how thorough this team was. That moment that was kind of like the aha moment, that wasn't the end. This team continued to work and work and work to get every bit of evidence that we could get. We didn't stop at that moment. And that's a testament to the fact that the team wanted every possible piece of evidence that they could gather.
One more?
Actually, one more. Kelly O'Donnell, NBC.
Thank you so much. Have you recovered the notable sneakers? Have you done surveillance of this suspect from that aha moment to when you exercised the search warrants today? And obviously this happened on January 5th into January 6th. How should the public look at this case separate from all of the cases related to what transpired on January 6th and the president's subsequent pardons.
I'm going to let Director Patel take the evidence part. We have to be careful again. You've asked very good investigative questions, but this is ongoing, very active. But America should feel safer today. We say a pipe bomb. These are bombs. These were live, active bombs that were placed in Washington, D.C. Director.
What happened though? Nothing.
Thank you. This shows you how much detail you and the American public have paid attention to this case. Of course, we analyzed
did hear
everything.
this. We did hear this part. Fucking dickhead. This seems how much you Americans really paid attention to the case. We already heard this dude say that. Bro, nobody cared. Nobody cared. I'm going to leave it be. I feel like we already heard this. I don't care no more. This shit's driving me insane. There's new stuff that's emerged. I'll go back to it. I can't listen to any more of it for the time being because it just feels so what's it called? Psyopy, annoying as shit. Doesn't have nothing to do with anything, bro. They keep talking about Kamala. Ryan, hit them damn things, bro. No caps, bro. They keep talking about this same thing. But there's now Russia. We've got Epstein, and we got this. I mean, they're just bringing up every old thing. What are they, out of shit to do? They couldn't think of any other false flags to do? For real? You're going to bring up this? I don't even really remember. I remember them being placed at the RNC and DNC, and then, like, nothing happened. Like, the fact that they're making it like this, it's like, okay, why are you distracting us from what? I don't understand other than the stuff we already know about. All right, I'm going to go to this because people were saying that Trump doesn't do peace deals, and I'm not sitting here trying to defend the guy. Really not. But, like, everything that people say, I like to just debunk your shit. That's all. I like to just debunk you. And here he is because remember we said he tried with the Congo once. It didn't work. Here he is trying again. He didn't give up on him.
It's truly incredible setting. It's very few places I've seen like this. In this holy season, we prepare to celebrate the birth of the Prince of Peace. We have come to the U.S. Institute of Peace to sign a historic agreement that will end one of the longest running conflicts anywhere in the world, with far more than 10 million people killed. Today, we commit to stopping decades of violence and bloodshed and to begin a new era of harmony and cooperation between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. I want to thank the two courageous leaders. They are courageous leaders. They really are courageous leaders, great people. President Tshisekedi of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and President
Did you hear him say that?
of Rwanda. They are amazing people, and they had stories to tell me that were incredible. Really fascinating in so many different ways. Sad and beautiful, both sad and beautiful, and today makes them beautiful.
Stock patterns that happen year after year. Sign up now and see them for yourself. Markets can be unpredictable.
I've just held really fantastic meetings with both men and representatives of other countries where we discuss the importance of upholding this new agreement. Very detailed, powerful agreement. I also want to thank several foreign guests and dignitaries in attendance to celebrate this magnificent event, including the president of Angola. Please, would you stand? And so great to see you. Thank you. The president of Burundi. Thank you very much. Great to see you again. The president of Kenya. We have the Olympics here. You know, they do very well in the Olympics. Those runners, I don't know what the heck you do with those runners. I've been watching them for a long time. So we have the Olympics coming to the United States. You know that. Thank you very much. And you'll come as our guest. Thank you.
Funny.
And the president of the Council of Ministers of Togo.
There's
Thank
some
you.
runners.
Thank you very
Oh,
much.
thank you. No
The vice
cap, bro. Come
president
on, man.
of Uganda. Thank you. It's such a beautiful color. Like, all these guys are wearing these dark suits. You just stand out for a lot of reasons.
I don't
Beautiful.
know, bro.
The foreign ministers of Qatar.
Oh,
Thank
it was
you.
in,
Thank you very much. Say hello to my friend, great man.
I definitely don't remember the Olympics being in Kenya or Africa, even at that matter. Definitely Qatar, but I don't know about the other one.
And the United Arab Emirates. Thank you. Thank you. My regards, right? And the chairman of the African Union Commission.
The only thing I remember in Kenya was Obama.
Who's done a fantastic job, and thank you for all your help. We appreciate all your help. Special group of people.
I remember.
Very special thanks as well to Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Thank you,
Marco,
Keith.
please say- Thank you. And thank you for putting a certain name on that building. I said, boy, that is beautiful. That blew up last night. They said, that's a great honor. We use this building. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. I assume you had a lot to do with that. Just a little bit. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Senior Advisor for Africa, Masad Boulos, who's been fantastic. Thank you, Masad. All of these people, every one of them were indispensable in forging this agreement. Let me also recognize Senators Mike Rounds and Lindsey Graham. Lindsey, thank you. Mike, wherever you may be. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Representatives Ronnie Jackson. Where's Ronnie? Ronnie is a great guy. He won his race in Texas by 48 points, right? So I don't have to ask if he's in any. I don't even have to endorse him anymore. It doesn't matter. Save the paper, right? Great job. Chris Smith. Chris. Thank you, Chris. Great. Good job. Trent Kelly. Trent. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the acting president of the Institute for Peace, Darren Beatty. Thank you, Darren, very much. Thank you very much, Darren. For more than 30 years, one of the worst conflicts on earth has been raging in eastern Congo. Millions and millions of people have been tragically killed, went on forever, and countless more have been displaced from their homes. Families have been destroyed. It's been a disaster. Many administrations have tried, but probably not too hard, knowing who preceded me. But they tried. It says they've tried, but we tried harder to end this conflict. But they've accomplished, obviously, they accomplished very little because the killing went on at levels that just got worse and worse. And today we're succeeding where so many others have failed. And this has become the 8th war that we've ended in less than 1 year. Such an exciting thing to do. This has been a really, because we're talking about 30 years of fighting, 30 years, much more than 10 million lives. Last June, thanks to the efforts of Secretary Rubio and Mr. Boulos, Rwanda and the DRC reached a landmark agreement to move toward peace. They started the process. I met with some of their great representatives who are here also.
Dang, man.
We started a great process. The compact we're signing today, which will be known as the Washington Accords, everybody sort of liked that name, formalizes the terms agreed to in June, including a permanent ceasefire, the disarmament of non-state forces, provisions for refugees to return to their homes, and justice and accountability for those who have committed illegal atrocities. Very importantly, this agreement also...
He's trying, man. A lot of the wars that he's trying to stop are ongoing feuds that some of them are hundreds of years old. So, I mean, he's trying, I guess. I don't know. I mean, that's what they tell us. I don't know if he is. I mean, Looks like he is. I mean, this is his second time in the Congo, or having he's in the Congo now, having them come to the White House and doing this.
Creates a new framework for economic prosperity. There's tremendous wealth in the.
You can't make people have peace. You can't make them like each other, but you could try.
And that beautiful earth, it's beautiful earth, but it was stained badly with blood, tremendous amounts of blood.
That was the most quiet commercial ever.
In the region that will support a lasting peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Agreed to more closely integrate their economies.
That's smoke, Mimsy. I know you said you'll come back when it's smoke time. I didn't get to catch me. It's always smoke time, Mimsy.
With each other rather than fighting, and they'll be doing that. And, these two gentlemen are very.
Give them my cookies, bro.
I think they liked each other a lot. I spent time with them. I think they liked some people may be surprised. I really do. I think they've spent a lot of time killing each other, and now they're going to spend a lot of time hugging, holding hands, and taking advantage of the United States of America economically, like every other country does. So they're going to do very well, but they do have some very valuable things. They're going to have a lot of money and a lot of success, and I think they're going to get along really well. So I hope so. Thank you very much. Look at them. Look at the way they love each other. Thank you. So I have a lot of confidence in both leaders. We'll keep these commitments. I know they're going to keep them and follow through on the agreement and create a future for the people of their countries. And they're heroes within their countries because of today. And this is a big story. And so much is being written and said. All of the newscasts have it at the top of the list. And they are heroes. And we want to keep it that way. Today, the United States is also signing our own bilateral agreements with the Congo and Rwanda that will unlock new opportunities for the United States to access critical minerals and provide economic benefits for everybody. And we'll be involved with sending some of our biggest and greatest companies over to the two countries. And we're going to take out some of the rare earth and take out some of the assets and pay and everything.
This sounds sketchy right here. I mean, what? Okay, I need to look more into that before I start getting out of pocket. But just hearing this sounds a little sketchy.
Everybody's going to make a lot of money. These are just.
Hey, let's dig into our rare minerals. Let's fuck up the earth.
Two of the many new agreements related to mineral supplies that my administration has achieved this year, including with Australia, Japan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, South Korea, and many other countries. With all of these agreements, we're forging new economic security.
Sorry, I had to hit the button.
Interests of America, our friends and partners, and a core feature of my administration's national security strategy, a big part of which is the tariffs. We're taking in trillions of dollars in tariffs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, and it's given us really great national security.
Not getting
We'll be paying down debt. We'll be making distributions to people, and we're really doing the job. It's amazing. I was with a gentleman, the future king of Saudi Arabia, and you've heard me say this a couple of times, but 2 months ago when I was over there, he said, and actually Qatar is represented today, and UAE is represented, and your leader said the exact same thing, different words, but the exact same thing. That 1 year ago, they thought our country was dead. And now our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have over $18 trillion. That's just in 10 months. Pledged or being invested or pledged to be invested in the United States. Think of that, 18 trillion. The highest amount we've ever had is 1.5. Under the Biden administration, they did much less than 1 in 4 years. Think of that. So they did less than 1 trillion in 4 years. We have 18 trillion in 10 months. It's going to be much more than that, too. No other country in history has ever been close, no matter what country you pick. So I want to thank you again, everybody, for your great vision. And I want to thank the people, especially the people that we named. Some of the others that unfortunately we didn't name, we just couldn't do that. But for your vision and for your courage, because it's made it possible to begin healing old wounds and transcending past differences and creating a future where every child of God can live in dignity, prosperity, and peace. And these are two very good men, and they're two very, potentially very strong countries. I'd like to now invite President Kagame to come up and say a few words. It's Rwanda. And then, if I may, President of DRC, who really is doing a great job. These are two men that are doing a great job. And again, they're so respected because of what they're doing today and the mission that they've really, I think, accomplished. And we'll see how it all works out, but I think it's going to work out really great. They want to get on to other ways of living for their people, and they're great leaders. Thank you very much. Please, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Planning to publish your book? You could reach 3 billion more readers. If you've written a book and
Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, Excellencies, heads of state and government, and former heads of state, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin with some words of thanks. First, to my fellow heads of state and government from Africa, your presence here confirms that these efforts enjoy the broad support necessary to succeed. I also thank Minister of State Kulaifi, representing His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad of Qatar. The role of Qatar has been absolutely central in getting us to this point. But of course, the biggest vote of thanks goes to President Donald Trump. No one was asking President Trump to take up this task. Our region is far from the headlines. But when the president saw the opportunity to contribute to peace, he immediately took it. This conflict has lasted for 30 years. We have seen countless mediations and efforts, but none has succeeded in resolving the underlying issues. President Trump introduced a new and effective dynamism that created the space for breakthroughs. His approach is even-handed, never taking sides. He orients us toward the future, not the past.
Do you think that Trump went in there and was like, look, guys, you guys have all these great resources. You guys are always fighting with each other. You're broke. You don't have, your country could be way better. Let's make a deal. You guys not fight. We'll come in and we'll help you get these minerals. And we'll, obviously, America ain't going to just help. We're going to take them. But like, you know, like made him a deal. Like, hey, let's make money, bro. Let's just get the money. Fuck the fighting. Do you think that's what happened?
Emphasizing that the dividend of peace is prosperity and investment, including from the United States. More importantly, President Trump's approach is pragmatic. The process has not become an end in itself. All of these elements filter down to his dedicated team, and here I want to single out Secretary Rubio and Massad Boulos
Samuel,
for
you're talking to
special
my girl.
appreciation.
You better chill.
Would not be here today without
You better respect her, bro.
And as a result, we have the clearest and most viable path forward that we have ever had. These accords provide everything
No caps, please.
to end
Sorry.
this conflict.
Nah, he's a little bitch. Let me read his fucking comment. Fucking
If this agreement falters and things do not work out,
oh no, you're good.
Yeah, it's not him.
You're good. My bad, bro. I thought I read it the
responsibility
other way around.
will not lie with
Yo,
President Trump,
this dude's trying to make
but
some
with
sort of deal, whether it's
ourselves.
fake or not.
It's up to us in Africa, working with our partners to consolidate and expand this peace. There will be ups and downs on the road ahead. There is no doubt about it.
Hold on.
Rwanda.
Bro, that's some wording right there. You just said he wants to transfer people to use for slavery. Like transfer them. Like transfer. The fuck you mean transfer people? You mean like straight snatch? Like what do you mean by just transfer them? Huh? Explain. What do you mean transfer them for slavery? Explain. You think he wants to go over there and recreate slavery? Is that what you're trying to say, dude? I'm confused. What are you saying, bro? Transfer from slave. I'm trying to like that doesn't those words don't mix, bro. Do you not know what you're saying? Are you a kid or are you got that extra chromosome? I'm confused, but like let me know, bro. Let me know. It's all good.
I know. Will not be
We're
found
not-
wanting. I can assure you of that. Our only objective is and has always been for our country to be safe and secure after having endured so much tragedy. We now only want to look forward in confident expectation of a prosperous and stable future. Mr. President, Excellencies, I thank you for your kind attention.
So, according to the University of Delaware, people with an IQ of 115 and above can perform.
We don't drink.
Mr. the President of the United States, Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen,
What
dear
is
members of
wrong?
delegations,
What is going on? Is he that slow? Or is he like someone telling him what to say? I'm confused. Do you guys hear it, or did I just hit something really good? Billy, is that blue cheese that good, or is this guy that slow?
Distinguished guests, as we
What's
have
that?
just
What's that voice in the background?
placed our signatures at the bottom of the joint declaration enshrining the Washington agreements for peace and prosperity, I do feel, on behalf of the people of Congo, a deep gratitude and clear hope. First of all, I would like to express quite solemnly our deep thanks to the President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald Trump. I would like to thank his administration and also wish to thank the American people for the critical role that they played as doing for the rapprochement, the closening between the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Republic of Rwanda.
I bet that's his translator, bro.
Thanks are also bring in all of our regional partners and our international partners who, thanks to their commitment and engagement, have consistently made this critical moment possible in the road to peace. First and foremost, we have Sheikh Yanim bin Ahmad Adani. We have President João Manuel Lourenço.
Yeah, that's what it is. So if you guys hear the echo, what it is he's just being the translator. I don't know why. Yeah, he's translating for whoever's speaking.
President of Angola and the acting president of the African Union. And we also have the former president of the Republic of Kenya, my brother, Uhuru Kenyatta, who I can see here in the room. These two great Africans who are at the beginning, who started the Rwanda and the Nairobi processes. And beyond them, I wish to thank also all of the African leaders who contributed to help us in this struggle. And I do hope that we have, yes, reached the end. The Washington agreements are not yet another document. These represent a turning point. They bring together under a coherent architecture a declaration of principles of a peace agreement and also the regional economic integration framework to provide to the peoples of the region a new perspective, a new outlook, namely to finally overcome the cycle of violence, of forced displacements, of mistrust, defiance, in order to begin a new era of friendship, cooperation, and prosperity all shared together. For those involved, the Democratic Republic of Congo takes this solemn commitment to implement with complete sincerity all of our obligations that stem from this agreement.
Sorry,
we will
YouTube
do
told
this
me to hit
with
the button.
seriousness, with rigorousness, and also the constant care for peace and the security of our populations, for the unity and the integrity of our territory. We do hope that thanks with the same seriousness that the Republic of Rwanda will also respect fully the letter and the spirit of the commitments made here in Washington. We are reaching out for a peaceful cooperation based on mutual respect, non-interference, and the joint struggle against the armed groups, the end of all support to negative forces, and the beginning of fair prosperity on behalf of our two populations. I do believe this day is the beginning of a new path, a demanding path, yes, indeed, quite difficult. But this is a path where peace will not just be a wish and aspiration, but a turning point. The Democratic Republic of Congo will fully play its part with dignity, with consciousness and consistency, and with the support of our partners. We will remain watchful, vigilant, but
The sky's about to be done because when he said consciousness, I almost lost it already.
Not pessimistic, will be clear-eyed but resolutely optimistic. These Washington agreements for peace and prosperity must be for our peoples a symbol of an irreversible commitment to turn the page of confrontations and to open a new era of cooperation and sustainable peace throughout the region. Thank you.
Hey, Keeks, is that better? Is that better?
So if I might, my four new friends, a couple of cases not that new.
Hi.
Could you come up, please? Do you mind? Please. They represent so many and so well, so I just want to thank you very much. Good.
Sr. Presidente Donald Trump, Presidente dos Estados Unidos da América.
I'm gonna need you to translate this to me, Keeks, please. In a southern accent.
Altas entidades aqui presentes, senhores jornalistas. Eu gostaria de realçar a importância desta cerimônia aqui em Washington. Que vai finalmente pôr fim a um conflito que dura mais de 3 décadas. Não são exatamente 30 anos, mas mais do que 3 décadas. Um conflito entre irmãos, países vizinhos e irmãos, que deviam se dar bem, mas que, por razões de diversa ordem, têm vindo a se degladiar ao longo dos anos, com pesadas consequências, quer para as populações de ambos os países, como também para as respectivas economias. A região dos Grandes Lagos é uma região das mais ricas do mundo, da África. É enormemente rica em recursos hídricos, terras aráveis, florestas, minerais, no subsolo, mas sobretudo rico nas suas pessoas, com um potencial muito grande para desenvolver aquela região de África que precisa fazer-se ao longo do Congo.
Oh my God.
Fighting against the food crisis and energy crisis which the whole world is going through now.
Sorry, guys, that dude. What were we gonna learn from that speech? Come on, guys.
We believe that the Great Lakes region will have to play a great role in and of course solving this conflict will also help solve other crises, not only in the continent as we know, but worldwide. For example, the Great Inga hydro project in Congo is important. It can help to electrify the continent and consequently help in terms of developing agriculture and providing agriculture, arable lands and abundant resources that we have that can be used. We know that Africa possesses a lot of other resources such as rainfalls, which are important for agriculture. So nothing has nothing would just justify this war, but eventually the most important thing that it has come to war. We sought as Africans to do our part. When I say Africans, I mentioned countries such as Angola and other African countries, but unfortunately we couldn't make it. But we now want to thank President Donald Trump for having helped to reach this important milestone. We believe, once again, we have to thank him for what he has done. And what comes next now is to appeal to the two parties, that is the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Republic of Rwanda, to implement successfully this agreement for the benefit of their countries, their people, including our continent of Africa. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, President Trump, fellow heads of state, today's signing of the Washington Peace Accord for Eastern DRC is not merely a monumental diplomatic milestone. It is a decisive act to end a devastating conflict that has scarred the region for decades. Mr. President, what you have achieved is not only transformative, it is consequential and historic. This conflict has destroyed livelihoods, destabilized our region, and threatened the future of the entire Great Lakes African continent. Today's achievement culminates a relentless regional effort anchored by the foundational work of the East African Community and SADC, and today, this Washington process. The coordinated Nairobi, Rwanda, and Washington process has created the essential pathway that brings us to this pivotal moment. We would like to extend our gratitude to President Tshisekedi and President Kagame for their leadership during this process. Reaching this point was made possible by the unparalleled consequential convening power of the United States and President Trump's resolute and focused commitment to global peace. Your clarity, Mr. President, of purpose and ability to rally stakeholders together has brought us to this point. We therefore extend our profound gratitude to President Trump, whose bold leadership has been instrumental in delivering this breakthrough. Our presence here, Mr. President, as regional leaders, is a testament of our collective resolve. We will spare no effort to ensure this agreement is fully realized, mobilizing every resource and partner to secure peace and unlock the region's immense economic promise. The protracted conflict on our continent continues to hold back Africa. Our current 3% share of global trade is stark evidence of how far this war has held us back. A peaceful Eastern DRC can unlock one of Africa's greatest economic opportunities. Our vast resources, the young talent that we have, connected through our regional infrastructure and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, can ignite an unprecedented transformation. A peaceful and integrated region will accelerate innovation, predictable government reduces risk, harmonized regulation lowers costs, and open borders increase trade, attracting value-added industries to our continent. For too long, Africa has exported raw materials only to import refined products at great cost. Our regional economic integration framework, Mr. President, that you have spoken to here, will build value chains in minerals, manufacturing, and agro processing, creating jobs and creating wealth. The Great Lakes region stands at the threshold of a new era. Peace will open doors, integration will guide us, and private sector dynamism will propel us forward. In conclusion, as we celebrate progress in the DRC, we must not look away from other crises. I want to ask you respectfully, Mr. President, that in your quest for global peace,
With AI, you can go viral and grow a huge audience even if you have a brand new account. You can use AI to create
to support efforts to resolve the humanitarian
Hey,
catastrophe.
don't know if I got 10 minutes left in me.
I think.
Of this. I hope I got 10 minutes. Trump better start talking. I just want to say this is my last. It's the last of my StreamYard on this. So I mean, I just got to keep. I can keep going pretty much as long as I want on this, and then it's so. We'll just keep it going. See what's good.
Excellence, le chef d'État et de gouvernement ici présent.
Heads of state and government, dear delegations, it is with great joy that I speak today before you in order to express my joy. There is a time for everything. There's a time for destruction, and there's a time to build. There's a time for despair, and there's a time for hope. Today, we are experiencing a great day. We are looking forward to this agreement, which will give back hope to the peoples of Congo and of the sub-region. I would like to congratulate everybody involved who made it this great day possible. We urge God to continue to guide us, to guide the steps of all people of goodwill who will become involved for its implementation. Committing oneself is something, but implementing is something else, which is why I call upon all of you, provide your contribution to.
Bro, this is so boring. I'm putting on the news highlights until I can find something to watch because I am not listening to this. Sorry. I'm tired.
Really wasn't.
That is a war crime, full stop.
The admiral confirmed that there had not been a kill them all order.
You can't blame Trump for wanting to fall asleep. I think everybody here is trying to focus. It was very much hard to focus.
I'm on my third cup of coffee, dude.
Hey, me too. And I'm like, what's going on?
That's all I've got to say. What else is there to say? They never learn, though. As Donald Trump is busy brokering peace deals and making America richer and safer, Democrats are busy making total fools of themselves. Because when they're not defending criminal illegals, Somali fraudsters, and international drug traffickers.
Keeks, Billy, can you guys find me a good Sheriff Grady one or something like that?
They're trying
I'm lost in
to
it.
get their first scalp in the Trump cabinet. And until this morning, they thought they had it.
A new report from the Washington Post leads some lawmakers to ask whether the Pentagon has committed a war crime.
What we've seen here over the last couple of days, clearly,
unlawful,
illegal orders.
It goes to this order from the secretary, apparently of no quarter, which is an obvious war crimes violation.
Let me be very clear. Killing shipwreck survivors is a war crime.
Thank you, Ted.
Digital resistance equipment is here to stay. They're smooth, programmable, and compact, but
well, this all stemmed from breathless media reports, starting with the Washington Post, that in that September 2nd strike on the drug boat, Hegseth had given a direct order to kill any and all survivors. Of course, Secretary Hegseth denied that account to no avail, but the Beltway mob was still after him. Then last night, the narrative totally began to fall apart because the threat remained after the first strike, and the threat needed to be eliminated.
According to a source familiar with the incident, the two survivors climbed back onto the boat after the initial strike. They were believed to be potentially in communication with others and salvaging some of the drugs. Because of that, it was determined they were still in the fight and valid targets.
Ruh-roh. Then today on Capitol Hill, Admiral Bradley launched a truth bomb behind
Get
closed
him!
doors.
Was there a kill Get order him! from Secretary?
No, both. Admiral Bradley was very clear that he was given no such order, not to give no quarter or to kill them all. He was given an order that, of course, was written down in great detail, as our military always does.
So was there a vocal order as well?
There's no vocal order.
Of course, after hyping the story, though, all week, Democrats did their best to salvage their own wreckage.
I don't reach the same conclusion that Senator Cotton does if you're describing it as righteous.
He said
that. But I have more policy questions than ever about the framing of the mission, the rules of engagement.
I thought it was a legal challenge. Now it's a policy difference. Translation, there is no war crime. And because their number one priority is another Trump impeachment, they box themselves into a corner.
Any American who sees the video that I saw will see the United States military attacking shipwrecked sailors. Bad guys, but attacking shipwrecked sailors. Now, there's a whole set of contextual items that the Admiral explained. Yes, they were carrying drugs.
I'm surprised they didn't call them Gilligan and the Professor, right?
Well, they want them to
not so
do.
long ago, remember, Democrats agreed that destroying these threats
Dude,
was a
that's
good
what I'm
thing.
saying.
Let's
What?
go after the drug lords where they live.
What?
With an international strike force.
I don't know.
There must be no safe haven for these narco terrorists, and they must know it.
Oh my, have things changed in the Democrat Party? Now they prefer a softer approach.
If these boats are full of drugs and narco traffickers, why not interdict them? Show to the country, show to the world the drugs and the terrorists, the narco terrorists.
I'm giving some hot chocolate too. Great idea. Let's hire more lawyers as well. Now, you see, Trump's trapped here. He wants to make America great again. They want to make drug running safe again.
Forget the war crimes. Forget what the U.S. Army manual says. Forget what the DOD manual says. So yeah, they're making it up as they go along every day, and the inconsistency of it all again looks very bad.
What looks bad is the egg on their faces. Trump's success has scrambled their brains, and that's the angle.
It was opening day at the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace. Yep, Rubio surprised 47 and slapped his name on the building. There's nothing that Trump loves more than that.
We are here together for the first time ever in this building. Brand new, beautiful building. I don't want to tell you how much it costs. It's a lot.
Trump's ending wars, but Democrats are starting one with him. Seditious Six Kelly's launching the first strike.
He's trying to silence us. He's trying to silence me. He didn't like what I said. He wants me to shut up. But he picked the wrong guy to go after, because that ain't happening.
Kelly's daring Trump to arrest him so he can get that mugshot back and run for president. Maxine Waters, no relation, and hit him with the double tap.
President of the United States is a killer. I am outraged at the way that on his own, without any consultation, he doesn't know who they are, whether they're innocent or whether they're guilty. He should follow the laws. The laws does not allow or intend for the President of the United States to just kill anybody that he wants to kill.
Well, I'm afraid it does. Obama killed an American citizen with a missile, aimed it right at him. Maxine didn't call him a murderer. She called him Messiah. It'd be nice if Democrats would help us protect the homeland, but they won't even say the N-word. Narco.
Any American who sees the video that I saw will see the United States military attacking shipwrecked sailors. Bad guys, but attacking shipwrecked sailors.
Not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. President Trump responded and says Fox News polls can't be trusted. Now, Newsmax is conducting its own poll on President Trump's job performance. It takes just a minute to vote. So let us know what you think if President Trump is doing a good job. We at Newsmax want to know your opinion. So make sure you vote and your voice is heard. Vote today.
All right, I have no need for you.
Shipwrecked sailors
Who
in
else
New
has
Maryland debt.
dumbass comments? I'm about to start asking you guys out.
Politicians got a briefing from Admiral Bradley today, who ordered the second Coke boat strike, and Democrats ran to the cameras to lie.
You have two helpless men clinging to debris, and perhaps they made a radio call for help.
Again, decimator. Biden pardoned 39 drug traffickers in 2024, December of 2024, bro. If I look up Obama and I look up Bush, I guarantee you they all have.
We're getting details on that hopefully soon, but two helpless men clinging to debris, radioing for a rescue hardly means they're in the fight. They weren't in the fight even before the first strike. How can they be in the fight when they're helpless clinging to debris?
This is the Russia hoax on repeat. They get an intelligence briefing and then storm out and spin the truth. This is actually what happened. After the first strike, Admiral Bradley and his team and a lawyer spent about an hour analyzing the aftermath.
It just
waiting for
did.
the smoke to clear and assessing the damage to the drugs and to the boat. They determined the boat was still intact. The narcotics hadn't been completely incinerated, and the terrorists were radioing the cartel to come grab the goods. The Koch brothers were very much in the fight.
I saw two survivors trying to flip a boat loaded with drugs down for the United States, back over so they could stay in the fight. And potentially, given all the context we heard, of other narco-terrorist boats in the area coming to their aid to recover their cargo and recover those narco-terrorists.
Senator Tom Cotton, chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, after an initial investigation, said he had no problem with the operation and said expect more of it.
Would you have taken the same shot if you were in that position?
If I was Admiral Bradley and I'd been delegated that authority, absolutely. And I'd do it again.
A war crime is not partisan. Anybody who sees a real war crime immediately knows it's a war crime. It's unmistakably repugnant. If Democrats and Republicans disagree on whether something's a war crime, that means it isn't, and it's politics. And the Democrats that have seen the video, they're not even really calling it a war crime. They're not even using those words. They're just saying they're concerned and faking it. So not only was a lawyer in the room, we've confirmed they're not fishermen, and the so-called survivors were trying to recover the boat, call for cartel help, and keep moving the drugs. We also confirmed that Hegseth never ordered kill them all.
I don't think there was. I would have been surprised had Hegseth given the order to kill them all.
The head of U.S. Southern Command, an admiral with 30 years of experience, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, various intelligence officials, the Secretary of Defense, prepared for weeks, gathered intelligence, and rehearsed contingency options for this exact situation that unfolded. They were in communication with SEAL Team 6.
So, Obama's drone strikes, were you cool with those? I'm just wondering. You know, he killed more people with drones than any president. You know, he killed more people than people actually killed in a war. You do know that. When he never went to war, but he killed more people with drones. Look it up. Were you cool with that? Or is that just how our government runs, bro? You all keep blaming Trump. Like, dude.
Who was operating the drone. And after an hour of studying the footage, determined a second strike was necessary to destroy the boat, the Coke, and complete the mission. Sounds pretty methodical to me. Morning Joe says war crime.
new sort of rules of warfare is if you have a
What's the oil got to do with shit, bro?
defensible, and they have a radio, you can shoot them in the head. Right. That's now
AUP.
the new Hegseth policy. If they have a radio, you can shoot them in the head.
Yeah.
Forget the war crimes. So yeah, they're making up as they go along every day.
Yeah, so it's just a bunch of sailors listening to Shakira on the radio. Morning Joe wants us to sell tomahawks to Zelensky so he can shoot them deep into Russia and kill thousands of people. But we can't launch 2 missiles into the Gulf of America to protect the good old stars and stripes? Come on. Congressman Dan Crenshaw, a former Navy SEAL who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, says these guys don't know what the heck they're talking about.
I can't recall any time in my history doing counterterrorism operations in Iraq, Afghanistan, what have you, where we strike a group, whether that's a building or a boat or a vehicle, and then we were like, oh, well, they're survivors. Do we have to go? We can't kill them. Of course we killed them.
Of course. If you remember, we didn't take a lot of prisoners during the war on terror. Those were shoot-to-kill missions. When Trump designated the cartels as terrorists, it changes the mission. The president absolutely has this authority to conduct this war the way he's doing it, and is on strong constitutional and historic grounds. But our friend Shree is not convinced. He wants to impeach.
This secretary has to go. He's incompetent. He's, violated. He has committed.
Okay, so those drone strikes weren't okay. So we can agree that this happens through all administrations. So when you sit here with your disdain for Trump, can we not just say possibly the government altogether? It's like always him. I mean, like, clearly this is a world stage and it's been going on for a while now. And clearly there's a lot of players in this, and Trump isn't the only one. He's not been in office in the White House or in any politics for the last 50 years. He's been in since 2015. Come on.
Did war crimes. He must.
I'm not trying to defend the guy. I'm just bringing common sense to the conversation, because there's a gap between common sense and what people be saying.
Oh, and if both
news cycles, trade wars, rate cuts, AI hype. The market is full of noise, but some things.
parties, if Republicans are willing to look at this for the merit of this case and not just their loyalty to President Trump, this can be done.
So if we're impeaching Hegseth,
is he though? Everybody says Israel's doing it. So when actually something happens, it's his fault. But is it who? You think Trump really calls all the shots? You don't think he has a handler? Are you kidding me, dude? You're joking, right? Come on now.
what are we going to do with bombs away Barry and loose cannon Leon? Listen to Barack's director of defense intelligence.
At the heart of it, we use double taps all the time. Some of them probably were injured.
This was going to happen whether Trump or Kamala was president. The people in the background, the people pulling the strings, were going to make this happen. Trump is the face. Kamala could have been the face too.
Yet you hit him again. It was bipartisan support on the Hill for doing it.
My buddy who served in Iraq said, Jesse, anything worth bombing once is worth bombing twice. Now, that might be hard to hear for some folks, but it is what it is. Was a guy in a hole in Syria with an AK a direct threat to the United States? But Democrats in the media never picked a fight when Obama dropped 16,000 bombs there in 1 year and wiped out dozens of civilians. What innocent civilians on coke boats? These are cartel pilots.
I'm not going to deny that, but I'm also not going to, I'm not going to disagree with you, but you don't know that as much as I don't know that, bro. As far as this, every American actually most Americans want this to be happening. There's only a handful of you guys that don't. I'm just letting you know.
These are Venezuelan mob bosses, sex traffickers, drug runners. Do we need to stop?
This isn't wrong, bro.
In America, yeah. We need to address demand, yeah. But we also have to address supply. And blowing these Coke boats out of the water does that. Coke boat traffic has dropped like a rock, and the cartels are on notice. And so is dictator Maduro. The president doesn't need to ask Schumer permission to kill terrorists, to knock off bad hombres in our own backyard. Reagan and Bush the elder launched military operations in Grenada and Panama without congressional approval. Clinton put boots on the ground in Somalia without congressional approval. Bubba bombed an aspirin factory to distract from Lewinsky and killed a janitor. Is he guilty of a war crime or a sex crime? I'm not a lawyer. But I do know the Geneva Convention doesn't apply to terrorists. These aren't men in uniform fighting traditional warfare under their country's flag. This is an asymmetric, unconventional threat that requires different codes and conventions. And every day is a battle.
The last 24 hours, our host nation counterparts, our federal task force, have seized 20,000 kilos of cocaine that were destined for the United States. Destined to the United States to serve as poison that's being sent here by these foreign terrorist cartels that are preying on our kids.
The people of the United States back this type of action. A new poll from the Reagan Institute finds blowing up narco cowboys in Latin America is the most popular national security policy of Trump's second term. In second place, the Iran strike. Democrats have now come out against the two most popular foreign policy actions of Trump's second term. We have a carrier strike group off the coast in Venezuela, and Maduro's getting paranoid. Reports say he's rotating his sleeping locations and using burner phones. The swarmy little socialist is also reaching out to Cuba for help and using Havana's bodyguards. The Coke boat hoax is just a sideshow for Trump. He's dialed in on enforcing the Monroe Doctrine.
Bombshell news from a house at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac in Northern Virginia. Now, this is the home of Brian Cole Jr., who was taken into custody earlier today. Federal prosecutors believe this is the man responsible for planting pipe bombs near the RNC and DNC prior to January 6, 2021, when, of course, we know what happened at the Capitol. So who is Brian Cole Jr.? Before we answer that question, it's important to remember this incredible fact about the case. Here's the Attorney General, Pam Bondi.
If you're a producer who hates AI, this plugin might change your mind. This is Reimagining Co-Producer. You can take
Today's arrest happened because the Trump administration has made this case a priority. The total lack of movement on this case in our nation's capital undermined the public trust of our enforcement agencies. This cold case languished for 4 years until Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino came to the FBI.
So there were no new leads, no developments. Cash Patel's FBI, Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino took the evidence already available, and they solved the case in less than a year. Now, in the months following the January 6th riot, Biden's prosecutors, they managed to investigate, track down,
Swear to God, use another cap, bro.
pro-Trump rioters from across the country. Some people that just walked into the Capitol, including many that just did that, nothing more. But in 4 years, they were totally incapable of cracking this case of this man pictured all over D.C., planning not one but two pipe bombs. How is that possible? Take a look.
What you're going to see is as this case presents itself in court, you're going to see where we were able to collect the evidence and make the case against this suspect. And then common sense journalism and investigators are going to be able to look at it and say, why did these people do X, Y, and Z 4 or 5 years ago?
Now, this brings us to the pipe bomb suspect himself, Brian Cole Jr. There are news reports about his family's left-wing political beliefs. Fox has not yet independently confirmed that. Could this have had anything to do with Cole's motive? At the moment, we don't know, but it is very weird that out of all the prosecutions from January 6th, hundreds and hundreds of charges, Biden's DOJ, they couldn't, manage to apprehend the suspect responsible for planning 2 pipe bombs that could have killed an untold number of people at both the RNC and the DNC. In fact, Brian Cole Jr. continued to buy bomb parts after January 6th. In other words, he continued to pose a serious national security risk. So again, I ask, what happened at Chris Wray's FBI, Joe Biden's DOJ? Incompetence? Was it intentional? Were they too preoccupied with their lawfare against Donald Trump and his supporters? I imagine there's a lot more to the story, but for now, at least, we can be grateful that there is a new sheriff in town. Take a look.
But what we're doing at this FBI is also, we have replaced this entire leadership cadre. We have pushed out 1,000 agents into the field. There's a reason this FBI has 25,000 violent offenders arrested this year alone. That's twice as many as last year. There's a reason that this FBI is going to deliver President Trump the lowest murder rate in modern history by double digits. There is a reason this FBI is out there crushing fentanyl, destroying narco traffickers, and making sure the homeland is safe and preventing spies from infiltrating our homeland and our way of life. That's what happens when you change leadership from the prior administration FBI, who wanted to weaponize and politicize law enforcement, to us, President Trump and the Attorney General, who want to just deliver law enforcement on every single front.
Now, in just a moment, the Deputy Director of the FBI, Dave Bongino, he will join us. But first, we have one more incredibly strange observation from today's news. Just listen to this bizarre reaction from Virginia's senior senator, that's Senator Mark Warner. Take a listen.
But I got to tell you, it kind of makes me, looking at this crowd, doing a victory lap when all the senior FBI officials across all key divisions have been fired for political purposes, when in some field offices up to 45% of the FBI officers who are doing things like counter-espionage and cyber have been assigned to do immigration cases. It's a little rich that they're saying America's safer. How much earlier could we have caught this guy if resources hadn't been diverted?
He almost seems angry that the FBI's new leadership fired, the political nut jobs inside the Bureau and successfully got back to solving serious crime.
So if you thought America is getting dumber, you're right. And it's not just from those Fox and Friends cooking segments where they see how long Kilmeade can keep his hand in a toaster. There's a new trend sweeping the nation's colleges like Joy Behar's tongue along the floor of a Chick-fil-A.
Ew.
Students are claiming they're disabled just to garner extra time for exams, as opposed to legitimate reasons like dominating the wheelchair basketball team. That's me, by the way. According to a report from The Atlantic, over the past decade and a half, the number of students at elite universities who qualify for accommodations has skyrocketed. And we're not talking physically disabled. We're talking ADHD, anxiety, depression, which leads to special perks like way more extra time on tests, easier formats like multiple choice, separate quiet rooms for taking exams, and worse, letting you sit next to an Asian kid. The result, at Brown and Harvard, more than 20% of undergrads are officially disabled, 1 in 5. At Amherst, it's 34%. At Stanford, it's nearly 40%.
Miss.
Explains why their mascot is a tree.
Nice miss.
You saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. President Trump responded and says Fox News polls can't be trusted. Now, Newsmax is conducting its own poll on President Trump's job performance. It takes just a minute to vote.
Yes.
It's nuts. At the University of Chicago, the number of kids qualifying for these benefits has tripled in 8 years. At Berkeley, it's quintupled, which, if you're one of those students, means the number thing got more bigger. And nationally, the percentage of young people with a special diagnosis is exploding faster than pink eye at a combination daycare strip club. I like that one. And this special treatment gives them an edge, since lots of tests are designed to assess your ability to solve problems in a set amount of time. But the kids who get the extra time, of course, they earn higher scores than those who don't. Meanwhile, at four-year schools, about half the students requesting such exceptions have no record of a diagnosis or disability. So students are definitely learning something at school, but it's how to game the system. Meanwhile, what aren't they learning? Basic math. True college freshmen can't do middle school math, which sucks if they want to have a three-way with two sets of twins while riding on a train going 40 miles per hour. Professors note that kids lack basic problem-solving skills, and they can't handle multi-step equations, and they panic when asked to think without a calculator, which makes them perfect Democrats. At Harvard, for instance, the Post reports that more than 50% of all kids get A's in their classes. Worse, they have no idea that 50% means
To those that don't like Gutfeld, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
it's half. So this isn't really about helping kids at all. It's about protecting the illusion that elite schools still produce elite graduates. You know, the same way they tell you that your sociology degree will open doors, without mentioning the doors it opens are the ones to an Old Navy where you'll be folding sweaters. Now, this system works against exactly what it was designed to prevent. Because if everything's a disability, then nothing is, which harms kids with real disabilities. And now you can blame the usual suspects, greed, sloth, status, but most important, it's lack of oversight. Because in today's world, accountability is viewed as an attack. You can never tell a kid that he's not disabled any more than you can tell a minority that they aren't oppressed. So it's not really the students who are disabled, it's the schools themselves, which are now padded room daycares where patients graduate with record GPAs and record levels of cluelessness. It used to be only the dumb kids who ate paste. Now they all do.
Ryan,
but they demand it be gluten-free.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You
Shoot them, bro.
808.
Root them last two cats.
Now, let's say you have two families in any neighborhood, one headed by a father who is gainfully employed, paying his taxes, raising his kids right, and another family is headed by a dad who's making huge money through fraud schemes, buying expensive cars, taking his kids on lavish trips, knowing all along he's protected by powerful politicians. Now, which family do you think will soon become the example for all to follow? Well, this scenario is actually playing out right now in Minnesota, where too many have concluded that crime does indeed pay, at least in the Somali community. For years, this politically powerful group, a staggering 80,000 strong, has had liberals like Governor Tim Walz and Twin Cities mayors in their back pockets. And now they've concluded, yeah, they're above the law.
Waltz he should be ashamed. That beautiful land, that beautiful state, it's a hellhole right now. And the Somalians should be out of here. They've destroyed our country. And all they do is complain, complain, complain.
Well, thanks to the City Journal, Americans and President Trump were made aware of a decade-long string of Somali fraud schemes that ended up stealing billions of taxpayer dollars by exploiting Minnesota's very generous welfare state, where the culprits here inoculated themselves from scrutiny by crying discrimination at every turn. You know how it goes. Well, it took long enough, but prosecutors finally started bringing the culprits down.
We've got 78 people that have been arrested pursuant to our investigation along with the interagency, and that investigation is very much ongoing. We are not finished. It was one of the largest frauds committed in the state of Minnesota history, and we are going to continue to interview and subpoena anyone involved with this case.
And now the state is getting a thorough review also by the Treasury Department, which announced it was launching its own investigation, including the claims that millions of the taxpayers' dollars were funneled to that Islamic terror group, Al-Shabaab. And on top of that, House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer just announced his own investigation. Now, this is all long overdue, but naturally, Democrats like Mayor Jacob Frey ignore the opportunity to clean up the crime and instead attack Trump and then pander to the Somalis.
We need to also be demanding better from an administration who is intent on time, energy, and money to terrorizing certain groups within our community. To our Somali community. Daman Shabka, Somali Aid, Kunul, Minnesota, Garahan, Minneapolis.
How embarrassing. And by the way, so much for the melting pot. But it's not just the left that's responsible here. So the media. They were complicit in their aggressive lack of curiosity on what's been happening. Undoubtedly, they're afraid of damaging their everyone's welcome here narrative on the third world refugees. But this week, the New York Times was finally shamed into running this piece, how fraud storms Minnesota's social services system on Tim Walz's watch. Now, it quoted a professor, Ahmed Samatar, who's described as a leading expert in Somali studies. And he noted that Somali refugees who came here after that country's civil war were raised in a culture where stealing from a dysfunctional and corrupt government was widespread.
I don't want them in our country. Their country is no good for a reason. Their country stinks. We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country.
Hey, I take back to those that were saying he called them garbage, but hey, I still stand on what he said though.
Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage.
That's what I thought he said. He said she was garbage. Y'all want to take a side, then sorry, you get caught up in the mix.
This is how unrecognized high IQ looks in kids. Constant overthinking. High IQ minds analyze everything.
My question is, we covered that. Why did we miss that? How did we miss that? I don't know, bro.
Wild garbage comment. Remember when Biden called Trump's constituents garbage? We weren't too happy about that. But look, the blowback from the local politicians against the administration, I mean, the fraud was rampant, but their blowback against Trump, well, that's predictable here.
No human being is garbage. And that kind of language is dangerous. It's dangerous. It puts people's lives in danger.
Of course, he has his own history, but a danger? Trump's putting people in danger? Now, in the span of 3 decades, Minneapolis went from being a safe, homogeneous, sleepy city to a Somali gangland where criminality is regularly contextualized, such as with a recent case of the rape of a 12-year-old girl by a Somali immigrant. Now, before he was sentenced, his local Islamic center wrote him a community support letter. Isn't that lovely? And Trump's favorite congresswoman, who famously downplayed concerns about Al-Qaeda, insists the negative picture painted of Somalis is wrong.
We are the most generous people. We are one of the most friendliest communities. It is why we made Minnesota home, because it fits with our character. Minnesota nice is not just something we say, it's something that is true. And Somalis are as nice as Minnesota is. We are, like I said, very resilient. We're very hardworking, and we are very patriotic.
Okay, well, if that's true, then the community should have no problem following and respecting American customs, because patriotism requires respect for American law, even when it means that some in your community are sent to prison or sent packing. And that's the angle.
Our president is racist, xenophobic, Islamophobic, and we are going to fight that.
It's not racist to fight crime and fraud. It's righteous. Omar thinks Trump has a crush on her.
I would say the president's obsession with me and the Somali community is really unhealthy. It's creepy. And I hope that he gets the help that he needs.
Sorry, Elon. Trump wants a long-distance relationship.
You have her. She's always talking about the Constitution provides me with. Go back to your own country and figure out your Constitution.
The Congresswoman's got a lot to say about the president, but what about her own governor?
Throw it as hard as you want. Go on. Watching it zip away feels like it might just keep going. Right? Here it comes. This thing's a total game changer. Throw it across the park, over the driveway, always comes back. Hovering your hand like it's floating.
State employees in Minnesota are saying they're worried about his handling of fraud and that he's to blame for the amount of fraud.
I got some.
COVID, about $1 billion.
And you really believe that?
Well, that's the figures the latest figures that have been released.
You believe state employees?
Some DHS employees, yes, in Minnesota.
I won't believe everything I read online.
Tampon's under federal investigation, so he's bulking up for his prison stint.
I got the pork sausage on
David.
Pork sausage, egg, and cheese.
I have one.
On focaccia.
Oh, a sausage sandwich?
10 out of 10.
Waltz is chomping on sausage while Somalis are taking a bite out of us. Minnesota isn't always like this. They have deep Scandinavian roots. They say that's why they're so happy and generous. But then we imported thousands from the second most corrupt country in the world, Somalia. And they took advantage. People used to know their neighbors, and now you can't even talk to them.
What's it like being a Muslim here in the United States?
I'm not speaking English, only one Somali language.
What does it mean to you to be a part of Islam?
I don't know, I'm not speaking English.
Can I ask any of you guys some questions? No? Speak English?
Minnesota gave the Somalis bucket loads of welfare, but that wasn't enough. They stole $1 billion more. And when they got caught, they tried bribing jurors. Democrats didn't lay a finger on them because of racial blackmail. So the Somalis ran their racket. Rob us, spend it on luxury apartments and cars, fund some terrorists, then pump thousands into the campaign war chests of Ilhan Omar, the AG, Keith Ellison, and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Smallfry. Now all those Democrats are playing the race card too. They say Somalis are the backbone of the community. But the numbers don't back that up. 60% of them are poor. 80% don't even have a high school diploma. Unemployment is in the double digits, and a third are on food stamps. And as you've heard, a lot of them can't speak English. This is a drain on the system. And federal immigration law says we can deny an immigrant residency if they're a public charge, meaning if they're going to rely on government benefits. Bye-bye.
So you're ready to tap into your home's equity. Before you do, you need to know there's a brutal truth the bank.
Thank you. And don't forget, on your way out, help yourself to a free orphan. Happy Wednesday, everyone. So a new book claims that legendary actress Marilyn Monroe was actually murdered. The author recently came to this conclusion after studying one of the last photos ever taken of her. The IRS plans to determine if OnlyFans, whose online creators monetize adult content, should be taxed on tips. The agency will be reviewing hours of X-rated content. They've already hired hundreds of agents who can type with one hand. A new study claims smelling a person's flatulence can help prevent Alzheimer's. But I guess it doesn't work for everyone. Who did that study? Who pitched it? At a recent robotics conference, a new android moved so fluently that people thought there was an actor inside. They were quickly disproven when the robot said something smart about politics. Thank you. 24 hot New York firefighters did a meet and greet for their new calendar. While some reporters asked questions, one journalist purposely got stuck in a nearby tree. Lemontree.org. No, that was lemonparty.org. I correct myself. Earlier tonight was the big tree lighting ceremony at Rockefeller Center, which means by now it probably has been stripped and sold for parts. And finally, Trump supporters are planning a huge MAGA takeover of Disneyland on the same date as the Gay Days celebration. Or as Lindsey Graham calls it, a win-win.
You ain't trying to freeze your hands off this winter. These gloves might be for you. Not only are they waterproof, they're thermal heated with polyester fiber, which contains heat, and insulated with
win-win. We love Lindsay. All right. So while the Trump administration wipes out drug boats, the media's latest fraud emerges from the depths like a famished Joy Behar chasing a school of mackerel. It's the Coke boat hoax. As you know, the military struck a drug-filled cartel boat heading to the U.S., then struck it a second time, killing the remaining terrorists. For some reason, that second shot was the war crime, which confuses them, I have to be honest. They're mad that we didn't kill them the first time. It's an odd lesson. It's like saying you can go to an all-you-can-eat buffet, but you can't go back for seconds.
All right, I'm going to the next one. This is going to be a little rabbit hole. Here's what Trump said about the Somali.
Insane. Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly by the Constitution. The United States of America is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's a terrible person. She's a really terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes, or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes. But this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off. And now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
Yeah, I don't freaking have a problem with what that man just said. Y'all call me what you want. I swear to you, he couldn't have said it any better. Now let's see what's really going on that you're not going to see on Fox News and that you're not going to see Anywhere. Here you go.
This was one of the worst neighborhoods in America. Then came the mosques.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
The city of Minneapolis changed its noise ordinance, now allowing the Islamic call to prayer to be broadcast from speakers year-round 5 times a day. In tonight's Weekend Journal, David Schumann of WCCO reports it is a first for a major U.S. city.
Imagine hearing that in your town, in Wheatville, Indiana, in West Plains, Missouri, out into Topeka, Kansas, Sacramento, California, Kingman, Arizona, 5 times a day on loudspeakers, and your city changes the ordinance. Minneapolis did that 2 years ago. You see what I'm saying? This is utterly insane, but this is first of all, they took away all the industry, so all these cities fall into disrepair, and then the Muslims come flooding in. And what do? They turned mosques, they turned Catholic churches and Christian churches into mosques 5 times a day. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to deal with that whatsoever at all. And your elected government is making the laws for anybody else except Americans. And we're way at the other side of that chasm right now. We crossed the Rubicon a long time ago. People just think protesting, stop doing this, hey, ho, ho, doesn't work. It's got to go. You see what I'm saying? This is insane, but I'm not done yet. So here we go. Some more.
Oh, there's a massive Muslim population here because the land is cheap. And speaking of generality, they don't believe in usury. You know, like there's no loans taking out or interest sent. They'll buy up massive swaths of like $500,000 plots that are empty, that don't have anything built on them, or they'll buy up like the crack houses that are dilapidated and they'll fix them up.
We circled back to explore more and realized that thousands of immigrants had moved into the area. Many had come from abroad, others had relocated from New York City.
Mali, originally.
Mali,
West Africa.
all right.
I like Buffalo, that's why I came. New York, I am a lot of headache, you know. That's why I came here.
Are you from Pakistan?
I'm Pakistan.
Pakistan. How long in Buffalo?
Huh?
How many years in Buffalo?
About 9 years.
Morning.
5 times a day. 5 times.
You're from Burma.
I wish I could go back home. The civil war is going on, everything's problem. So I better decide here to stay in America. I moved from Queens to here 2028.
Are you guys are opening a business here? Restaurant.
Asian restaurant.
Asian restaurant.
Yeah, I live everywhere. You know, I'm 38 years here. Okay, which part of you live here?
New York City.
Where in New York City?
Brooklyn.
Where in Brooklyn?
Bushwick.
Oh, Bushwick. But a lot of black people there, eh?
Isn't that fun? With literal warnings from the government saying that Al-Qaeda is here and there's a resurgence. And this is all from September of 2025. 24 years after 9/11, Al-Qaeda resurgence, yet we're allowing the country to be flooded and taken over by Muslim folks. Awesome. Our own government for years has done everything they can to take away your ability to make a living by sending all the factories, all the manufacturing that we had in the United States that made us a powerhouse to other countries. And then they go start wars to spread democracy and spend trillions of your dollars on other countries, causing all sorts of refugees. And then they allow the border to be wide open. And hell, we just fly them right in. But they will bend over backwards to allow people that don't even belong in this country to come here and buy up all the places that you used to live because you couldn't live there anymore. And then, of course, they bend over backwards again so that they can build restaurants, do whatever they want, while half of the United States literally lost their business during 2020 during the lockdowns and the directed energy weapon storms, the geoengineering hurricanes that destroyed everyone's property, and nobody can get a permit to rebuild anymore because now they live in a weather's angry area. You see what I'm saying? This is the setup, and we are at the pinnacle of it right now. Right now, it's insane.
New at 5, call to prayer controversy. Some Dearborn families speaking out now, and one mosque is responding. The outdoor calls to prayer can be heard on loudspeakers throughout Dearborn twice a day. The city has a vast Muslim population, and several mosques play calls to prayer for those families. That includes the Islamic Institute of Knowledge on Schaefer, which is now changing when and how loud they will play calls to prayer. 7 News Detroit reporter Ruta Al-Sinaida listening to community members.
Yeah, Benzie, I said, you know what? I got to give y'all the shit that you ain't seeing.
Concerns and showing us the steps one mosque is taking to try and accommodate neighbors.
Here at the Islamic Institute of Knowledge on Schaefer, the call to prayer comes out twice a day through that loudspeaker up there for about 2 minutes. It's just one of the many mosques that follow this practice in the city, raising some concerns with residents. This is the sound the daily call to prayer Dearborn resident Andrea Unger said.
Could you imagine having to wake up to that shit, dude? I mean, bro, come on.
Is something she personally does not want to listen to daily. She's brought this up at numerous city council meetings, including on October 7th.
Your freedom of religion does not allow you to force me to listen to your prayers in my yard or home when you could do this by your app or text or phone or email or inside your own walls.
Unger lives just blocks away from the Islamic Institute of Knowledge, and ever since they began work on this extension to their mosque about 2 years ago, she says the noise of the prayers has become too much. In the beginning, the mosque admits they did their first prayer around 5 a.m., but have since stopped.
The early morning prayers are, we understand that there might be some people concerned with those, but since these complaints came in, we took the proactive step in order to eliminate the morning prayer, just to make sure we're respectful to our community.
The Institute says they received 2 official complaints and have worked with the city to rectify them. But Andrea says it's not just them. She says there are many mosques in the city, including the Islamic Center of America off of Ford, who all participate. We looked into the city ordinance, which states that noise is not allowed to exceed 70 decibels in residential areas in the daytime and 60 at night. Additionally, loudspeakers are not permitted between 10 p.m. and 7 in the morning.
If we have or can identify a mosque that's doing it before 7 in the morning, or if there is an excess of the decibels, that we've written a citation.
Dearborn Police Chief Issa Shaheen says he has been working with houses of worship to make sure they are in compliance, measuring decibel levels personally, hoping residents can come to terms with these short moments of prayer.
It's no different than church bells that you might hear on Sunday.
Dearborn is a beautiful thing. A lot of religions here being practiced, churches, mosques, synagogues. So it's a beautiful thing. That's what America is all about.
There is yet another city council meeting where residents say they will continue to bring attention to this. That's on Tuesday at 7 p.m. In Dearborn, I'm Ruta Al-Sinaida, 7 News Detroit.
So one mosque, now that its feet are being held to the fire, is going to think about turning things down. And the guy said they do a call to prayer twice a day. That's complete and utter nonsense, okay? It's 5 times a day, every day. If I heard that noise that would set me off. It would be an absolute problem. But that's what they want. That's exactly what they want. And the fact that they just allowed this Muslim dude to take over New York City, I mean, are you kidding me? It was bad enough that after they told us that we were attacked by 19 Saudi Arabians, but then we just forgot it was Saudi Arabia. And then we went to Afghanistan and Iraq and pissed off a whole bunch of people on the other side of the world for a long, long time, only to retract, not winning the war in any way whatsoever at all, leaving millions of refugees, killing millions of people, spending trillions of dollars. Now they're here, and it's starting to snowball exponentially because they just put this dude into the mayor's office in New York City. That is just the biggest slap in the face in the world, and it's the New World Order doing this. This is not organic whatsoever at all. This is to cause a civil war. And think about all the refugees, all the people that came over the border, and the ones that came through the border, but the ones that were flown over the border, they were all military-age fighting men. They're all here. This is going to snap at any point now. This is insane to me that this is going on. And it's funny because listen to this dude.
Hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of
all of us.
How do you respond to that? Does that affect anything you're going to do? It's a very dangerous statement for him to make, actually. And, you talk about danger. I think it's a very dangerous statement for him to make. He has to be a little bit respectful of Washington, because if he's not, he doesn't have a chance of succeeding. And I want to make him succeed. I want to make the city succeed. I don't want to make him succeed. I want to make the city succeed. And we'll see what happens. Did you see reaching out to him? I would say he should reach out to us, really. I think he should reach out. Right. I'm here. We'll see what happens. But I would think that it would be more appropriate for him to reach out to us.
And then he switches up, basically a thinly veiled threat to the president of the United States. It's all theater. But for everyone to see, this is what he says. But then this is also what he says. We need more funding. Send us money personally. I find this really odd.
This will be a period, like the campaign we ran in the city hall to come, defined by transparency, because New Yorkers deserve a government they can trust. On January 1st, I will be your mayor. New Year's Day, and a new era for this city. Oh, and one more thing. Remember how I told you a few months ago to stop sending us money? You can start again. This transition requires staff, research, and an infrastructure that can move. And it was made possible by the people who built and believe in this movement. So I hope you'll make a donation at transition2025.com. Now let's get to work.
Well, he seems nice enough, right? He's a nice Muslim guy in the gayest city in America, so that should work out really well. And he's simply asking for money. He's already won the campaign, but he wants more money. So I find that really strange. But how are the Muslims in New York City acting as of yesterday? Let's find out, shall we? So let me ask you, how many times have we seen these people doing this in New York City and anywhere else they want, like stopping traffic so that they can have their call to prayer in the middle of the street while people are trying to live their lives? I have no issue with anybody except when they don't believe Jesus Christ and they walk around making a movie out of it. If you don't believe, don't believe. But if you're going to rip things down and move to a country that was built on Jesus Christ, allegedly, I got a problem with it. And I'm an American. There's no two ways about it. I can't get around that. It is what it is. We're being set up on every single solitary front right now. And it's insane to me that people are just on to the next event, because that's what they're doing. It's nonstop, never-ending events. I had to make a list that stopped in October. We'd have to add another 5 pages by now. It's nonstop, never-ending. So you need to prepare yourselves. And here's one for you, because this kills me. And here's another thing. People seem to, I guess they only know how to watch YouTube videos. They can't figure out how to do a little bit of research for themselves. But people are like, Richie, how will gold and silver be any good in the digital currency system? It won't be any good in the digital currency system. If you're not going to take the digital ID, if you're not going to take the digital dollar, and you're not going to hang your hat on the social credit system, then you've already been making steps towards finding people and learning how to live outside the system, because that's what you're going to have to do. You know what I mean? It took me less than 20 seconds to just simply find one of 30 ways to do this, okay? Gold and silver won't work in their system, but places like Utah are already using actual gold currency. Utah, I believe Oregon, but here's the other side of that coin. Utah is already talking about a digital ID. You know what I mean? So do a little bit of research, or simply don't get your money out of the bank when they crash the economy completely, because it has to crash. We're at $38 trillion right now. It has to crash. When they crash it, everything you've ever saved all your life will be gone. I'll tell you what, if I saved all my life and had a 401k, I would rather have it in my hand and hope that after they crash everything, the people that rise up actually get it back. They get the country back, because that could possibly happen. I'm not hanging my hat on that, but there's going to be a law. You're not going to go, I refuse the digital dollar and the social credit system and then just fall over dead. You know what I mean? It doesn't work like that. So if you're asking questions like that, clearly you're not prepared, and getting prepared is incredibly easy. Simply research it, man. You know what I mean? Research it. It's so simple, quick, and easy. And all the people that I've been meeting for the last 10 years, face-to-face subscribers that I talk about all the time, they don't seem to have any problem with it. They've actually worked out a network. I show you this stuff all the time, man. All the time. Find people near you, create a network, and don't do it online. I've even left you all the links over and over and over again for those that can't possibly figure out how to use gold in an off-grid economy. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but I will digress. I don't know why I'm
Did that. I'm gonna go to his next one. This is the follow-up to that video. I knew he was gonna say, and I digressed. He's taught me a lot. Reggie from Boston is the shit. Can I say less?
I like it.
All right. Here's the next one. Yeah. Here's the
So let me refresh your memory with a video I did a week or two ago, just real
What
quick,
we
just
just
so you
got done
understand
watching.
what I was saying then and what's
What we just got done watching.
already happening now. It'll make much more sense. How's that? I haven't touched on this in quite a while, but let's get to this because this is insane. I haven't touched on this in a long time, but this is still insane. So here we go.
This was one of the worst neighborhoods in America. Then came the mosques.
Just wait till you see the streets of Dearborn, Michigan. Wait till this is crazy.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
The city of Minneapolis changed its noise ordinance, now allowing the
No, man, I feel bad for y'all in Utah or in the UK as far as the digital ID. I saw you guys take the streets, and I was proud of you guys. You guys weren't standing for it. The government just didn't give a damn. And our government is going to follow. So, hey, shout outs. I don't really care for shout outs.
call to prayer to be broadcast from speakers year-round 5 times a day. In tonight's Weekend Journal, Dave Schumann of WCCO reports it is first for a major U.S. city.
You are working, you
Imagine hearing that in your town, in Wheatville, Indiana, in West Plains, Missouri, out in Topeka, Kansas, Sacramento, California, Kingman, Arizona, 5 times a day on loudspeakers, and your city changes the ordinance. Minneapolis did that 2 years ago. You see what I'm saying? This is utterly insane, but this is
welcome back, geeks.
We took away all the industry, so all these cities fall into disrepair, and then the Muslims come flooding in. And what do? They turn mosques, they turn Catholic churches and Christian churches into mosques 5 times a day. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to deal with that whatsoever at all. And your government, government is making the laws for anybody else except Americans. And we're way at the other side of that chasm right now. We crossed the Rubicon a long time ago. People just think protesting, stop doing this, hey, hey, ho, ho, doesn't work. It's got to go. You see what I'm saying? This is insane, but I'm not done yet. So 13 days ago, I made that video, okay? 13 days ago, and I mentioned in it that protesting, hey, hey, ho, ho, all these Muslims have to go. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work.
Thanks, David, for fucking making me really as soon as I watched that video you sent me, hey, Keeks, remember the video of the guy talking about the brown people? If you can get me just that video without all the other reaction to it, bro, that would be dope. I'll show you what fired me up.
And Nick Shirley went out to Dearborn, Michigan this weekend, yesterday, And this is exactly
Or David,
why.
either one
This
of
is
you.
exactly why. And when the police show up, what do? Americans, Muslims, do what you want. Americans, have at it. You see what I'm saying? Americans go there to express their First Amendment rights. They go out there to push back for some place they live their entire life. Nobody goes to other countries and shows up and says, we're going to turn this into where we just came from. You show up and you assimilate. But that doesn't happen, and it doesn't need to happen when the government's got your back instead of its own people. Our government takes care of everybody except Americans on every single solitary scale there is. Every single solitary scale, the FDA, the FCC, the EPA, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're living in a kleptocracy right now where they're simply emptying out the bank account of America, and then they're going to blow it up. They're going to blow it up.
The one where the guy says there's so many of them here, and they're taking all the white women and they're making that one.
Blow up has already started, and they've already filled
millions of views, bro.
The place with people that don't belong here, that are all fighting age, that all think that they can take us out because we're all a bunch of pussies. Because for the last 25 years, everyone's been acting like a bunch of pussies because they want to be politically correct and they want to be. You get what you pay for, and the check's coming right now. Listen to this.
Right now, you have a bunch of people from
Dude, check this out, you guys. This shit right here is an eye-opener.
the other side coming over here. What brings you out here today?
We want to make sure our children can grow up in the same America that I grew up in. White Christian country. Our founding fathers' blood soaks this land.
By the way, I don't agree with everything this guy says, by the way. Not at all.
And not for Muslims and Islamic jihadists to play their prayer calls where our children walk to preschool. It's disgusting what they've done to Dearborn, Michigan. They have turned this into Rome. They've turned it into London. It looks like another country here. Every single sign on every single street is in Arabic. How can you consider yourselves as assimilating Americans when you don't eat the same food we eat? You don't speak the same language we speak. You don't do anything that Americans do. This is our country, and we will not stand for Islamic invasion.
Are you worried about the Islamification of the United States?
Yes, it is one of the most paramount issues we can face.
Especially here in Dearborn, Michigan.
It is in Minneapolis in 1970, was a 95% white city and white state, Minnesota. If you ask Brock, the next 1,000 children born, only 42% will be white. We are seeing rapid demographic shift and ideologies that are clashing. Here in Dearborn, these people want to see white Christian men eradicated. They want to see our forefathers' land be destroyed. They do not have any love in their hearts. They are here to dominate us, Nick.
Would you say you're a white supremacist?
No, sir. I am an American supremacist. I love my country, and I know that we only have a few homelands left here. America was founded by white Christian men, and it should remain a white Christian country majority. We should not be replaced. We have nowhere left to go. Our country's falling.
So that was a lifelong American veteran protesting against the Muslims in the United States, specifically in Dearborn. But if you watch my last video, it isn't just Dearborn. It's all over the United States. Dearborn is just one of the worst. But it's someplace where people actually stood up for themselves. But you didn't hear any threats. You didn't hear any violence, nothing to that effect. The streets they grew up on are no longer even in English. The street signs are no longer in English. And this is what the Muslim protesters at the same place have to say. Now, bear this in mind. This video is rough because I'm outside. The lighting's not great. I don't care. This message is important, and people need to pay attention to this because this is very real. While Trump and ICE are running around grabbing up every Mexican lawn care guy they possibly can, they aren't touching any of the Muslims, the Iranians. They're not touching any of the Chinese nationals that they flew in the last 4 years. Do you see what I'm saying? Don't fall for this. Nobody's cleaning up anything. This is going on every day, and you will not see this on the news. But this is a Muslim protester.
Oh, you tell me to do something, bitch! Oh, you ugly whore! Bunch of tell me to do something! Tell me to do something! Tell me to do something!
What? They still are.
This shit, they're literally stopping.
You are just pulling over. Come on, Ollie. Why would I give it to you? Why? I haven't done anything. They got word out that they tried to burn the Quran. And you're getting heated. You're pulling over. You're hopping out of the car. You're ready to brawl
I
with
had
anybody.
my gun. I was gonna blast. I didn't see the cops. I swear to God. That's it. I don't care. To me, I don't care. My life, I don't give a f. Let somebody blast me. I don't give a f.
Just because of the burning of the Quran, the attempted
I'll
burning.
f that motherfucker's life up and his family. That's it. It's on camera. I will f that motherfucker's life up. Let him come to me face on face. Face to face, I'll kill him. I'm my mother's soul. So that's it.
You're killing him.
I'll kill him.
Wow.
Arrest him.
You just saw them come out. The guy, one guy even said he'd be down to murder. He would murder another man.
We all got arrest him. Do your job.
Seems like the police have sided with the people, the Muslims here in the town.
Yeah, no they have.
And are you from Dearborn?
Dearborn Heights. We've seen it happening, and it's just it's a maximum encroachment every week to week. We're sick of it.
And you're sick of the rise of Islam and the Islamification of your town?
To the person that asked me if I believe this, yes, this is somebody that's making no money, doing this on, going to the people and doing this. And if you don't like this as a source, what fucking source do you want? Literally, Fox isn't good. It's fucking mainstream. Okay, we need people on the ground. Well, there's people on the ground. Well, that's not good enough. Nothing's good enough.
Not the religious aspect of it, the non-assimilation and repression of the American culture.
You just feel more than anything they're not here for the American culture.
Absolutely. They have a different agenda altogether, and we see this with their economy, enslavement, perversion, no value of human life, no acceptance of anything other than what they are.
So there you go. Americans are simply protesting because all of a sudden, all of their neighborhoods are being taken over. All of their women and daughters are being threatened. Their way of life's being threatened. Their local economy's being threatened. And when the Muslims make wide open violent threats directly in front of the law enforcement, the law enforcement takes the sides of the Muslims. Now, who do you think's telling them to do that? Do you see what I'm saying? Is it their new Muslim mayor, like in New York City? Do you see what I'm saying? It's utterly insane. This is a plan. This is a plan. This is Agenda 2030. By the year 2030, which is in 4 short years, America will be over. And it'll actually start in 2026, and it's actually already started now. A few weeks ago, I warned you that a bunch of heavy...
Hey, bro, stop gaslighting the conversation, man. You're talking about Indians, and we're talking about what's going on right fucking now. Please, bro.
Hitters were selling off all their Bitcoin all of a sudden.
If we wanted to talk about the Native Americans and what happened then we'll talk about that. But right now, we're talking about something else. Can you clearly not see? You must not give two damn shits. Bro.
And now the Bitcoin market's crashing, and Bitcoin is tied to stablecoin, which is tied directly to the American dollar through the Genius Act. Meanwhile, don't worry, Trump's going to send you $2,000 while the national debt just continues to spiral straight up. No slowing down. Doge did nothing except give large corporations access to information through your Social Security and the IRS. That's all it did. That's all it did. I told you that when it first came out. And then when they broke up, there it was. You see what I'm saying? This is utterly insane, and it's not the only place. I'm not going to play all of Nick's video. I'll leave links below. But it's funny. They're like, somebody burned a Koran. Okay. What about all the flags in New York City? What about all the flags all over the place that Muslims tear down right in front of people and no one's allowed to do anything, or they go to jail? Come on.
Oh, there's a massive Muslim population here because the land is cheap. And speaking as a generality, they don't believe in usury. Like there's no loans taking out or interest sent. They'll buy up massive swaths of like $5,000 or $4,000 plots that are empty, that don't have anything built on them, or they'll buy up like the crack houses that are dilapidated and they'll fix them up.
We circled back to explore more and realized that thousands of immigrants had moved into the area. Many had come from abroad, others had relocated from New York City.
Mali, originally.
Mali,
West Africa.
all right.
I like Buffalo. That's why I came. New York, I have a lot of headache, That's why I come here.
Are you
Pakistan.
Pakistan. How long in Buffalo?
Huh?
How many years in Buffalo?
About 9 years.
Morning.
5 times a day.
Let us show you how horrible I
5 times.
am. Watch this.
You're from Burma.
I wish I could go back home. The civil war is going on. Everything's problem.
Oh.
So I better decide here to stay in America. I moved from Queens to here 2020.
Are you guys are opening a business here or something? Restaurant. Asian restaurant. Yeah, I used to live everywhere. I'm 38 years here. Okay, which part of you live here?
New York City.
Where in New York City?
Brooklyn.
Where in Brooklyn?
Bushwick.
Oh, Bushwick. Well, a lot of black people there, eh?
Isn't that fun? With literal warnings from the government saying that Al Qaeda is here and there's a resurgence, and this is all.
Hey, David, you like his accent? Al Qaeda, bro. Dude, that's why I laugh so hard when David talks to me, because he be talking like that and doesn't even know it, and he does it all the time. Al Qaeda.
From September of 2025, 24 years after 9/11 Al Qaeda resurgence, yet we're allowing the country to be flooded and taken over by Muslim folks. Awesome. Our own government for years has done everything they can to take away your ability to make a living by sending all the factories, all the manufacturing that we had in the United States that made us
Oh my God! I told you
to other countries, and then they go start wars for to spread democracy and spend trillions of your dollars on other countries, causing all sorts of refugees, and then they allow the border to be wide open, and hell, we just fly them right in. But they will bend over backwards to allow people that don't even belong in this country to come here and buy up all the places that you used to live because you couldn't live there anymore. And then, of course, they bend over backwards again so that they can build restaurants, do whatever they want, while half of the United States literally lost their business during 2020 during the lockdowns and the directed energy weapon storms, the geoengineering hurricanes that destroyed everyone's property, and nobody can get a permit to rebuild anymore because now they live in a weather's angry area. You see what I'm saying? This is the setup, and we are at the pinnacle of it right now. Right now, it's insane.
You have all these Islam men yelling Allah Akbar. I have a question for you guys. If America were to get in a war with a country like Iraq, who would you guys defend, America or Iraq?
Listen to this.
We won't get in a war.
Listen to this. Listen to the answer here, guys. This says it all.
It's not permissible for us, but at the same time, who would you defend first? We would support our brothers in Iraq. That's the only way. So you wouldn't defend America? We would not defend America. But you're American. But at the same time, listen, at the same time, America is our country because we were born.
America's your country because you're here, but you can't.
But in our Islamic book, we're not allowed to fight with people that are against our religion, so we just take up the jail time. So you would That's not, what we do. So you would not defend America? I would go to jail instead of fighting for America. And who would you defend if we were to go to war against a country like Iraq again, America or Iraq?
America.
And should that be a troublesome conflict of interest for somebody to be here in America that would rather support another nation, like Iraq?
Anybody who supports another nation needs to live in that nation.
Not everyone's yelling, Allah Akbar. People have told me they want to kill you here.
I know that. Listen, in America, we're supposed to have the right to stand. I don't agree with your ideology. I don't agree with your ideology. I don't agree with your ideology. I don't want you in my country. This is why we've assembled here today, because we want to combat the Muslim mayor. They're going to be meeting in here later today in about an hour.
Absolutely. Wow, this is why they're here, because they have a city council meeting. I guess they're trying to put pressure on the mayor or somebody here inside of this building.
So it appears what I warned you about 2 weeks ago has come to pass, and now this will spread now. This will spread. This is the spark, and now comes the fire, and then the proverbial wildfire. You need to understand these people are allowed to be here, and then when they are here and they start trying to assimilate American neighborhoods, or they assimilate American neighborhoods, because maybe you know or maybe you don't know, but there are a variety of no-go areas in the United States that have been up. I've been talking about them for 15 years, where police won't go because it's been taken over by Muslims. Well, now they've actually changed the streets to Arabic. They've changed the stores to Arabic, and they're trying to change everything. You can't walk down the street if you're a woman in any of these towns without the fear of being raped, because, hey, in the Quran, no law against that. Nothing like a good old, raping to get your spirits up to praise Allah. It's unbelievable, man. It's absolutely unbelievable. And people need to take note of this. This is just one of the many steps. Crash the economy, get a civil war going from the inside, and it's happening. This is all happening right now, right in front of everybody's faces. You see what I'm saying? The time for warning and preparing is over. The time to do what you should do is here.
What do you think about what's happening here today?
I think it's a good thing. We got to take this city back.
Okay, and what do you see about the rise of Islam here in the United States? What's your thoughts?
My town itself is growing just like this. They just built a big mosque and everything too, and it's freaking bullshit.
Should it worry people about how fast Islam is rising and growing here in the United States?
It is growing too fast, and it's been growing for too long. And these people, what they thinking? I don't know. If we're deporting Mexicans, we got to get them illegals out too. I mean, there's probably more of them illegal here than there is Mexicans.
So would you say with the open borders we had the past couple years, it grew even faster and bigger?
That grew it way faster. I mean, when that administration just flying them in, giving them money, giving them housing, free education, free food, and then the American people is still suffering over it.
What fears you most about Islam rising here?
I think there's a big concern about just beliefs and how individuals that have come and immigrated to America or were born here in America and believe in Islamic beliefs, the purpose of coming to America is live as American and assimilate to life in America. And when you refuse to do that, and we have Judeo-Christian beliefs here in America, that's what our founders did. So that's what our founders believed. And that's the way it is. So if you want to believe in something else other than a Judeo-Christian way of religious beliefs, then either, decide to live somewhere else. But that's what America is. That's what it was founded on.
And today at this protest, you're seeing me going back and forth with the protesters, playing a bit of devil advocate to get both sides. And I think it's important that you question both sides critically to see what they're out here for and to get them thinking as well. That is my job as a journalist here, is to get the story of both sides. What do you think about what's happening here in Dearborn, Michigan?
It's wild. I've been in Dearborn my entire life, and I don't think Toby Keith died for this.
And should people be worried about the rise of Islam here?
Oh, no. Everything will be fine.
What brings you out here today?
What brings me out here is support for America. What's going on in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights as a greater whole with this community is become despicable. If you're a Christian, if you're anyone of faith in Jesus Christ and you walk around these neighborhoods at night, I would not recommend it. You will be followed. People will ask you questions. There are certain areas where I've been talking to even my girlfriend where it's become so it is Sharia law by choice, they say, where we are not telling you have to dress in a burqa or a hijab, but we strongly recommend it. And that is something that has to be put to a stop. It always starts this way. The slippery slope is always real. The moment you give them an inch, they take miles and miles.
What brings you out here today?
Well, I want to support the Americans in their free speech.
And where are you from?
I'm from the UK. Yes,
Okay.
I'm from
So
Wales.
what are you doing here in Dearborn, Michigan right now at a protest about the rise of Islam here inside of Dearborn, Michigan in the United States?
Yes, I got here last night. I live in DC. I've been living in America for 9 years, just became a citizen. And given that I'm from the UK, I've seen the fall of Europe, I've seen the fall of the UK. There's 82 Sharia courts in England and Wales. And I do worry that it is becoming too popular too fast, and we need to definitely have conversations about it. And this is obviously a big part of that.
Why do you think Islam is becoming so popular right now? It's the fastest growing religion in the United States.
I would say birth rates. They outbreed us in every aspect.
And what did you see in your home country, in the United Kingdom and Wales, with the rise of Islam?
The person that was from the UK, here you go, bro.
I see white guilt and colonizer guilt. I see people self-censoring and the government not standing up for the people that have been there for generations.
Do you think if people don't take a stand, eventually the United States will be similar to Europe and the United Kingdom, or they've gone with the rise of Islam?
Unfortunately, yes. I think that today men are extremely weak and they need to fight for what they believe in and the fundamentals of their country.
How many more years do you give the United States until it's a bigger issue here with Islam and Christians per se?
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years.
Yeah, but for me, I saw it when I was 12 or 13, and I left the UK when I was 18 for this exact reason.
And how do women feel in Islamic towns like such as the one you left, or that was growing to become an Islamic town?
I felt extremely unsafe. Actually, we had police officers come into our school and say, this area of Wales is now going to be a no-go zone, so don't go there if you're a female. And I thought that's ridiculous. I come from a long line of Celtic people, and we should feel safe walking through our towns and our villages.
So do you think eventually women won't feel safe walking through their own towns here in the United States?
I already feel unsafe walking through here. I have 2 bodyguards with me today.
All right, it's getting crazy dark out here, so maybe I'll just try to upload this.
Okay, real fast before I get into the Sheriff Grady one, we'll probably get by here. I want to show you how many churches have been converted into mosques in the United States. I have a map here. If you look, it's very much a lot on the West Coast, and there's cells just everywhere. All those red dots are Catholic, whatever type church that they are converting 5 times a day into mosques. That's alarming. I look, I didn't really know too much about this. I mean, I knew a lot about Dearborn. Clearly, we're not too far from, I'm right next to Michigan. I've heard about this for the last decade, but I didn't realize places like New Mexico and Southern California, even Florida is just full of mosques, all the way into where, you know, Boston and Maine and New York. I mean, it's bad. I mean, there's cells over in Ohio, of course, going into Pennsylvania. I mean, they're everywhere. I didn't realize it. I mean, you know, and it's coming to you, you know, there's some parts that they're not really around, but for the most part, if there's a major city, you'll see them. So that's what David wanted me to show, and I believe that's a good point, David. Yeah, even Alaska, dude. Here we go. Where's this? Where is Keeks' video? This is what Keeks sent me. Here we go. This is what Keeks sent me. This is called Operation Fool Around and Find Out. This is called Operation Fool Around and Find Out. Here we go.
Everyone, it's certainly my honor to be with you today, and we've got a remarkable undercover operation, Fool Around and Find Out again. And we're going to introduce you to some of the big bosses that were involved in this. And by the way, for the big bosses who don't know, this is our NIA Academy. We have representatives from all over the United States. Part of their class was to be there to not only see the undercover operation, but the technology.
I don't know if I did this one. I know I did the first one. There's 2 of them.
And then to be here today to see how the press conference goes. Our focus was to rescue the victims of human trafficking and to also intercept child sex predators, pedophiles, deviants before they could get to children. And that's what we're going to talk about today. But first off, I want to introduce to you Florida's Attorney General, James Othmeyer. He's a dear friend of mine. He was the chief of staff for Governor DeSantis. And now he is our Attorney General. And we really, really, really like the support and the work that he does. He's going to speak with you. Then we have our Chief Financial Officer, Blaise Ngoya. He's here with us today. He was appointed to fill that position of CFO only 2 months ago. And the energy and enthusiasm that he has brought, the vision for the state of Florida that he has brought is remarkable, and we're glad that he's here with us today. And of course, my friend, my state attorney, Brian Haas, and I say my state attorney because I can tell you that I've had the opportunity to be the Major County Sheriff's of America president. I've had the opportunity to be the president of the Florida Sheriff's Association. So I've been around the United States. There's never been a finer state attorney anyway, any place, anywhere than Brian Haas. He gets after the bad guys. We arrest them, he prosecutes them. In fact, as we speak today, his prosecutors, for which I'm grateful, Mr. Haas, are having a lady sentenced to life for causing the death of my law enforcement officers. And because of your great work and that of your team, she was convicted as charged. So thank you very much. And creating the environment that caused my deputy to be shot and killed in the line of duty. In addition to that, we will have speaking today, one name, one voice, Dr. Mary Ann Thomas, one more child will be Zanae Dresler and Stacy Ham. We'll have speaking with us Heartland for Children, Katie Ann Parchment, our Osceola Sheriff and my friend Christopher Blackman, the Bloomington, Minnesota Police Chief, Booker Hodges. He's a dear friend of mine, and he's here. His team came down to participate and to learn. What's important to understand with these human trafficking operations, we were able to identify what we believe are victims of human trafficking. And as our goal, we have resources. Our NGOs are embedded with us so that we can immediately turn them over for services. And you'll hear more about that in just a few minutes. But let me give you the highlights of what occurred. There were 246 arrests in only a 7-day operation. 230 human trafficking arrests included 99 Johns, 111 prostitutes, and 20 other arrests. One of the things that I'm going to camp on and begin with my comments in a few minutes was the fact that we arrested 16 travelers. That's right. They were sexual deviants that thought they were coming to a home to have sex with a child. And many times, wonky, crazy, nasty, vile, ugly sex. Not that all of located 10 potential victims of human trafficking. Listen, folks, when I tell you that not only were 219 arrests from the state of Florida, 37 were from Keeks. You think of all the places, the people in Polk County would understand not to show up, since we do this often and we arrest 200 plus every time. But it goes to show, even in our county, there's still a few people that live under rocks. There's 11 other states that are represented in those that were arrested. The state of Washington, California, North Carolina, New York, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia, Texas, and Nevada. 26 of the people that were arrested were married. 18 was the youngest person we arrested. 67 was the oldest one. We also had people on government assistance. Now, I have to point them out. You know, Our CFO is really interested in waste. Well, think about it. You, the hardworking people, were out making money, earning money, paying taxes, and they were being paid to violate the law.
Oh, shoot.
And I imagine there were more of them but this is the ones we identified. Of course, we arrested 9 that had a military background. One was active Army, 5 previous Army in addition to the 1, 2 Air Force, 1 Navy, 1 National Guard. 15 firearms were brought to the operation by different suspects. One of the 15 firearms was stolen, and we recovered it. Of course, what would an operation be if we didn't arrest theme park employees? We had 2 from Universal arrested and 2 from Disney arrested. 32 people were charged with drug possession. 3 individuals had active warrants. 16 individuals had prior prostitution charges. And 7 of those were from previous operations we've done. They showed up again. They like us so much. They like the jail so much. They wanted to go to jail again with us.
Why would you go in that county and do any type of dirt? Like, seriously, if I'm ever in Florida, I'm not doing nothing wrong if I'm in his county. Straight up.
2 of them were from the fool around and find out that we had just a few months ago. 2 of them came back for a second trip. Well, you know good and well that they got 2 brain cells, okay? And they used 1 on the first one and 1 on the second. They have 0 brain cells left now. March Sadness, 2 came back that we arrested in that operation. Operation Traffic Stop in 2023, we got 1 of those back. In Operation Fall Haul in 2022, I guess they have a short memory. We have those back. Now, some people would say, oh, they're not such bad people. Well, these folks had a total of 706 previous charges, 317 felonies, 389 misdemeanors. And we lodged against these folks new charges, 371 new charges. So let's go through really, really quick with our child sex predators. These are the nastiest of the nastiest. This is Trey Taunton. He's 40 years of age. He lives in Mineola in Central Florida. He's a psychological therapist, and he worked for family life counselors in Lake County.
Good joke. Bye, Leslie.
Counsel at-risk children, and at-risk children are those that are the easiest and the most vulnerable to be groomed. Family Life Counselors has fired him, and before that, he was a swim coach at the Mount Verde Academy in Lake County, where he was around pre-K to 12, from pre-K to 12th grade. Now, I underscore, he did not work for Mount Verde Academy when this occurred. They fired him, or he left their employment in 2024. And you know what his profound statement was when he was arrested? My husband is going to divorce me when he hears about this. Well, not only does he hear about it, he gets to see it right here. He told the undercover male who was 15 that he loves oral sex and kinky sex. Now, this guy shows up at a house thinking he's going to have kinky sex with a child. Now, here's the interesting part. When he was working through a time, he called the undercover and said, my counseling appointment has canceled, so I can be there about 4 in the afternoon. I can get off work early. Well, he arrived and went to jail because we were there protecting the community. And then there's Christopher Williams. He's from Orlando. He's 31. He works for Positive Behavioral.
I don't think we covered
specialist coordinator. I'm not sure what that means, but I do know what child sex predator means, and that's what he is. He was immediately fired. And he talked to the father, thinking that the father was negotiating a deal for there to be sex with a little 13-year-old girl. He's charged with human trafficking. And we could tell by the way he conducted himself, this was not the first time he was in that position. And of course, this person did not.
I mean, wow. What? These are horrible people. I mean, wow.
Not actually travel, but he engaged what he thought was a child on the internet. This is Robert Hill. He's 56 from Lake Placid. He's a sergeant.
All I could say is protect your children at all costs. It doesn't matter what you, it's not just the elite. And here, this tells you right away, here's your proof.
With the Department of Corrections. He had worked for them since 2019, so he was on the outside keeping people in, and now he's on the inside of the jail, and we're protecting children from him. And he's wearing this shirt that I really like. I used to be a people person, then people ruined it. Well, the reality, he was trying to ruin children's lives, but our detectives stopped that. He used extremely graphic language, very, very graphic language, and he was also trying to groom the parent to have sex with a child. And then there's Louis Macalino. He's 62 from Davenport. He's a CEO for Heritage Assisted Living Facility in Plant City. Now, I want you to think about this. The assisted living facility in Plant City Heritage, he's the CEO, and he's out grooming and trying to have sex with 15-year-old boys. He's been married 35 years. Oh, by the way, he resisted. But we do appreciate the fact that Louis' vehicle was paid off because we've seized that. And our plan is to use it in future operations to catch more bad guys. And then there's Jamel Jones. He's a manager of McDonald's. He wanted to have sex with a 15-year-old child. Why does he worry us? He's in a management position, a leadership position, and McDonald's hires a lot of kids. He confessed. And he also confessed that on a previous occasion, he had sex with a 7.
I don't know if he was saying that he was trying to get the parents to join. I think when he said that about what he was doing to the parents, I think he was saying like he was grooming them to allow it to happen. Maybe to pick her, like, I'm going to use an example. Maybe that person took the kid to the movies and the parents knew, but he like groomed them to look the other way. That's my assumption.
18-year-old male in Osceola County. We have the very fine sheriff with us today from Osceola. His team's looking further into this. They did say he was polite. I guess McDonald's taught him well to take care and be nice. But he's in jail because he was trying to have sex with a child. And then there's Hugo Dos Santos from Kissimmee. He's 39. He's a legal assistant at Grand Vacations Timeshare. He's married. He said, "Oh, I hate this because now I'm not going to be able to adopt children." Well, duh. It's going to be difficult because we're going to try to send you to prison for a long time. He was extremely graphic and wanted to have sex with a 15-year-old boy. Grand Vacation says they've suspended him, but they didn't say they'd fired him. I don't know. We don't allow cell phones in the jail or the prison system. I don't know how he's going to continue to work. And then there's Spencer Englehart. He's 26.
Ooh. Yeah, Keeks. Yeah, Keeks. That's a common thing. That is a common thing. That was the original reason why most Christians and most people with common sense didn't want gay marriage because then you get too.
From Mineola. He once again was talking to undercovers, thinking he was negotiating with a father to have sex with a 13-year-old female. He was very graphic. And then when we arrested him, he said he was doing his own investigation and he was going to notify law enforcement later. Wink, wink, nod, nod, right? Oh, he had a gun in the car. He was charged with human trafficking. But it's important to point out that that is the worst of the worst of the worst, because they're trying to attack your children. But let me go over this group. This is our human trafficking arrest, and we've just pulled a few of them out. Then I'm going to turn it over to our Attorney General. This is Jabaz Lowe. He's 24. He's from Point Siena. What's interesting about Jabaz is he was a member of the Orange County Sheriff's Office. He was a recruit and in the academy. Now, he didn't tell us that, so he lied to us during the investigation. I can't imagine why he didn't want to tell us that he was a recruit for Orange County Sheriff's Office. But you know what? Orange County Sheriff's Office came here and fired him really quick. I believe it's safe to say that his law enforcement career was over before it began, and he didn't get it. And it's shocking to all of us because this is a guy that passed the background, the polygraph, and the psychological. He was an Army veteran. But the good news is we caught him soon when he was soliciting sex, because otherwise, had he been able to keep his composure, he would have been a law enforcement officer, but no more because of the great professional work. And then there's Kiera Marie Johnson from DeLand. This is a guy. He's 33. He's a DoorDash tech support as his employer. He wanted to.
That's a dude? That's a dude. Look at the forehead on that dude. That's a dude. What?
To have sex. Oh, by the way, we caught him in.
That's a dude.
May in another operation exactly like this. He was adjudicated guilty.
It looks like
Our
Reed.
state attorney prosecuted him, got him a 6-month sentence, which is a sentence of probation, which is a pretty good sentence for a quote-unquote first-time offender, on September 10th.
What's this shim?
We arrested him on September the 11th when he came back. He's what we call a slow learner. But he's also in jail on top of this for a violation of probation. And Mr. Haas says, I believe we can deal with this guy. Now, you understand some of these deviants will not change their way, and the only way to keep them from trying to attack victims is when they're locked up in jail. That's the only way. Then there's Brittany Finney, 37.
Like, he should just walk around with a hoodie on that says, "I am guilty."
This was an online ad. She says, I do in-call only. And here's what she said in her advertisement. No affiliation with any type of law enforcement of any kind in any way, and F Shady Grady. Now that just warmed my heart.
No, she did not. Bitch, you really think this man right here, if you know good enough to put that in your ad, look, if you watch plenty of his stuff, you really gonna tempt him like that, bro? Come on, he's gonna roast you.
She's got a
like it says, fuck around and find out. You made the list, bro.
Long criminal history. She had 28 previous arrests. Sweetie, welcome to the county jail.
That's all you got? Gator.
Stephen Saul de Jesus Colon. He's 34 from Kissimmee. He's a former corrections officer for the city of New York. He currently owns JJ's Auto Towing, and he arrived in his tow truck. And he wanted to have sex with a female. So he arrived in his tow truck, and then we hooked his tow truck up to our tow truck, and we towed him back this way. And then after we got his tow truck out of the way, then we put him in our van, and we took him this way to the county jail. Now, I guess maybe he had a friend or either an Uber because he didn't have a tow truck to ride away from the county jail when he got out.
What, Jody?
And then there's Richard Gashaw. He's 54. He's from Dayton, Texas. If you're ever in Dayton, Texas, he owns Rooster's Bar there. But he was here visiting his mother, who was very sick and in the hospital. And even though he owns Rooster's Bar there, he wanted to come here and have sex with a woman. So let me picture this for a second, okay? He's married. For years, he's married to this lady in Texas. She's probably there running the bar while he comes to visit his mother. That's what good wives do. And now he's laid up with a prostitute, or at least he tried to until we caught him. Well, I bet that made the old rooster cock-a-doodle-doo. Any old, I won't finish that.
Even, bro, this dude is a fucking gem.
And then there's Way Mo from Oviedo. He says he's a nuclear engineer and he's self-employed and he wanted to have sex with a female. We may be a nuclear engineer. We don't have any call for those at the jail, but hey, he may be able to learn a new trade while he's locked up in jail, like trustee.
Gonna teach everybody how to do math.
Handing out food service or something like that. Then there's Samuel Dew. He's from Apopka. He's 43. He's a retired software.
What is that? A native, a Mexican, or an Asian? I can't tell. Legit. I think he might be Asian.
Engineer. He's a coder, okay? But as
oh yeah, he's a coder. Yeah, he's an Asian.
He said he might have been a coder in software, but it didn't compute very well for him here. And he said, well, I don't like going to a bar to chase women. He just wanted to save money, just get, cut right to it, just pay for it and let's go on. What he doesn't understand is he was coming here and many of his victims may very well have been the victims of human trafficking. Now,
okay, so first off, let me say something about this one. I am against everything so far. Sheriff's been on the point. But he was talking to a decoy. He wasn't talking to a real trafficked person. Now, every single, what do you call them? What do you call them? Women of the night? I don't know what you call them. They very well could be trafficked. They very well could just be trying to get money. But they're two consenting adults. I don't see why this dude needed to get berated for trying. He said simply, I just don't want to go out. I just want to get some and go home. I mean, as an adult, you should not be able to regulate what two adults consent to do. If the dude wants to get whatever and he's going to give a consenting adult some money for the act and they're both cool with it, who is the government to tell them that that's not okay? That's crazy to me. Now, if the person was underage, no shit. If he was trying to kidnap, traffic, or do anything crazy like that, absolutely. But just the act, I don't know, man. I don't see why that man should have to be a registered offender and all these other things for some little, for not little, but you know, just trying to like get some and go home. I'm not an advocate for buying it, but if that's what he wants, I mean, that's the worst he's doing. I don't know.
Now, I want to camp one more second on this.
Yeah, Grady didn't even roast him, bro.
Illegal aliens. There were 46, I believe, illegal aliens that we arrested in this operation. Now, you would think if there was ever a time that you were in a foreign country illegally with a president of the United States and Governor DeSantis saying, if you're here illegally, starting with the worst first, we're going to deport you. The last thing you'd want to do is commit crime and draw attention to yourself. But they showed up to violate the law. Now, all of them have ice holes on them. Several of them have already been picked up by ICE. The others are with us until ICE picks them up. And ultimately, when they finish their business with Mr. Haas, then they will be deported. So it's nice that we were able to scoop up 46 in just 7 days. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look out for the victims of human traffickers, and we arrested those. We're going to look out for the children. And now I'm going to introduce to you our Attorney General who gets it, who understands that when we all work together, and he ensures that we coalesce with each other and work together, that we can keep Florida safe and make Florida even safer. General?
Well, it's great to be here. Polk County and our great sheriffs doing what they do best, working together to combat evil and put bad guys away. Today, 240 or 40 plus arrests. But I think what's really significant here is that collectively, all these guys that are being arrested, they combine for over 650 prior charges. Charge after charge after charge. And yet they get out and they keep committing crimes. They keep victimizing people, victimizing children.
That's crazy. 650 different crimes. This is definitely not the same video, Keeks, because the one that we covered, the other one, this isn't the same one. I had a reason why. I remembered why, but I forget that.
We saw this recent case in North Carolina, this brutal murder on a train. Again, a guy that had been released 14 different times. Soft on crime policies do not work. I'll tell you what, you got a great state attorney here and our team of statewide prosecutors. We're not giving out get out of jail free cards. We're going to put these guys away for as long as we can. We're going to get them off the streets and we're going to protect our kids. When I took the oath of office at the beginning of the year, I made a promise to Floridians that priority one would be protecting our kids, combating human trafficking, and getting as many child predators off the streets. And we've worked up and down the state with law enforcement.
I think the last one was like 200. It was Operation F Around and Find Out. But I think it was talking about the people they recovered.
Convictions. We will continue to get every one of these sick people off the streets. Parents at home need to wake up. In today's world with technology, evil people are finding new ways to get to your kids. It's real. This is proof of that. 240 plus arrests in one sting. And it keeps happening over and over and over again. Every time we do one of these criminal takedowns, there's a disproportionately high number of criminals that are here illegally. It shows the nature of what's happened under the open border policies that President Obama and Biden promoted. You've got drug trafficking, human trafficking, and tons of crime coming in through the border and impacting local communities across the country. We see in sanctuary cities like Chicago, LA, New York, we see continued crime rates increasing, murders. And here in Florida, we got big cities. We don't have those. We support them, and ultimately we arrest bad guys and we lock them up, and we're not going to let them out. So I appreciate the work of everybody here. Our prosecutors are going to bring the heat to put these cases to bed. Thanks to our sheriffs, our law enforcement, and Sheriff Grady Judd for having us.
Blaise Ngolia, Chief Financial Officer of the great state of Florida. First up, thank you, Sheriff, for what you're doing and you continue to do. And I want to personally thank everyone here who has been involved in this operation. I wish we didn't have an opportunity to do press conferences like this. In a perfect world, we wouldn't have this situation. I will tell you that my office, we have a law enforcement division. Our office contributed hundreds of hours of man hours to get this done. So if they're listening to me right now, thank you for being involved in that also. And I will say this, is that if there is any law enforcement agency out there, Sheriff, you have my commitment. Sheriff, you have my commitment that if you are going to run these operations in the future, which I know that you will do, I am committed to helping you guys. So please call upon us to help you so we can continue doing this. I have seen these stings happen firsthand. As a member of the legislature, if you've tracked some of the bills that I've written and laws that I have passed, yeah, a lot of them had to do with spending. A lot of them had to do with illegal immigration, trying to stop this particularly from happening. But a lot of them had to do with protecting kids. We had written a bill, a law that gave grants through FDLE to local law enforcement agencies, giving them the tools to run these sting operations. I had an opportunity to be inside the rooms with the detectives and law enforcement, communicating as if they were children. And the most amazing and disgusting thing happened as soon as they turned the switch on. They were getting flooded.
Yes, I'm reading your comment. Sorry, but you said agreed, but no woman wants to be a prostitute. They're poor. That's their crime. I mean, I understand that, but there's a million ways to get money. They choose to go sell themselves. Now, I know plenty of females that lack money and they don't choose to go sell themselves. You could go get a rest, or go get a job. You could go do a million things. And so that was her choice. Now, maybe she's had traumatic experiences, all that, but I'm not getting it. It's still a choice that that's consensual, that you made, you know?
With offers to have sex with underage kids. And this is some of probably the most heinous conversations you will ever hear an adult have with a child. I'm seeing some of the heads bobbing in the front, so you've probably seen some of this. It is absolutely disgusting what our kids are subjected to. I'm going to talk to the people at home right now, because I've seen this. They have seen this. Our AG has seen this. Our sheriffs have seen this firsthand. Protect your kids, because you have no idea the depravity that is out there waiting to take advantage, take hold of your children, and to abuse them and turn their lives upside down for things as seemingly innocent as a coloring book app. These kids are being targeted by online sexual predators for the purposes of destroying their souls. if you were able to see some of the things that I have seen, what law enforcement have seen, you would double.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. There's backlining circumstances that would cause a person to do that. And I mean, that's why, you know, porn and all that other stuff is really very bad, because it's the same concept. You're watching someone that's probably been abused, you know, trafficked, whatever you want to say, you know. I mean, that's, I don't know. I just can't get down with it.
Double and triple and quadruple the time that you watch your children, because they are unrelenting. We as parents, we need to continue being unrelenting. I'm going to talk now specifically to one group of people, because I think this is very, very important. We have led on this issue at the state, and that is a lot of these tech companies are in a state of either de facto protecting these predators or just outright protecting these predators. It is very difficult for law enforcement to get the proof that they need to prosecute some of these online sexual predators in a court of law. And the reason being is a lot of these tech companies, social media companies in particular, don't get me wrong, some of them wind up with good relationships with law enforcement. They attempt to try to police themselves, but a lot of this stuff is now going away in the form of disappearing messages, in the form of encryption. These social media companies really need to be held accountable in destroying evidence. And I'm saying that I believe, in my opinion, they are destroying evidence. Because if you have a conversation with the 63-year-old man communicating with the 12-year-old boy online, when the 12-year-old boy is thinking that he's talking to his 14 or 15-year-old online friend playing some online games, and there's a 62, 65-year-old man grooming this person to have a sexual encounter with later, should be a slam dunk in a court of law.
Parents, I've said this a million times. This isn't the first time we've heard this scenario. I mean, on this channel, unfortunately, for the last years, I've been covering the same topics over and over. I've been going through the New York Post and through every single local paper. In fact, Florida is one of the biggest states that have this problem. New York's another one where, you know, this is going on. And you definitely need to watch your children's phones and their social media, because kids are sneaky. Think about when you were a kid. Think about how you could hide shit from your family or your parents. Think about, you know, so, and if they're being, you know, what they say, groomed, then these people then you need to make sure you're paying attention to what they're doing, because they can get, somebody does it right or whatever, man. It's a bad thing. Parents, this is on you. You got to protect your children.
But what's actually happening is the social media companies are hiding behind privacy in disappearing messages so law enforcement can't get the information. And the conversation goes something like this: that is absolutely heinous. We're going to put that SOB behind bars. Show me the proof. And then when I go...
Hold on, bro. Before I start roasting you, what the fuck is so funny, bro? So repetitive. What? Before I roast you, bro, what the fuck so funny, homie? For real, what the fuck's so funny, bro? Eric? Dylan? What's so funny, dude? Is this funny? I mean, yeah, we joking, but repetitive? Like, what you mean, bro? I've had to say this a million times, yes, and I'm gonna keep saying it. But you think this shit's funny? Huh? What's wrong with you? You're a problem, bro.
Back to try to get the proof, the messages are gone. They're disappearing because now there's new disappearing messages on a lot of social media accounts. Social media companies should, in my opinion, stop the encryption of any message that has a minor account. So law enforcement can have the tools that they need to put these scumbags away for life. So with that, just want to reiterate, if you're a parent out there, watch your kids, because I think it's pretty obvious you don't know where they're coming from. You don't know what jobs that they hold. It may not be online. Protect your kids as if their lives depend on it, because it actually does. Thank you, Sheriff.
Just want to take a moment to recognize Sheriff Grady Judd for this operation. These things don't just happen. They're a result of a lot of hard work and dedication. And I see some of the folks in the room that worked the long preparation for this, the late nights all the way through into the morning. And there's a reason why we do this. And it's because of our victims and to protect our society. So it's an honor of a lifetime for me to serve alongside with folks like Sheriff Grady Judd and our wonderful law enforcement partners as we make sure that we do everything we can to keep our community safe. And we'll be back here again and again and again. This is not the last one. This is certainly not the first one. But, you know, I began my career as a prosecutor 25 years ago this month. And one of the things I learned very quickly was that there's not a whole lot of people that stand up for some of these victims. And oftentimes when they become victims in cases, it may be the first time that someone has an opportunity to advocate and help them. And that's what we're going to do for our human trafficking victims, make sure we're doing everything we can to get them the services they need and hopefully get them on the right path to making sure that they have the best life that they can. So my prosecutors and I stand ready to pursue these cases, hold these defendants accountable, make them pay their debt to society, and ensure that we continue to have a great place to live, work, and visit. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mark Brutnell, the FDLE specialist in charge for FDLE Tampa. I'm honored to stand here today with these amazing professionals. I just want to also thank the investigative team. Great job on this. The state attorney mentioned a lot of long hours, a lot of investigative techniques went into this. To arrest 246 people, that's a big undertaking. Job well done. Commissioner Mark Lash with FDLE, our AG and our CFO, our Florida cabinet, kids are their top priority. They don't just talk the talk, they walk the walk. And I want to thank you, General, for your support on that. I think one of the takeaways today has been parents, have those hard conversations with your kids. It's tough, but you have to do that. Set some guidelines, some guardrails to save your kids from monsters like this. If you need some help with those conversations, there's plenty of places to go. You can go to secureflorida.org. There's tips to have those conversations with your kids, but also the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is a great resource to have those hard conversations. Again, I just want to say on behalf of FDLE and Commissioner Glass, excellent work. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Mary. We are a network that bridges community service providers with law enforcement so that we reduce harm in these spaces. First, I want to begin by thanking Sheriff Grady Judd and the entire Polk County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Judd does something that many law enforcement agencies overlook. He connects service providers directly with the people who need them. That partnership matters. It saves lives, restores dignity, and creates pathways to real change. The recent undercover operation focused on human trafficking. Our goal was not only to identify victims and help them exit exploitation, but also to meet every person caught up in this operation as a human being. At My Name, My Voice, we believe everyone, whether victim, buyer, or seller, has a story, a history, and a capacity for change. Some people do need long-term confinement for the safety of society and children. Others, though, can change when given the opportunity to.
That's a good point. We're talking, if you want to get down to the psychological part of the woman, what about the buyer? There's something wrong with them too. Most of them, I mean, clearly, like, I've never even thought about like going somewhere to buy a female. So you had to have something happen to you or something wrong with you also to even want to do that act.
Understand the harm they've caused and the trauma that shaped their choices. We hear people say, it's my choice. But when the choice is do this or lose your home, we have to ask ourselves if that's really a choice at all. Trauma and desperation narrow options until they become chains. We exist to widen those options again with compassion, resources, and accountability. During this operation, My Name, My Voice spoke with over 180 individuals. Of those, several asked for follow-up services or referrals. In total, My Name, My Voice assisted 28 people with post-release needs while maintaining a sense of individuality within the holding area. Each of these small connections matters because each one creates a doorway to a different future. This is why lived experience advocates are so important. Survivors know the terrain. We know how to meet people where they are without judgment, and we know how to bridge the gap between becomes more trauma-informed, more. I want to personally thank the men and women I worked alongside this week. I appreciate what you do from the bottom of my heart. When I was being trafficked, I met good officers who helped change the path I was on. I know you all do that quietly every single day. The operation showed me again what is possible when law enforcement and survivor-led organizations collaborate. Finally, as we move forward, let's remember our guiding principle at My Name, Voice, to be a bridge that elevates survivor voices and transforms support systems. When we center survivor voices, we reduce harm. When we treat every person, even those accused, as human beings, we open the door to real accountability and change. Thank you for this opportunity, for your partnership, and for your dedication to making Polk County a safer and more compassionate place. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sani Dressler, and I serve as the Senior Director of Anti-Trafficking Operations with One More Child in the state of Florida. One More Child has served victims, families, and children for over 120 years, offering direct care service, prevention, and advocacy. Last week, our anti-trafficking teams joined the Polk Sheriff's Office on the ground each night during their most recent operation. I want to thank and commend Sheriff Judd and his team for their ongoing leadership and deep commitment for ending exploitation in our communities. They continue to be one of our most trusted and impactful law enforcement partners. They continue to be the strong leaders in the community that allow agencies like ours to meet survivors where they're at. That week, we were able to communicate with over 60 individuals, of which 36 have already accepted services. We were able to engage them in services such as emergency shelter, mental health counseling, survivor mentorship, and ongoing advocacy. Throughout the operation, our team was able to encounter people that were deeply vulnerable, living some serious, hesitation in their life, but full of hope at many times. However, many of them were just focused on surviving. We understand that not everyone is ready to identify as a victim in that moment, and that is okay. What's important is that we are present, consistent, and ready to offer support whenever they are ready to take that first step. At One More Child, we are committed to providing more than temporary assistance. We offer survivor-informed and long-term support, whether that journey begins during an operation, weeks, or even months afterwards. No one dreams of a life in exploitation. There's always a deeper story behind how they got there. Our role is to help create an opportunity for a new story to begin. Partnerships like this one are essential, but we know that we are only one piece of the solution. We need broader community engagement, tougher consequences for those who are fueling the demand, and a united commitment across every sector to say clearly and firmly, human trafficking will not be tolerated. Finally, I want to recognize the true leaders in this work, our survivor mentors and lived experience experts. These individuals bring a unique and irreplaceable perspective to everything we do. Their stories, their presence, guide us in the services that we're providing. At One More Child, we make it a priority to have a survival leader during every operation because their insight is valuable and essential. It is now my honor to introduce one of those incredible leaders, someone whose strength, voice, and lived experience continues to inspire change every day. Please welcome Stacy Ham. Thank you.
Before I let her talk, Marjorie Taylor Greene, when they were doing the Senate or the House voting to see if they were going to release the Epstein files, she was the first one to really stop calling them. She's like, stop calling them victims. Like they're survivors. Now these people we're talking about that are being caught and rescued, they're still victims at that point. But hopefully these survivor advocates can turn them into survivors and they don't go back or lose whatever.
Good morning. I would like to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone involved in the Polk County sting operation. Each operation serves as a powerful reminder that our work to fight exploitation and support survivors is far from over. Throughout this operation, our team was present each night, standing along survivors in their most vulnerable moments and offering immediate care and support. It's an honor for me and other survivor leaders to contribute our lived expertise to law enforcement, helping bring a deeper understanding and a more trauma-informed perspective to these efforts. As someone who personally experienced human trafficking, removal from my biological family, and time in the foster care system, these operations continuously remind me how deeply rooted cycles of exploitation can be and how so many are still caught in those cycles today. Many of the individuals that we encountered during the operation bravely shared their stories, describing how they were misled into exploitation through false promises of safety, stability, and better opportunities. Their stories echo the true reality that traffickers are continuously preying on those vulnerable, especially our youth, those who have aged out of the foster care system, and those who are simply trying to survive and be seen. This work is not easy, but it is so necessary. Every conversation, every connection, and every act of compassion plants a seed of hope, and it reminds survivors that they are not alone. I'm beyond grateful to be a part of a team that shows up with empathy, strength, and an unwavering commitment to helping survivors break these cycles. As a survivor, I have faced fears of speaking up, fears of not being believed, and fears of what might happen if I share my own personal experiences. But through it all, God has given me the strength to keep it going. Choosing to speak has brought me freedom, healing, and the chance to turn my pain into His purpose. My survivor story is just one of so many. There are countless others whose voices are waiting to still be heard, whose journeys matter, if not more. Each story carries alone. To any survivor who may be watching or quietly following along, please know that you are seen, you are valued, and your life does carry a greater purpose than the pain that you've been going through. If you are a survivor seeking support or need someone to walk alongside you in your journey, please know that there are safe people here ready to listen and be that support in your journey. Please know reaching out for support is not a sign of weakness. It's a courageous step towards healing and reclaiming your life. Only together can we continue to shine a light in the darkest places and create pathways to freedom, healing, and dignity. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Katie in Parchment. I am the program manager for the Prevention and Diversion program at Heartland for Children. Heartland for Children is a lead community-based care agency under the Department of Children and Families, and we oversee the child welfare system for Polk, Highlands, and Hardy counties. Thank you, Sheriff, for having us once again. Human trafficking is one of the most devastating crimes that someone can be subjected to. Victims are often left with deep physical, emotional, and psychological wounds that often take time, many years to heal from. While Polk County Sheriff Department works diligently to investigate cases, rescue victims, and hold traffickers accountable, we are honored that we are able to walk alongside the Sheriff Department early on in this process to help victims start their healing journey. By working alongside law enforcement, we are able to provide specialized care and support to survivors. Survivors need truly to rebuild their lives, from helping survivors to connect to emergency housing, social services, counseling, medical care, and many other services through a trauma-informed lens. Our organizations help to ensure that survivors are not just rescued, but restored. The men and women of law enforcement that work tirelessly to make this operation run smoothly are always an excellent example of professionalism, empathy, and determination. Together, we collaborate to create a safe net that supports victims and those at risk of being victimized by providing them with the tools needed to help distance themselves from their abuser. Together, we bring justice, compassion, hope, and community members to the community members of Polk County. If you are listening right now and you are being trafficked, please know this: you are not alone. You are stronger than your current circumstances. There are people ready and able to help you, believe you, and walk with you towards freedom and healing. Your life has value, your story matters, you are loved, and there is hope for a new beginning. If you or someone you know needs help, there are resources available in our community. The Florida Abuse Hotline, 1-800-96-ABUSE. The Florida Human Trafficking Hotline, 1-855-FLA-SAFE. United Way 211, and findhelp.org are just some of the organizations available to help families through rough times. We are honored to continue to strengthen our partnership with the Sheriff Department and community service providers focused on serving victims, because together we can ensure that every survivor has a chance to reclaim their freedom, dignity, and a future. Thank you very much.
Damn, I was cooking. So to answer your question, can you hear me now? To answer your question, I'll go back. I can redo it. You said, how do these children end up with such a terrible foster care parents? How do these effed up, you know what's, end up fostering kids? Need better vetting, friggin' something. More surprise visits by Soj. But look, a lot of these people have this agenda when they start. Absolutely, it's because they put on a front. And it's crazy too to me that there's a lot of parents that have a hard time getting a child. I think adopting and fostering are two different things. You know, they foster these kids, and that's what they do. You know, so unfortunately, man, I had already cooked. I'm not good at repeating myself. Basically, what I'm saying is, you know, these people are predators, right? They put on an act. They put on an act, you know. And I was saying that the biggest hub for this stuff is one of them. You know, here I'm in Ohio, Toledo, Ohio. Toledo, Ohio is one of the biggest trafficking hubs in the country. Okay, and it's at the border of Michigan and Ohio. Look, the people that were getting popped, I'm going to use the RNC as an example. There was a giant trafficking a bust at the RNC in 2016. It was pastors and it was doctors from children's hospitals that were doing these things. It wasn't just your average person. These were people that that were able to get their hands on these children. These pastors and these people that were prominent in the community were signing off to these sick ass people to get these kids. Like, it goes deep. That's why I get so pissed when I watch this stuff. And everybody's like, oh, well, we want to know about the file. Blah, 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 blah. Like, brother, we go down these holes. If you only knew how fucking disgusting this shit was, you would really want to know what's fucking going on. This stuff gets me mad. Like, this is the one topic you're going to see me get pissed off about after so long. You're watching this and you're going, dude, do you not see what's going on? It's in the news every day. More people go missing from Washington, D.C., the smallest little fucking province. What is it? It's not even a state. What is it? It's the District of Columbia. More fucking kids went missing from the District of Columbia in 2017, I believe it says the last time I really looked, or 18, whenever, than in any other part of the country. And I'm not talking about missing. I'm talking about it was like they average 4 to 6 kids a day that don't get found. Just going off the map. Going off the map. But nobody's paying attention to this shit at all. So yeah, how do these people get them? Because there's a network of people that literally are sick as fuck and they cover for politicians, doctors, priests. I'm telling you, look into the children's hospitals. Look into the foster care hospitals and homes. Like actual foster, like homes. Look at where these crimes come from. Go look up New York's local news and look at these stories. And you'll find these stories every day. If you're looking for it, you will find a story every single day. Not just, this isn't like a fucking, every day in every country, in every city that you're living in. Don't forget that shit.
Hey, good morning. Chris Blackman, the sheriff in Osceola County. First, I want to thank Sheriff Judd for hosting this press conference, CFO Blaise Ngolia, Attorney General James Ruth Martin, State Attorney. This is a mission from all law enforcement to eradicate our areas of these scumbags over here on the wall. And it says fool around and find out again. I'm going to say again and again and again for some of them because they're slow learners. But with that said, I believe that's more of a wall of shame than anything when you look at those people, to know that the ones over here, the child predators, are trying to seek out our kids and do massive destruction to their soul. I believe we are moved by the Holy Spirit and the Lord.
I don't think, it's weird that he said Holy Spirit and the Lord, because I was just about to say, I don't think it's greed. I think it's evil. I think it's just evil and disgusting. I think that it's evil. There's nothing more to it. You're not just doing that to these children, but you're taking you're taking their lives away while they're still alive. You might as well just unalive them. That's how fucked this is. These poor kids got a long road ahead if they survive.
To protect these kids, and that's my mission as a sheriff of Osceola County. We will do that in Osceola. A couple of our detectives are here that work these cases. They put in a lot of hours with the other agencies as well. And this is a mission from all of us up here, united across from state agencies, the sheriff's offices, and the prosecutorial services to protect the communities. So the crimes against the children are among some of the most serious and devastating offenses that a child can ever go through. By collaborating with other agencies, raising the awareness, we can better identify the offenders and protect the vulnerability of the communities. At the Osceola County Sheriff's Office is dedicated to expanding our role and our digital presence to make sure we find these monsters. What I'll say to a lot of the parents is this thing right here sometimes is your worst enemy, your cell phone. Why do I say that? You give this to your child, They had an application to their phone you think is harmless. Guess who's on the other end of it? There's a monster waiting to violate your child. I will say, it's been said before, protect your children. We can help you, but help us help you. Protect your children. Make sure you know what they're doing on their phones and their gaming systems, because some of these monsters will come through these phones and through these gaming systems into your house. And I'll say this to you, you would not normally invite them into your house, right? But when you hand your child this, and basically this becomes your nanny watch for your child, and this is your babysitter, the monsters are preying on your children. Make sure you know what your kids are doing. We grew up, parents were always involved with our child. Don't let this be your babysitter. Don't let the gaming system be your babysitter. Put checks and balances in place to protect your children. We're here for you. We're going to work our tails off with all state law enforcement and any law enforcement around the state of Florida. And as the governor said from the beginning, this is a law and order state. We're going to do that. We're going to serve and protect our communities with law and order. Thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Chief Booker Hodges from the Bloomington Police Department. First, I want to say thanks to Sheriff Judd for having us come down here. Bloomington, Minnesota. Sorry. We sent some of our detectives down here, and I want to apologize to them up front. I sent them down here during our 7 days of summer in Minnesota. So next time we do this, we'll make sure we send them down here in February or something. So how did we get here? There's this guy, and I'm imitating you, man. Sorry. Michael Gillis. We arrested Michael Gillis in October, early 2020.
Here's the goofiest fuck to get up here so far is from Minnesota, dude. Doesn't even know where he's from in Minnesota. He had to get reminded where the hell he came from. The hell, Chief Booker Hodges, bro. What is wrong with you? I hope you got something good to say, because you started off rough.
He came to the house looking to have sex with a minor. He gets out of jail in Minnesota, comes down here to Polk County. He adapted his tactics. That's why we call him the Predator. He catches an Uber here, also looking to have sex with a minor. Unfortunately, he comes back to Minnesota in our neighboring city, and he's successful at having sex with a minor.
And he laughed. And then this is the typical, this is what you hear. This is Minnesota coming back and doing it again. And let Sheriff Grady get caught with that dude one time. This dude ain't going nowhere, bro. It's the difference of your far left run state like Minnesota and Florida. Straight up.
And he brought the kid to his house. And thank God, our federal partners up there. He is currently in federal custody, and he's going to be charged federally. We got some issues to deal with, obviously, with some of our local prosecution, but I want my plan to land when I get back home, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that. I'm going to close with this. For some of you might not know, this is Tattoo from Fantasy Island, and he would say, the plane, the plane, the plane. All these guys here came here, thought they were coming to Fantasy Island, but unfortunately for them, they came to Sheriff Judd's Orange Jumpsuit Island. So with that, thank you all.
Y'all better recognize.
I appreciate the chief being with us, but you can see that no one police agency can affect this. It takes the feds, the state, the local, and we all pile in together. So for those who live under the illusion that we're independent, that we don't work together, here's your sign. Now, I do have to show you this, because there's things in life you just can't believe. So you order up a prostitute, right? This prostitute lives with his mother, by the way. He's got a massive criminal history, a 21-year criminal history with 31 criminal charges. So you order up a prostitute, and that's what you think you're getting. Now, when you look at that, you go, that's pretty rough, but you know, in important a storm. And then the next morning when you wake up, you find out this is who it really is. Yeah, we call that Coyote Ugly. You see, he's laying on your arm in bed. You go, well, it was rough last night, but I've sobered up. I think I'll just chew my arm off and ease away so I don't disturb him or wake him up. All right, so you think you're buying this, you're getting this. He's got 31 criminal charges, and heck, if you're lucky, he doesn't kill you overnight. That was Ernest Holmes from Lakeland. But then you've got Antavion Harrison. You order up, this is a real professional, $1,000 for full service, no condom. This person's already on felony probation. They show up and you go, hey. Next morning, you wake up and there he is. At this point in time, you call your brother. You say, do I have a surprise for you? Come get him. This is what we're seeing in these undercover operations, the strangest deviant conduct you can imagine. And then there is Rodrigo Molina Anduez from New York. This is what you order. She's here illegally from Venezuela, $700. Well, she is he. This is what you wake up to.
Oh my Lord. Imagine going to bed with that and waking up to that. Yo, you gotta have something really wrong with you if you can't tell the difference. Whoa. He said went to bed with the she and woke up with he.
This is what we're trying to do, is protect people from this outrageous conduct, because they
could get her in some big trouble, bro.
have no idea many times when they show up what they're getting. So on behalf of everyone that's here today, thank you so very, very much for attending. Are there any questions for any of the folks? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Sheriff, if you could please just provide additional comments on Deputy Blaine and the sentencing today and what that means for you and for your agency, and if State Attorney Haas, if you'd like to also provide.
Sure. What I would like to do is turn this over to State Attorney Haas to provide additional information. Deputy Sheriff Blaine Lane was shot and killed in the line of duty. And he was shot and killed in the line of duty because we went to a house to serve a warrant. We received a tip, a Crime Stoppers tip. And so Deputy Lane was assigned to take a position up outside. He took up a very good tactical position. The other deputies went to the front door and said, we have a warrant for the suspect's arrest. The guy sitting there said, she's inside. And she had told these other folks, bring him on in. So the deputies go in. She ran down this mobile home and hid. As the deputies came past and were clearing this room, she steps out with a gun and points it at them.
Yeah, good. That's good.
In the process, they shot through the mobile home, and one of the bullets struck Deputy Blaine Lane. The deputies had no idea where he was, but the suspect created that environment.
Bro, no,
Deputy Blaine Lane had taken a tactical position and had cover, but her felonious conduct caused that. And then when it's all over, we find out that
that wasn't her dumb. I mean, her dumb ass fault jumped out the thing with the thing. But at the end of the day, it was the police that couldn't shoot. You missed and shot your boy. The fuck, bro?
it is a BB gun with the end hollowed out.
It wasn't even a real pew pew. Come on. I get it. Put that, do what you got to do. But yo, you're going to miss one girl with the BB gun that takes out an officer outside? Think about that one for a minute. She didn't think she was going to get the dude outside, not even paying attention. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. What the hell?
but our deputy's dead. So we arrested her immediately, and that's where the state attorney took over, and Mr. Haas and his team did a phenomenal job. She went to court because she maintained she didn't do anything wrong. She had a meth warrant out for her. Mr. Haas?
Thank you, Sheriff. It was, it just seems like yesterday that we were out at the scene where Deputy Lane was killed. And although it's been several years now, we're so happy to be able to give some level of closure and justice to the family. And that's the thing I can't get out of my head. When I think back to the funeral, I think back to the scene at the hospital when Deputy Lane was taken there. That family was devastated and continues to be. The people that Blaine left behind, Deputy Lane left behind. That's a lifelong tragedy that they have to live with. And I think about his funeral and just how emotional it was. And we as a community came together to support that family, and we will forever, whether it's at the yearly memorial that we have in May or in the other ways that we do it. But the message is law enforcement officers are on the front line, and Blaine Lane was.
You would think, bro.
Life, but we all have to carry on and never let our guard down and keep on his legacy. So that terrible, awful woman, she's going to prison for the rest of her life. She will never, ever, ever get out.
Her legacy,
that's where she belongs. So I appreciate the support of law enforcement and the.
Unfortunately, this is a sad thing, and I'm not making fun of it, but his legacy was standing outside, just securing the outside and getting pew-pewed by his own people. And they're blaming her for it, bro. Like, yeah, she's the responsible for it, yes. But, man, you can't take out a suspect that's in a house and you take out your own people outside of the house. Oh, both sides are the wrong.
Great work that my prosecutors did in securing that life sentence. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can you comment on what type of legislation you would like lawmakers to make when it comes to open carry, and maybe the Attorney General can comment also?
Now, let me turn that over to the Attorney General. He is the subject matter expert on that. And I will say this. As of the 25th, open carry is the law. And as I've explained in the community, all of the laws of the state of Florida kind of interlace so that we have straight borders, so we understand this is against the law, this isn't. When you pluck a piece of that out like the appellate court did, without the opportunity to shore up the rest of it, it makes the rest of the law a little wonky. So what I have spoken to the Attorney General, and I'm going to, he is the man. He's the subject matter expert. The Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and Chief of Staff for the Governor saying, we just need some help so we can redefine and get these lines straight again. And our Attorney General, who's the best, has already given us some direction and guidance on that. And I'll turn it over because he is the man that knows it best.
Sure. Well, the first DCA, the appellate court up in northern Florida, struck down the long-standing Florida statute that prohibits brandishing a weapon, prohibits open carry.
Yeah, David. You know what? Why are we surprised? This is in Polk County, bro. This. Why are we surprised? If this were to happen in New York or somewhere else, she probably would have gotten released. They would have said it was the cops' fault. This is in Polk County. Clearly, they're about that law shit. You pew one of their. Anything happens, they're gonna cover for themselves. You know, but hey, the broad shouldn't have jumped out at him with a fucking BB gun. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. I still say both sides are at guilt. She probably shouldn't get life. She probably should be getting like maybe, I mean, life is 20 years, maybe like 15, 10, but fucking life? She'll probably get out. She'll get out. There's no way that she's going to be behind life forever. No way. Sheriff Grady ain't living forever.
That such a law is inconsistent with the Second Amendment of our United States Constitution, interpreted with the meaning of the founders. So what that means is that applies to the whole state. If there's no other appellate court ruling on the topic, then the first DCA's opinion will apply statewide. So as an initial matter, you've got law on the books that prohibits open carry. I've issued guidance to law enforcement and prosecutors. We're not going to be enforcing violations of that law, given this new opinion. But that's going to have to be addressed, taken out of Florida statute, and an open carry law's got to be put back in place. So I'm not going to get into a lot of detail right now. I know lawmakers are reading, dissecting, and there is some inconsistencies because you had the concealed carry, permitless carry, constitutional carry that was passed while there was no open carry. Obviously now open carry is a constitutional.
Is it open carry constitutional for any state? I know in Ohio you should be able to open carry. I never heard of not being able to open carry. Is that like not a thing in every state? I might be high right now. I might be losing my mind, but here you could open carry, but I guess not. It should be a constitutional thing, though. You should have the right to be able to march down the street with a rifle if need be. David, you're the Constitution guy. What? Okay.
Important right that people can exercise. So I'll leave it there.
And what we're sharing with the community is you need to be very, very careful. Open carry is going to be the law, but there are still don't want open carry on our premises. And you fail to leave, then you're not just committing a misdemeanor trespass, you're committing a felonious armed trespass at that point in time. So I suggest to those that want to open carry, be cautious, because open carry does not mean all the time, everywhere. And you'll get further direction as the legislature meets, as the Attorney General said, and tightens up what's left of the law. Okay. Anything else? God bless you all. Have a great weekend. See you soon.
Guys, look, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to get y'all hip to a new sheriff. This is one out of Ohio. This dude, David, this is something for you. I've showed this on an old show, and I wanted to put this all together into one show, but this is like I'm working backwards. So if I play this video again, if you're watching, forgive me, but I have to show this now because I want to introduce y'all to this guy. This is a press conference out of Dayton, Ohio, Butler County, Ohio. This is the sheriff out of Butler County, and he tells you exactly what he heard in the press conference. Hold on, let me see if I can give you a better headline. Hold on. Hold on, guys. All right, so look, check it out. This dude tells you exactly what was going to happen with these illegal stuff. This was a year ago, 2 years ago. I think it was a year ago. I covered it on my show. You can go back and look. Go look at my own thing. It says Butler County Sheriff. But he warned us exactly what's going on right now. He warned us, and there's plenty more of him. This is one of he's a Sheriff Grady of Ohio. I just never really rocked him out, but here we go.
We'll start off with, my name is Rick Jones. I'm the Butler County Sheriff, Butler County, Ohio. I just came back from the National Sheriff's Training in DC.
He's talking about what he heard in DC from the FBI and all these other things. Like he's really coming back and helping his people like Sheriff Grady would. Like, remember when the BLM were rioting and Grady said, "Yo, you come through I'm letting my people blast you off the roof or off the porch if you step on it." This dude's saying the same thing. This is my state.
3 days ago, 2 days ago, we were briefed by the FBI director, Ray, the director of the FBI, and several federal agencies. There's 3,300 sheriffs in the United States. The President of the United States refuses to meet with the sheriffs of the 3,300. We have a hierarchy. We have a president. We have a vice president. President of the United States refuses to meet with the sheriffs. He also refuses to meet.
Okay, by the way, this is when Joe Biden was in office. So now he's telling you, this is documented. This is our sheriff telling you Biden refused to meet with the sheriff.
Police chiefs of the United States. They have a hierarchy also. He refuses to meet with them to talk about border issues or talk about crime that's going on because of the border issue. We were also told by Mr. Ray, the FBI director, that there are more red flags going off now than before 9/11. Okay? When I say red flags, meaning people that are here in this country that are wanting to do harm to us.
Now take this video, take the two Richie from Boston videos, take the data center videos, take that video that we watched yesterday with the town hall meeting and what Trump said, put it all together. Think about this shit. Think about all the stuff going on with ICE. Listen what this guy says. This is before this.
We were also explained we're bombing 2 countries right now. 2 countries. These people do not like us before this started. There's thousands of people here from other countries, 160 different countries. They're here not to be our friends. Some of them are coming because they're wanting to come here to the best country in the world, the way we see it. Some are coming here to do harm to us. And we were told by the FBI director, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
You heard him say that. What'd he say? It's a matter of if, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I've been screaming this forever. David, your propaganda only pissed me off again, but I've been screaming this at the top of my lungs, bro. I showed this 2 years ago almost.
We were also told 5 sheriffs went to Israel 5 weeks after the attack. The only thing that saved the Israelis, the government, was the local police. They were outgunned, outmanned. They came over. The Palestinians did. They came over. They killed, raped. The sheriffs were there. They talked to the police. The local police are what saved that country. You can't just call, even in Israel, you can't just call the military up and they're going to be there, okay? They went house to house, raping, killing. The Israeli police, when our guys got there, the sheriffs, said they just don't hate us. They hate you guys equally. And the same people that train them are the same people that train people to hate us. The FBI director said when 9/11 hit, there's more red flags now than then.
You hear this, right? The same people, look, they don't like us. This dude straight up telling you what the FBI said.
So, and he said, these are people that want to kill us and do harm to us. Now, so you're wondering, I want everybody to know what I know. I can't tell you everything, but I want the public to know that we are in a terrible way right now. The United States, and I'm going to get to the local, the United States, we're on the defense. You can't be just defense and not have an offense. We have no offense. We're just defense. We're absorbing these attacks. We're in other countries. We're supplying them with weapons. We're supplying them with our treasure, our money, and we're not doing much back home. So With that in mind, we were also told that this is from the federal government 3 days ago, they're going to attack our elections, which they've always done that, just not the national. They're going to go into the locals. They encouraged us to talk to our local election officials and be prepared as much as they can for cyber attacks. Even locally, you have to be prepared. We've been told that, again, they're coming here to do harm to us. And even in Ohio or in the United States, we're not going to be able to call and ask for help from the federal government. They're going to be.
Listen to this. I'm going to rewind it a little bit. Listen to this and listen to this well. And mind you, he's telling you this when they were all coming in. This is as they're coming in. This is at the beginning of it all, when they were all starting to really come in mass. This is right before. He's the sheriff right around where the Haitians came in and the dogs and the king. This is that area. He's telling you what's going on. This is like as it's happening. This is like literally hand in hand. Eagles Pass didn't even happen yet.
And be prepared as much as they can for cyber attacks. Even locally, you have to be prepared. We've been told that, again, they're coming here to do harm to us. And even in Ohio or in the United States, we're not going to be able to call and ask for help from the federal government. They're going to be busy. The military's not coming, the National Guard. When 9/11 hit, it was all the police and the fire. And they were in total organized chaos. The military had the skies. And I don't want, somebody asked me, am I like Doomsday Jones? And I said, no, I'm not like Chicken Little. I want you to know what I know. And if you don't believe what I'm telling you, that's okay. You can do what the Israeli citizens done. You can build a little safe house in your basement. And good luck. Now, get to where.
You like that? He said, yeah, you don't have to believe me. Go ahead. Build your little safe space and see what happens. And he's also telling you you're not going to be able to depend on everybody. He's going to get to this point. You're only going to be able to depend on your neighbors, yourself, and the sheriffs, bro. That's why the sheriff is so important, to vote for your sheriff, to pick your sheriff. Pick the right sheriff, because if you get the right sheriff, you're going to get good results. Better than any mayor, better than any politician is your sheriff. Look at how powerful these men are.
We've been attacked here in Butler County. You're going to think, well, we've never been attacked. We have. The Russians attacked our system, our electronic system, our computer system. They hacked it. They also were trying to hack just not ours. And we were down for 2 months. Just a paper. Hacked our dispatching, hacked everything. Now, was that to help us? No, it wasn't to help us. It was to hurt us and cause chaos. As we speak today, the Russians are still attacking our computer system, just like they're attacking most of yours. But I want the public to know this. The Chinese tried to attack our cyber system here in Butler County, which includes everything that we have, dispatching for police and fire, 5 times a day. I want to repeat that. 5 times a day.
This is how unrecognized high IQ looks in women. Constant overthinking, high IQ minds, and
Overrunning the departments 5 times a day. Come on.
The Iranians are attacking our computer system and trying to hack it.
David, how does this make you feel, bro?
3 times a day. I want to repeat that. 3 times a day. Now, are they doing that to help us and be our friends? No, they're not. They're trying to disrupt everything that we do. And this next election coming up, they're trying to do the same. So what we're doing here is we've got rifles in every police vehicle we have. We have what we call a go bag. We have extra magazines. And we're going to start training civilians. We've offered classes to train civilians. And we're going to start training civilians on what to do when disasters hit and emergencies hit. Naturally, we can't train the whole country. We can't train the whole county. We put this up online yesterday. It's full. We can do like 30 people at a time. We're trying to get it. And the organization that is doing that is Texas A&M. They're coming here. The federal government's paying for it. They're going to train 30 civilians on what to do when disasters hit. 30 out of 400,000 people is not much. So we're trying to get more classes. Don't want to cause fear. Don't want to cause panic. But I want the public to be aware that you are under attack. And when
It's a difference to call it fear or panic or letting you be aware, because all the fear and panic is you getting uncomfortable. And sometimes it takes you to be uncomfortable to do the things you need to do to survive. Trust me, I'm a great example.
We're trying to get our cyber system. We have a grid system. Butler County does, the whole United States. Hell, our grid system goes out when it gets hot. So, and our grid system is from the 1960s. And they're trying to attack our phone system. The Chinese are flying over with their little balloons. That's not to help us and help us do some weapons. And all we're doing is we're on the defense. We're absorbing this. And these other countries that are attacking us overseas, it's a lot of drone attacks. Getting to drones. You know the technology that local law enforcement has on drones? Zero. We can fly drones, and most police departments and sheriff's offices have drones. We can't detect drones. Hell, they look like a...
For sure, David. David, it all came out on that day. We talk about it all the time. We know. And the fact that we have forgot about that time. It's been 24 years, and we have forgot about that, and here we are repeating it is insane to me. We're allowing this to happen. We were booting them out left and right. Now we're what?
Burden, Scott. We can't make the drones stop.
But they did, you know.
Can't stop them. When you see football games on TV, the national football games, they call timeout to stop the drones. Hell, my grandkids have drones. Everybody has drones. We have no technology. The federal government doesn't share any of the drone technology with us. So what we're going to do is we're reaching out to the private industry, and we're going to see if we can get anything that can attack drones and how we can stop drones. Now, again, it's not to scare people.
The government's not providing the county with the same stuff to be able to combat as the government has. So if the government or we get under attack, our sheriff department doesn't even have the same stuff to be able to compete to help us, because they will be your first line of defense.
This is the truth. Everybody in this room, news media, you guys get hacked. They try to hack you. One of the local channels in Cincinnati was hacked. They were down to paper for several weeks. Just paper. When we were hacked, we were down to paper. Our computer system, our dispatching, all hacked. Again, that's being attacked by foreign countries. You wouldn't think that a foreign country would be attacking us. The public needs to know we're being attacked every day. Now, people that are here to do us harm, do we expect? I've been to the border 3 times. People are not just turning themselves in. They're actually called gotaways. And some of them are getting through with backpacks and packs. Now, are they bringing groceries with them? We don't think so. We believe the ones that don't want to get caught, there's a reason for that. We believe they're a good, strong possibility they're bringing something here to cause us harm. You have to believe that. China has safe houses in every state in the United States. Now, after I discuss that, I'm going to take questions. But
He keeps bringing up China. Think about it. We're over here talking about the Muslims. We tend to forget that China's here too.
3 things I'm going to be asking the state of Ohio to do on the offense, not just the defense. I've reached out to State Representative Sarah Crothers, and I've reached out to State Representative Cindy Abrams, 2 state representatives. And I've asked them, I've instructed them, and you're going to receive a copy of it, that there's 3 things I'm asking the state to introduce legislation on. One is the northern border. You think that we don't have a border, but we do. We border Canada. So what happens is the border security have been pulled a lot of them, a large portion of them, quite a few of them, to go to the southern border. So what happens when we do that? Drugs are coming back across more the northern border. People are coming across. Water and land. With that in mind, I want you to keep in mind, I'm asking that there be legislation introduced and that the governor appoint a task force to do interdiction on people and drugs coming in across our waterways and our borders into the state of Ohio. Texas has done some of the similar. So the fentanyl has decreased by 40% from Texas and moved over to Arizona. So it's coming across. I was told 5 and 8 pills that are coming across into this country have fentanyl in them, the illegal pills. China helps the Mexican government with the fentanyl.
Man, you know, the numbers are crazy higher now. Crazy higher. He was right. Crazy higher now. There's no such thing as just like a normal pill. Every pill you pretty much get on the street very much can contain that. It wasn't even like that then.
Comes into our country. Again, they're trying to help us out. They're our friends.
If you want to play like this, you do not need to be doing this forever and ever. Do you know how many months?
5,000 people die a year in Ohio, fentanyl poison. 100,000 die a year in the United States. Our government is doing nothing to stop it. We're on the defense. Number one, that we have a border security task force. Number two, I'm asking that the 2 state representatives introduce legislation that will also form a.
I promise you, you're not gonna respond back. I promise you, you're not gonna. Hey, JLAP, before I send you to the corner, bro. Why are we not serious people? What do you want to get serious about, bro? I think I'm being pretty fucking serious right now, bro. I don't know where you're at, dude. But you want the truth, then sit around. If not, man, go fuck off in your little fucking corner, homie. Okay, a Republican and a conservative is 2 different things, bro. Not a Republican. So I guess you're just a retarded ass liberal. I get it. I get it. And you know what? Watch this shit. Want to see something funny? Watch this. This is what I think of you busted ass liberals. Bye-bye.
Full-time, 24-hour-a-day cyber security, not part-time. Every department has their own. We don't communicate with anybody. If we're going to be attacked, which we're getting every day, I assume everybody is. I'm asking that these 2 state reps introduce legislation that we have one cybersecurity czar that's full-time, nonstop, 24 hours a day. They're attacking us all. Third, very important, I'm asking that legislation be introduced like in Texas, that if you're pulled over or stopped in the state of Ohio, that there be legislation, the law changed, that you can be charged with a state felony charge of being here illegally, and you can be arrested and charged. Those 3 things. Now, I come to you not to alarm you, but to arm you. I want you to know what's going on. None of this I've made up.
He was giving me BLT fucking rainbow flag fucking I can't stand America vibes.
This is being told to us. And the reason it's being told to us, because 9/11, they knew it was coming. And none of us knew. No communications with local law enforcement. We can't do anything with drones. We have drones, but we're going to. And we're going to do everything we can to protect our community, to keep our live squads, our fire, our dispatching. If you've ever lost your phone or your battery goes dead, everybody freaks out. Imagine if you can't use your cell. Now, again, they're getting into our cyber, and that's what our country. You can't pump gas without electricity. You can't pump water without electricity. So they're doing this to us. These are the 3 things that I'm going to ask these state representatives. I've been in communication with them. You can reach out to them. They'll be waiting for the conversation. And this is just the beginning. And again, I've instructed my IT people to start looking at ways that we can detect drones and what we can do to stop drones. I don't know if there is any technology. Our government doesn't even have enough. Now, I will take questions at this point. Any questions you got? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Sheriff Jones.
Yes, sir.
It's an honor to be in your presence today. If given the opportunity to talk to the president through your organization, the Sheriff's Association, what are some of the things you would like to talk to him about?
The question was, what would I talk to the president about if I had an opportunity to meet with him? I would ask him to please close our borders, help us out. It's not just, they're not.
Oh, I love this guy, bro. I fucking love this dude. I didn't forget about you, bro. Don't worry. I didn't forget. I just already showed you. So like I was going down at the I love this fucking guy, bro.
Staying in these border states where they're coming across. They're coming in. Every state is a border state. Please help us stop the Chinese from bringing this fentanyl through our border and stop all these cyber attacks. They're attacking us all. And we have nothing. We don't have any technology to stop it. We're on the defense. The FBI director said for every one person we have in our government, I want to repeat that, every one person we have in our government that deals in cyber, the Chinese have 50 to 1. And I don't know what we're doing. I assume we're just on the defense. Please help us. It starts with the border. We've got to have our border secure, and us in the interior of the United States, we need help. We've had people that are dying every day. Everybody in this room, everybody that's listening, has a friend or a family member that's died of fentanyl.
Hi, your groceries are here, but I found this on the floor. I don't know if it's yours, but I just wanted to make sure.
Damn right, especially in Ohio, bro. Ohio is where the pill mill started. They headed to Florida. It's very, very bad. Very bad. Was, especially back, I don't know anymore, but yeah. It's not lying.
Next question.
What was the response like from Representative Abrams and Carruthers when you talked to them?
They were excited to do everything they can to introduce this legislation and maybe more. And I told them it was of the utmost importance. We need to get on the offense. And if our government's not going to stop it, we got to do it here in our country. We got in our county. I'm going to ask the Butler County Commissioners. Every department in our county and in Hamilton County, everybody has somebody that does cybersecurity. It's not 24 hours a day. They do it 24 hours a day. They have an incentive. They do it 24 hours a day, and they have hundreds of thousands of people attacking us every day. So I'm going to ask the Butler County Commissioners if they can get some kind of a task force or appoint one person that's in charge of this, and we all can get together and share information, how we can stop this. All we're doing is defense. We can't do offense from this level, but we can sure do defense. And it's just, if you throw the dart at the board enough, you'll hit a bullseye. And everybody's being attacked cyberly, and it's not to help you. It's to cause you grief. It's to cause you not to be able to dispatch.
David, when you said our states, need to step up, well, the first step to that is literally voting in the good sheriff. Finding a good sheriff and voting for him. If you got a good sheriff running, you're going to get transparency for your town, your area. Pay attention to your sheriff. Most people don't even pay attention to him. I wonder how many people actually watched this press conference. This was from the his local thing. I bet this has less views than you're going to get less views. I probably gave him more views off of this than he has. And that's sad. No one pays, bro, you need to pay attention.
And then they want money from him. They want a ransom. We didn't give them a ransom, so they released all of our information. And the FBI, and what they told us, we don't recommend ransom, but some people do. So, next question.
You mentioned that you're going to have some conversations with the Butler County Commissioners, but have you already shared with them what you learned in DC?
I've shared with one of them what I've learned, and I'm going to meet with a group of them and I'm going to tell them what I've learned, but they already see that by what you're doing here today, and the public's going to see it. We're going to put it out. We want everybody to know what we're doing, and everybody, we all need to be on the same page. We can't just have, I think the state of Ohio has a part-time person, a part-time group, and they meet on occasion. You know how much shared information we get from that? Zero. We should all be on the same information. I'm going to ask the commissioners to form a committee immediately and appoint somebody. That's all they do is security, cyber security. Somebody that can do it, not somebody that's working in the parking garage and parking cars and they get appointed to that job. We want real people. We're meeting with experts in the field as we speak, and we're trying to share resources and gain more information. I'm not going to tell you who they are, but I want everybody to know in our country that I'm doing everything that I can. I'm one sheriff of 3,300 sheriffs, but I have a very large mouth, and I want everybody to know what I know. I want you to know what the FBI told us just 2-3 days ago. This is pretty fresh information. And if you don't think that we're under attack, we are. And we train for mass shootings in schools. We train for mass shootings in the malls, but we don't train for multiple shootings or multiple attacks. And the National Guard's not coming to your community unless it's a flood or disaster, and you're on your own for about 7 days. And if you remember 9/11, which a lot of you don't, they were on.
For sure, David. Yeah, bro. Yeah, 1,000%. That was well said. David said, if you see something, say something. Snitching doesn't count when you're protecting your homeland. Absolutely, man. That will, like, look, this is what you expect from every single one. It should be from every person that takes an oath for our country should have this same mentality. But again, that's why there's never a good president, and we probably never will, because no good man makes it that far. Like, I don't see it. I really just can't see a guy like this wanting to be president.
On their own. And the police is.
Or Sheriff Grady, for that matter. Why would you want Sheriff Grady to be president, and then he just becomes a puppet for whoever, and instead of doing God's work on the streets?
Your last line of defense, police and fire. We're training right now for hazmat. We're the police, and we've been training for hazmat. We have hazmat equipment. We belong to the Hamilton County hazmat team, and we're training for chemicals because we have people that are driving trucks in this community and all over the United States that don't even speak English. They can get driver's license, they can take the test. I don't know if they're here legally or not. So I give you that information. It's a lot to fathom what's going on, but I am asking that you put this information out to the public. The class that we had were full. It filled up last night, and we could probably do 5,000 people in that training. People want to know what they do when your cell phone doesn't work. If you've lost your cell phone in your house, you almost puke because you can't find your cell phone. Imagine not being able to use your cell phone. And imagine not being able to do dispatch. No electricity in the winter. I mean, not to scare people. It's not to alarm you. It's to arm you.
Sheriff, there's the analogy of see something, say something.
It's not to alarm you. It's not to harm you. It's to alarm you. Well said.
Something to all Americans, especially in the Ohio region, Hamilton County, Montgomery County, and the like. See something, say something. Is there a number individuals can call if they see something
Yes,
very unusual?
there is, and we're going to give that to you before you leave. There's a number to call, and we had an incident a week ago, and we depend on the public. We put information out all the time. We communicate with the media. You help us get that information out when we're looking for people. When people are murdered and there's mass shootings and we're looking for suspects, we have to determine, can we put that out? Should we put it out? We need to put it out, and we depend on you to put that out. And if you do see something, pay attention to where you're going. Pay attention to what you're doing. Pay attention to who lives next door to you. And people are here to do us harm. And that's not a scare tactic. They are. They come across the border, and they're not coming across and all turning themselves in. These are people that are coming across to cause us havoc, You can't just be poor and walk across the border because you come from a poor country. The drug cartel controls that. They will kill you. You have to pay, either be an indentured servant or your family. They will kill you. And the Mexican government is not our friends. They're not here to help us. They're not in charge anyway. It's the drug cartel.
How can my brand appear in AI search? How can I boost digital brand visibility? Introducing SEMrush One.
Next question.
Let's start off with this. Do you hear this though? We're at war with Mexico right now over everything this man's talking about. Do you think he's a puppet? I don't. I don't think he's a puppet. This man literally has warned us basically everything that's going on right now. He's told us this what's going to happen. Now, a lot of people back then said the same thing that he said. This dude's crazy. Fear, da 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 da. Yeah.
What are some of the basic fear necessities people need to do to be prepared? If they can't go to your class,
I'm going to tell you some basic things you need to do to prepare. Just like when the power goes out or there's a tornado, they always tell you to keep enough food and water in supply. And this isn't doom and gloom. This is common sense. You might want to look at, as far as your phones, if they're working, you don't have electricity, they have batteries, but they're only good for so long. You might look at solar charging devices. You might look at some foods that you can get that you can just mix up, like when you go camping or survival. We're not to that point, but we need to be prepared. And you need to look at it. And you need to, most people would freak out without their cell phones. And if you can't dispatch the police, our towers are down, they're hacking our communication system. I mean, I'm not making that up. And they're trying to hack yours. They want us to be in chaos. They're trying to hack our elections, local elections. If local elections have issues, they always talk about the national, but they want you to feel it in the heartland. Really scare the hell out of them. Next question.
You mentioned some of the training that your deputies are doing. Is there other additional training that you're looking to implement because of what you've learned?
Yes, some of the training is the drone technology. We're trying to get that on our own because the government won't give it to us. So we're trying to get the technology there. We're looking at maybe squad trains. We train for school shootings, what to do when we get there, or mall shootings. We're going to look at things a little differently. When we get there, maybe squad training. We're going to ask the government if they can share with us. They're kind of busy. They hire the wrong people. They're just on defense. They've hired like 35,000 IRS agents. Well, good for them. I guess they need more taxes. We need infrastructure help in our country. There's going to be an additional 100 million people in 25 years in the United States, almost a third of our population. We're not building bridges, highways, the infrastructure. We're not doing anything on our grids, nothing. So we're doing lots of training, and some of this is not my responsibility. I'm not in charge of the U.S. government. I'm not in charge of the state of Ohio. But these state representatives, we do a lot of things in our government, and we fight over silly things. We've done they tried to do an impeachment on this Mary Orcus, or however the hell you pronounce his name. And there's a lot of important things to do. And nothing happens if they do that anyway. All we do is fight over silly things. We need to get together and get some things done to protect our country, most importantly, for our safety. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, if you went to school, you remember that: water, air, food, safety, right up at the top, in the top pyramid.
Right.
And we are not abiding by those safety things. We are in.
Yeah. Not lying. You said water, air, sky, and their safety. Yeah, bro. Look what they're doing to our water, to the skies. I mean, dude just nailed it down the line. Bow, 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 bow.
Yeah.
I think it's about over. I got one more if you guys want, or I could end it. But I do have one more, and I've never seen it. It says Raw, Sheriff Jones demands payment from Mexico. I want to hear him demanding Mexico owe him money, bro. I think I want to do it. I don't know how many people are watching because I'm not really paying attention. But I mean, I'm always could save it, I guess. But, yeah, That's why they finally doing here, focusing on our homeland. Finally, I hope so, brother. I hope so. Should I save it? I mean, I can always show it again if there's only this many people watching. It's up to you guys in the chat.
Defense, not one piece of offense. Our military is on defense. We're absorbing drone attacks, and before we attack back, we call them and tell them, hey, we're going to be there in about a week. You might want to empty your warehouse out. We need help here locally. You do, we do. That concludes the press conference at this time. We'll take any questions or anything anybody needs after it's over. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was that. That was him. That was him. It looks like everybody dipped out anyway, so I guess that's our answer, right? Huh?
Yeah.
Who we got left? I'm down, more info the better. That's what I said. You know, I can show it again if there's only a few of us. The reason why I'm even going and keep running is because we're out of minutes on this StreamYard. So we're just running on free StreamYard, and they took $50 for a week. $50 a week from me, and I never even used it on another account. I was pissed as hell. So I'm like, screw it. If I can use any free minutes from StreamYard, I'm going to do it. That's the only reason why I'm like, fuck it, I'll run their minutes out. Because we only had a few. There's no way we're at 5.5 hours. There's no way they gave us 5.5 hours left. No way. No way. No way. So I'm just getting a free damn show out of it. You hear me? Fuckers. Fucking, here we go, guys. This should be cool. I don't know. I got a fatty rolling. Let's see what's going down. He also is the dude with the famous Wardenburger.
This isn't the first time that I've done this. I've done it in 07. Different president of Mexico, president of the United States. It's a different president. Same results. President Bush had it for 8 years, wouldn't fix it, couldn't fix it. President Obama's had it for 6 years, won't fix it. It appears can't fix it. Congress and the Senate can't agree, can't fix it. Now is to bring attention to this, hopefully, before the president leaves, hopefully, before Congress switches up, hopefully they can get together in a room and fix this. I think it's an easy fix myself. I'm just a sheriff. Maybe I'm not as smart as all these congressmen and senators and president of the United States. I think it's an easy fix. I think the simplest thing they got to do, if the Republicans want the border secure, and most Americans want it secure, secure the border. Make a deal, the president of the United States, make some kind of a compromise with Congress and the Senate, seal the borders, then come over here. We allow 1 million to come into this country legally a year. Make it 2 million. We're doing far more than that coming here legally across our country, our borders. There's 1,800 a day coming across in some spots, and make some kind of a compromise. Seal those borders. They have to be sealed, or this will never stop. If you've done it just on what the president wants to do today is just.
This guy's been yelling this. This is like 13. This dude's been yelling. This is before even Trump was president. He's been screaming.
Make everything hunky-dory, make everybody legally here, and it'll all be done. You don't seal the borders, we'll be doing this again in 10 years from now. It's totally out of control. Congress and the Senate.
Here we are 10 years later. And he was damn right.
And the American people want you to do is fix this issue, Republicans and Democrats. Can be done. They both
did.
I'm going to put on my devil's advocate hat here.
Sure.
There are people who will look at this letter and look at what you're saying and go, you're just grandstanding. You have no expectation of actually receiving remuneration from the president of Mexico for this. So what's your point of going out on
this? But this video is over 10 years old, dude.
It's pretty simple. It gets attention. It makes our weak-kneed politicians scared. Either they won't fix it. It makes them scared. It makes their constituents very angry. the ones that support this issue, even if you don't support my tough stance on this and you're on the other side, you're not getting anywhere either. You're not fixing anything. We've got all these kids coming over here, dying on the way over, being molested on the way over, being taken advantage of on the way over. Then when they get here, they're being taken advantage of. Who wins? No one wins. This country's not winning. The Democrats aren't winning. The Republicans aren't winning. The left, the right, everybody's losing. This draws attention. And anything that draws attention to these weak-kneed politicians is a good thing. They need to get in a room and they need to fix this. This is what they're hired to do. Fix this, not go out and campaign on both sides. Raise money for your next campaign. Fix this issue for all of us. It's not hard to do. It's really not. I've been to the border. You've been with me to the border. The border is not secure. They're not staying. People think that they come across the border. They're staying in Arizona. They're staying in California. They're staying, in these other places in Texas. They're not. We were told, you and I seen it. They're coming across. They're getting hooked up with their people. They're coming into the country where the welfare is, where all the free stuff is. Free phones, free housing, free cheese, free.
This is Obama style, bro.
There's people in this country that can't get that. That were born here that have lost their jobs. I know people.
Just so everybody knows who's watching this, I am showing this again and the other one at the beginning when there's a lot of people to be able to see it. So I do want to get this out to more people, but I am not going to stop showing it to you.
People that are working poor that can't afford internet and have access to it. So we're giving way too much away. The attention that this draws nationally, is a good thing. It makes them have to answer to somebody. There's the local politicians from the county to the cities and the other sheriffs, the other law enforcement. You know what they get asked? Why aren't we doing something? No matter what side you're on. I've met with the groups that don't think like me, that don't think on this issue at all, to include the local priests and the other committees they formed. They were shocked when they invited me to show up. There'd be 15 of those that think like and similar. Then there'd be me. So that made us about even. But they were shocked, but pleased, because we sat down and actually talked. And we worked a rapport to where there's an issue with these illegals. They need assistance. They need somebody to help them when they get released from here. If it's wintertime, they have to go to Cleveland. We sat down and we talked. But that's not happening elsewhere. And the system is broke. And it's broke terrible. There's nobody that's not listening to this, no matter which side you're on, that can't say our system isn't broke.
What part of this ties to this plan to bring more and more children into this country and care for them right now? That's the hot button down on the border and here.
And here, we've already had these kids coming over and to the United States. And what I've been hearing is a lot of them are special needs kids. What I've been told is there's not birth certificates. We don't know how old.
We got Brian's ass here.
We don't know if they're 15, 14, 18, 20. We don't know what kind of background they had, where they came from. They have no vaccinations. They go into our schools immediately. I'm compassionate for these children, but it's illegal. We have laws in this country. If we want to do something that's great and wonderful, and we want to help these kids, let them stay home with their parents. Send money, send food to these countries, and send resources there to get them to stay in their country. Not for the president to go to these countries and negotiate with countries that are all corrupt. What they say doesn't mean anything. Hell, look at Russia. We signed that big giant deal with President.
It's at 70777.
They're practicing these
all the way down the line.
The treaty means nothing. They said, well, that was with a different president. If you think dealing with these presidents from these countries that are corrupt and are controlled by people that are less honor than what we normally deal with, these are people that it doesn't mean anything. Keep these kids with their families. It's the equivalent of you sending your family to a foreign country and saying, hey, we're going to send you, hitchhike down this road. There'll be somebody to pick you up. I don't know who it is. Here's $10. And when you get there, hey, good luck. We'll see you along the way. And you're a teenager and you're taking your little brothers with you and your little sisters. What kind of parents would do that to begin with? And what's coming across this border? They come here. Mexico is not the poorest country in the world. They're a giant coffee producer. They're a giant oil producer. So their money just stays at the top where they're so corrupt. And the poor
David,
don't receive that money. They're educated.
David, tell her who's providing them and paying for this assistance other than the tax dollars. Tell them, David, this is your time to shine. Tell them who's behind this evil madness and funding a lot of this stuff other than the tax.
Education levels are different. I'm for bringing people to this country that are smart and can work and help this great country, not people that come in and we don't know who they are. We allow, like I've told you in the past, 1 million
He got it.
into this country legally every year.
Good job.
All the
You
countries
did it right.
in the world combined
right.
together don't equal 1 million. So we're a pretty good place to come. I understand that. Make that a little larger because they're pouring across the other side. But you got, number one, you got to seal the borders. And I talk to sheriffs, I talk to other areas. We are starving to death. As far as financially, it's been nothing but cuts. This is a recovery on cuts. It's not a recovery on expansion and jobs. It's a jobless recovery. And I'm just the sheriff, and I'm talking issues that the sheriff shouldn't have to talk. This should be.
Hey, comedic relief real fast. We were talking about, I was telling Ryan, I was like, yo, Ryan, your favorite fucking show is The Connors, right? I didn't say Roseanne, I said The Connors. I said something like he wants to be like that little like dancer boy, or like, what was the chick's name, bro? Remember?
Oh, man.
Darlene. I called him Darlene, right?
Darlene.
I was just fucking with him, right? And like we started talking about it. We're like, man, they sure did Roseanne dirty. Like they offed her in the show with the, opioid OD. Like they literally killed her off, right? And we looked it up. We're like, what was the tweet again? What was the tweet that she said that got her really banned from everything forever? They kicked her off her own damn show. She's been banned supposedly. Like, bro, I still fuck with her, but you only ban yourself. But she is banned. You know what it was? She called this bitch. She said this bitch looks like Planet of the Apes crossed with what was it, right? Planet of the Apes crossed with hold on, I gotta look it up real fast, guys. Forgive me. I have to look it up, dude. I have to get the exact. Here, I'll ask my phone.
Yeah, apparently she was took her sleeping meds and was tweeting.
What was the tweet that got Roseanne canceled? And she said she was talking to Obama. All right. The tweet that led to Roseanne Barr's sitcom being canceled was a racist comment about Valerie Jarrett, a former senior advisor to Barack Obama, in which the tweet said Muslim Brotherhood and Planet of the Apes had a baby. She said if the Muslim Brotherhood and the Planet of the Apes had a baby, bro. And then she proceeded to say something about George Soros and how shit, like basically the truth about George Soros, and that's what got her banned. You got banned for telling Obama's people that she looked like the Planet of the Apes had, what was it again? That shit was funny, bro. What was it again? Hold on. If the Planet of the Apes had a fucking baby with fucking the Muslim Brotherhood. How fucking hilarious. Planet of the Apes had a baby with Muslim Brotherhood, bro. And she got canceled for that. Now that should be held up on him. That should be everybody's slogan.
Somebody that's in a different position than the sheriff, but they're
that shit's hilarious.
And one side groups up with the other side, one side groups up with the other. But there can be compromise, and this can be fixed. You and I could sit down and come up with a plan that both sides might not like exactly, but it would be resolved, and we could start fixing it, and then move on to try to tackle some other issues in this country. That's my opinion.
How do you differentiate between?
I mean, if you want, am I already? Because I have too many tabs. It might have. Oh no, I have to do it on my phone. Oh, I can't really screen share it. It's the show Roseanne, man. I don't know. I don't know how much. I don't know what more I could really say, bro. She got canceled for saying that.
The Connors.
Yeah, the Connors now. It's like two shows, Roseanne and then the Connors.
We started this conversation out there, but how do you differentiate between the compassionate side?
It was all because she supported Trump, straight up. They hated her because she supported Trump. That was their reasoning to kick her off the show.
Of people who say we have to take care of the bishop, the archbishop said exactly that. We have to care for these children first and foremost, and let the politics sort itself out. How do you split that up?
It's not easy. We're caring for them now. We're not just not feeding them or not giving them. We're giving them food and clothing. And the people that are taking care of them is the government. And that's never good. When the government's going to fix something, it should always be the private sector. The churches should come forth, the private organizations. And if they want to do that themselves, hey, that's what this country is founded on. Compassion, feeding the homeless, feeding the poor. That's a good thing. Anytime the churches want to help, that's a good thing. But our government right now, the Border Patrol agents, are doing this, and they're not equipped. They're not trained for that. They're pulling them off the border, and the criminals are coming across, and we're babysitters. That's not their jobs. That's not what the government's supposed to do. Compassion, sure. I have compassion when they show these children on TV. We got to stop these kids from coming here. The best thing for those children are to be home with their parents, not in a country where coyotes are sneaking them across and they're coming across themselves. And now we have agents and the federal government are looking at housing these large groups. What's it remind you of? It reminds you of the orphanages and all the abuses that took place. There's no love in these places. It's very sterile. They're looking at opening old prisons up, old military bases, old hotels, and they're going to pack these kids in. Mark my word, no good will come from this. None.
I'm done. I'm done.
I've done my part. What do you think? Now, how can you be? Now, I have compassion for this. It's a mess, and it's getting worse. And by the president going to these countries and think kids that are coming over on tops of trains, they won't get that same deal. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
They won't get the same deal. They'll get the same deal if they come here on top of a train as the ones we bring in. It'll just be a little slower.
Did you ever get any response from Mexico?
I received either a phone message. I can't find where I received a letter, but I received a phone message or a conversation that I was in violation of a treaty of some sort.
By reaching out to the president yourself?
Yes. But
No fuck around. He's like, man, I'm calling the president of Mexico myself. Like, you owe me fucking money, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro. That's Ohio right there, baby.
But you know what? That Rodham guy, that basketball player, he goes over and hangs. He hangs with the president of, and that's a real room and negotiate.
He's talking about LeBron James, if you don't know.
With both sides, I really believe. I got enough confidence in myself. It's not arrogance. I believe that this could be fixed. Really, it could. Reagan fixed it. You know what he done? He gave everybody amnesty. Boom. And then the economy was going well, and everybody was a little angry for about 2 months. But it's got worse since then. Nothing's been done. And there's so many here now, DC, and they come run and get me. Said that President Bush's one of his main negotiators wants to speak to me. Myself and Larry Devers went into a little room, and there was the president's, one of his attorneys, trying to cut a deal with us. The National Sheriff's Association, the Immigration Board has.
Damn right, he did see this coming, man. I'm gonna have to show this to the people, bro. Like when there's more. I appreciate y'all that are in here because y'all are real fucking truth seekers. Like, yo, he really, really, really is telling us right here, 13 years ago, what's gonna happen, yo. He was not lying. He was not freaking lying.
And we would not do it. But here I am. They're wanting me to be in this room, and the president's attorney didn't want me there because we would not budge. They offered us money.
The president won't fuck with him, bro.
Millions of dollars in
they can't do shit because the people voted him in.
Grant money if we would support that issue. True story. I can't make that up. Yeah. And it's right back at it. You could fix it. It's not terribly hard to secure the borders. We could secure the borders. President or Governor Perry, Freudian slip. He won't be president, but I could support him. He doesn't want to send these troops there because if the federal government sends them, the federal government pays for them. They federalize them.
But he doesn't have a choice.
He doesn't have a choice. And I can't blame him. You and I talked to those ranchers. Well, you've seen what they're doing to their land. They've destroyed it with their garbage, their dumps, and they leave it there. And now when the drugs are coming across, if you come across one of them by accident, you're going to die. And it's every day. The drugs has gotten worse. The borders aren't secure. And we got all these different things going on.
Well, and Obama wants to take billions of dollars to pay for the kids.
Yes.
Take those billions of dollars. If you can get those billions of dollars, fix the border.
Fix the border. Giving it to those kids ain't going to
Look,
fix it. They're going to continue to come back. They say right now because it's.
If David was sheriff, this would be David, bro. He'd be suing Mexico. He'd be like, that's it. I'm suing fucking Mexico. I'm suing Mexico. That's it. Those motherfuckers. I'm taking them all down. I'm suing El Chapo. I'm suing El Guzman. I don't know who the fuck. I'm suing the president. I'm selling all of them. I'm suing them all. Yeah, for sure. That's like David if he was sheriff.
Temperature. It's slowed down. Boy, it's going to pick back up. You and I know that. Can you imagine if you and I went to the border now, how messed up it is? And those counties are so broke. Sheriff Gonzalez, Ziggy Gonzalez, I assume he's still there. I haven't heard from him in a while. The violence and what's going on there. I seen one of the other sheriffs on TV the other night. He said they're broke. They got no money.
I actually keep playing with the idea of going.
That's sad, bro. I wish I
afternoon, everyone.
no,
Thank you.
no. I want to go back, and I just want to picture that.
Your next campaign. Fix.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now let me see where you're at. What's up, Ryan?
Hey.
That guy was dope. I'm not gonna lie. That guy is he's just as good as Sheriff Grady in his own way. That guy came with some straight truth for us all. I'm gonna have to show that. Keeks, David, I know you understand. Anybody else that's watching this, if you see me showing this again, it's because I just want more people to see it. That's why I showed the first one. I'm like, you know what? I need to start introducing. He's got a lot more stuff, dude. And there's a lot of other ones. Maybe I'll start going around and showing different sheriffs from all around and showing what stuff they said. Because he's not the only one. Grady's not the only one. There's a dude in what's that shit called? I'm high as hell now. Fucking Indiana. He's gangster. He's gangster with it. Ryan, talk for a minute, bro. I just chiefed a whole entire fucking cigarette by myself. And like that 13-minute fucking video we just watched, I chiefed that whole fucking thing, bro. And it was like 3 minutes. I'm fucking it was a lot of that Gary Payton, and it's real dry, and it was like the Big Bang, and then like Big Mac or the Banana Mac, and the lemon.
You made a salad.
Skunk, and I just fucking ran into a big ass giant fucking monster, and it was all dry as hell, so it just smoked like a fucking savage. Oh yeah, it was tasting good. It was feeling good. I'm like, it was like hitting a cigarette or something. It was definitely like if you were drunk and you hit a cigarette, that good feeling. I don't smoke nor drink, but if you combine the two, it's good shit. That's how I felt. I was hitting like, yeah, this is a good one. Fucking perfect. Like, cause the shit we just had to witness, I don't know about you, but I can't stand watching sick bastards like that, like peds and shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Them P's pissed me off, dude. I was getting pissed. Like that dude said I was getting mad about the Somalians yesterday. No, bro. What pissed me off was watching them fucking Preds, bro. I couldn't do that shit every day like I used to, and it need to fuck off, dude. Yeah, that shit had me on my fucking you know, and then like I finally fucking said, all right, I'm taking that one down. She said, hey, don't call me Tim Waltz. Oh, Tim. Did she call me Tim Waltz?
No.
I love you, Candy. I'm high as fuck. I thought I said Tim Waltz. Why am I Tim Waltz, bro? What did I do? I ain't put no tampons in no damn bathroom. You can't call me no Waltz, dude. I'm definitely not from Minnesota. Don't do me like that. Oh, like a wizard. Tim Wiz. Tim the Wiz. What's up? G Wiz. Mr. G Wiz. Mr. What is his name? David would know. He watched that shit. Mr. Wilson. G Wiz, Mr. Wilson. Marley's eating right now as we speak. He was jumping up on the table trying to get to the coconut oil like, I don't know, an hour ago or something. He lost his shit. I gave him some coconut oil. I gave him some more food. I brought him in the bedroom, but I didn't lock the door. Close the door. I left it open, letting him know that next time he's going to get left there. Yeah, G. Wilkers, golly G. Wilkers, Mr. Wilson. And he came back out behaving. I was like, okay, good boy. Am I making a coffee? Hell no. Nah, bro. I'm riding this shit out like a savage. No coffee left in a brother. I didn't drink that much, but I might eat a fucking add a gummy after this. It's Friday night. Do the Cavs play?
Is it Friday?
Yes, Friday night. Man. Buckeyes play tomorrow, bro. I can't even sleep knowing that the Buckeyes play the Big Ten championship, #1 versus #2.
I can't let you type that, yo.
I didn't even get to read it. What was the question? Don't
worry about it.
Alabama versus Georgia. Yeah, there's some good football games tomorrow. We got Alabama, Georgia. We got Ohio State, Indiana. I'm sure there's other ones. I can't think of them at the moment. But I know there is. It's championship Saturday. The winners, and then they're gonna on Sunday they'll announce the playoff. So if Georgia wins Ohio State, their reward will be Ohio State. Alabama wins, their award they'll probably get in. I'm sure the Buckeyes are at 8:00. I bet. Hold on. There's no way they're not prime time. 1 versus 2, both undefeated. There's no way that's not prime time. What time's the Buckeyes game? 8 p.m. There was no way they weren't going to put that up national television, 8 p.m. For sure. Well, if Alabama gets out, I'm going full Buckeye mode. Heck yeah. Likewise. I'll fuck with Alabama. I always do, anyways. I hope we play them so we can whoop their ass. I'm trying to whoop everybody's ass, bro. That's the one sport. Like, dude, we're not gonna win another football game in the Browns ever. Like, seriously, I don't see a win. We might win this weekend, actually. We might win this fucking weekend because we're playing a shittier team than us. But after this weekend, I don't see a win for the rest of the year into next time. And hey, good to meet you. Much love. Hope you come through again.
Good night, Carly.
Yeah. The Browns, I don't see the Buckeyes losing. If they lose tomorrow, y'all, I'm gonna be broken. Cause all this shit I said they're not losing. If they lose, I'm gonna be but I know they're not. They're just not going to. They're good as shit. Thank you. I'll try, man. It's funny when you don't really talk the truth, they'll let you talk. They'll let you have lots of viewers. As soon as you start giving them some real shit, YouTube ain't cool with it. They're not cool with it. Yeah, I could see us going all the way. I don't see them losing too. God bless you. Peace. Yeah, I don't see them losing. Not to no Indiana. I don't see them losing at all. We got 3 NFL wide receivers and an NFL quarterback, like, and the best defense in football. Like, I would be I would be more shocked if the Browns won 2 games and the Buckeyes lose a game in the next 2 years, dude. I'm not even lying, bro. That's not even an exaggeration. Ryan, what do you think about that one? Are you going to be awake for the Buckeyes game tomorrow? Or are you going to be like, I'm tired, I need to take a nap?
I don't know.
It's at 8 o'clock.
I know.
8 o'clock on Saturday night. You can't handle 8 o'clock on Saturday night?
I might take a nap.
I can't stand it. I can't stand him, dude. I'll be up watching football from noon or 1 o'clock noon until my ass goes to bed. I'll be straight watching college football all damn day and night. And I'll probably fall asleep a couple of times.
Yeah.
I'm sure I will. I will definitely dead myself to sleep. I hope to. And what's bullshit though, what's really bullshit is what's really bullshit is the Buckeyes play by 8. I'm like, fuck, bro. I'm done by 8. So like that sucks to do the last one. Usually they play at noon and it's like smooth sailing. Like, dude, 8 o'clock at night. I'm gonna have to take a nap tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to nappy timey. Dude, we hung out with Bruce yesterday. That motherfucker was hilarious, dude. I'm not gonna lie. When he came in with the Reddit stuff on midgets, that was that was like out of right field. Dude. You would have never Keeks. Remember when you was scared to look at boobs? Remember when Bruce was scared to look at boobs? when walking was scared to look at boobs. He came in with some shit. We was like, it had me and Ryan like, whoa, what you doing, bro? He was showing us some shit on Reddit that we didn't know existed, bro. Like, really. We were like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Yeah. He went down the midget rabbit hole, Keeks, on Reddit. That's all I can say, dude. A midget rabbit hole on Reddit.
I already smoked, Cody.
I just parked out. See, dude, that shit fucking dries up quick. You just gotta set it out. Next time, I'm just gonna grab like a fucking nice, and throw it on the thing before I even go. That way, by like halfway through, it's already dried out. Not a bitch to break up. Boobs are great. I don't know about midgets' tits. Bro, this midget had fucking... Dude, I swear to you not. I can't even say it. They were definitely grown people's like I can't I don't even know what to say. I don't know. No, there was this little Asian. There was this little Asian one that was like 4'6". I don't know. It wasn't like 3'9" like Ryan's, but the little Asian 4'6" one.
3'11".
I don't know. They mostly look like they're a chromosome short of a human being. They're really fucking disturbing people, or whatever they are. They're people. They're fucking disturbing. Whatever they are, they're fucking disturbing. I mean, really. To me, can you do some weather? Can I do the weather? I could do the weather in my sleep, but I'm fucking Isaac. I don't do fucking weather. What did I used to even do the weather on? Yeah, I'll do some weather for y'all for old time's sakes. I don't know what the fucking weather is, dude. All right, hold up, yo. I got you. I forgot what my thing was called. You let me right talk to him, dude. I used to have. Oh, I remember now. Hey, man, I told you I just sucked down like fucking, which I was smoking a week in a fucking 13-minute video. I swear to you not. What was I doing? Oh, yeah.
Weather.
Found it. Okay, let's get it in. Let me share my fucking shit in a minute.
David said he passed. Bullshit, David.
What did he say?
Said he passed on a midget or dwarf, whatever they're called.
Why would you pass, dude? Okay, so look, this is gonna be fun. I haven't done the weather in a while. Thanks for telling me to, because honestly, this should be fun. Because yesterday I got a funny story for you, motherfuckers, and it goes right in with what the fuck I'm about to show you. Okay, no.
Little people. My bad.
Look. See what I'm showing you right now? So that's showing how bad our air quality is right now, right? The air quality is fucking. Yesterday, I went to go get my cat some food. Funny story. I go to get my cat some food. I called my sister one day. I was like, yo, I'm going to take an Uber to get fucking cat food. She said it's only 0.3 miles away. Like, I thought it was like 3 or something fucking miles away and shit, right? So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna take the Uber. I'll just walk it, right? But I ended up riding with my sister anyways because we were hanging out, and I was trying to get Marley some food. Anyway, so when we drove there, I'm like, oh, it's just right down the damn street, literally, like it's nothing, bro. Billy tells me to fucking go get some dirt and stuff for some project that we're doing for science, and he said bring the wagon and bring some dirt back, bro. I walk up to the fucking highway and it's this much from the highway to the fucking rail, dude. I was scared as shit, and there's only like a 0.1 or 0.2 part of the fucking walk is just that. And there's like a hill into a ravine on the other side, dude. I was like, oh, hell no. And there's just nothing but chemtrails everywhere, dude. The whole sky is X'd up. It's fucking completely chemtrailed out. I couldn't even breathe when I got in. I felt like I just sucked on a balloon of lithium and was just like, I lost my chromosome in fucking Tractor Supply place. Real shit. Yeah, I couldn't breathe. I really felt like all the other had the chem cough. Like my mom has it, my nephew has it. Everybody around me right now, and this is the whole point. We all got that chem cough. And look at the damn air quality. Poor, which means there's fine particulate matter in the air. and it's just like down the line poor. Look, if you look around, see it's different. I don't know how to do it on this because it's a different laptop. If you look where I'm at right now, that yellow is poor. That's bad. Yellow and red you don't want to see. There's some red where the cities are, but all around it, even in like my area, Ryan's area, it's fucking bad right now. I don't know how to get around this bitch. Oh shit! What did I just do? Go back, bro. I don't know where I just took us, yo. The weatherman done fucked up, yo. Sorry, yo. This is a different laptop. I've never done this shit before on this one. So I gotta learn how to like navigate to the next. Okay, how do I go up and down? No, no. How do I move this shit down so I can see the next state? There we go. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. If you look, you can see Atlanta as always. Really, it's just going all the way. I mean, it sucks that I can't figure out this map real hard, but if you look, it's going like in the usual places, to be honest, all the big cities, but it's going right down here. I bet you there's either a real big cold front right here, something. Look, right down here. So yeah, Chicago, St. Louis, Texas. It looks like Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio. A lot of places are just getting fucked right now. That looks bad normally. I don't know how I even got to where I got, honest to God, dude. How do I get over to the other part of the country? I don't know how to get this shit, bro. I want to just touch the screen and go over. That was why it was so easy for me. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Look at this shithole. You can already tell. Look at New York. You can see from the far. Look how far. From the far distance, you can see how shitty California is, Chicago is, New York is. You can see it. New Mexico. Gosh, I wish I knew how to do this. No, I don't need all that. Sorry, guys, if I'm fucking it up. I'm on a new laptop, so I have never done this before. Isn't where wait where the fuck is Bama? Bama's got some shit too. I can see Bama right here. Yeah, how come they're not gonna tell me the states, bro? I didn't even want to do it. Now I gotta fucking know the states on top of it and learn this shit. Let's go. New Orleans. Where are you at? Right here, Keeks? Is this you? Ryan, did she say yes or no? Is this her right here? Or is that her? I think it's this one. That's her.
I don't know. Well,
I think so, bro.
She said click and drag though.
Click and what? Click and drag? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Wait. Yeah, buddy. Thank you. I told you.
Oh my God.
Do that shit, bro. I should have known that. I was doing it the whole time. I just didn't click. I was just dragging. I didn't click. I drag. No click. Just drag. So I San Fran, gay and fucking yellow. Los Angeles, gay and yellow. San Diego, gay and yellow. Look how blue Portland is. Who's shocked? Click. Fuck. Okay. Fuck. This is different. Fuck Canada. Get out of Canada. See, man, now you got me in Canada and Poland and shit. Where the fuck am I? Get me out of here. Where am I? All right. I'm sorry to the people that are watching right now. I'm now in the fucking Indian Ocean, dude. I don't know where it took me. Yo. God damn. Damn. All right, let me see what other shit we got. You saw where you were at. It's the same. It's the same places. It is. It's the same places, dude. All right, here we go. Here's the other part. Click. Go. Click and move. Yeah, stick and move. Denver looks like a fucking piece of Minnesota. Look at Minnesota. Garbage. Minnesota looks like garbage. Look at the Midwest. We're fucked, dude. Look at us, Ryan. Look where I'm at right now. I wasn't bullshitting y'all. Look at where I'm at. Where Ryan's at. We're fucked. It's the shittiest part of the country, dude, for sure. I can't even get up there anymore. I was navigating like a savage for a minute. Oh, there we go. Look at us. Bro, we get fucking hammered on it. The whole state is just yellow. I wonder what's going on in Ohio. Why are we yellow? That's fucked up. The whole state? The whole fucking state. There is no green in that whole state. I'm just. Do y'all see that? There is no green in Ohio. There's no fucking green in Ohio, dude.
The heart of it all.
You're right. Dude, listen, man. Last time I did the weather, I was able to just touch the screen and just drag it along like a little fucking weatherman, you know? Yeah. Look, dude, I'm telling you, my mom, my sisters, we all be calling each other and be texting each other every day saying, look at the sky. Look how fucked it is. Look how fucked it is. And my mom, my nephew, everybody's been sick. Like they've been having this horrible, horrible cough. And I don't really go out too much, thank God. But like I said, I went out yesterday. I went and got a Christmas tree with my brother outside. We were outside for a while. The really cold. It was like 20 degrees. And I had a cough just instantly from breathing that shit. I had a cough within like a half hour of being outside. Just breathing. I had a cough. And it wasn't from smoking. It wasn't from smoking. So yeah, man, they're definitely spraying for sure, which is definitely, something else that we never really talk about anymore. There's so much other shit going on that we never get to mention that part. We never do. If they sprayed last week, it's still in the air. Oh, they sprayed just yesterday. But there's something that's called the butterfly effect, David. So what happens is, because it's so windy and shit, don't just sit there. Like what happened in Texas with that storm, it just sat there. It usually gets sprayed, it dissipates, and then it gets pushed. That's why, like, it's illegal to spray in Tennessee, and it's illegal to spray in Florida now. They've made it law. But they always have bad air quality because they spray so heavy in Kentucky and other places around it where it just goes there anyways. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't just stop at the border. It's going to, there's no fucking borders in the sky. That's why y'all have microplastics in your balls. Yeah, we got plastic nuts. We be busting nuts of our babies are fucking plastic. Yeah, they're like 3D nuts. You can print our nut out in a 3D printer. Fraud, human fireballs. Yeah. We just lost like 4 viewers from that fucking comment.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck. It was funny. Hey, look, it is what it is. Dude, hey, remember when I was talking about the snowballs? I was telling this dude about the snowballs. Like, I don't even know. Y'all remember the snowballs that you could catch on fire? Philip James was in our chat. I saw a video of some dude did the same shit just recently. Caught the shit on fire and all that. Like, that's how toxic the snow is. Like, you literally can catch it on fire and it doesn't melt. That's crazy. It catches on fire, doesn't melt. Like, what is in that snow, bro? That's just gross. Where we at? Yeah, we are going way too loud. All right, everybody. I appreciate you guys. Much love. I will see you guys. Hopefully I can get a new StreamYard. I probably will. If not, I don't know how long it is.
I remember.
Otherwise, I'll probably be taking the weekend off. My guys play tomorrow, and then the Browns play Sunday or relay. I don't know, but I don't be doing shit on Sundays. So yeah, Monday, Tuesday, or something. So love y'all, David. Thanks for popping through again.
Thanks,
Keith as
David.
well.
Keith.
Candy, love you. Everybody else
Candy.
that's watching. Right now that isn't speaking. Thank you for popping through. I hope you enjoyed. It was fun just chopping it up with you guys. That last like hour or two is just like chilling, to be honest. Like it was no different for me. So I had fun, yo. Y'all be good. Hey, David, see how little the message though when you try to show that shit. I'm not gonna lie though, that one video really did get heard. So we might need to. There might be something to that, bro. So, all right, man. Y'all be good. Love y'all. Ryan, thanks for popping through, bro.
Yep.
Good
Later,
job.
buddy.
Peace out, man.
Later.